you say whatever you want, so people would just buy into your bullshit.
Oh, Defense Pimp just came on, you guys. Damn.
If you don't mute them, I'm not gonna talk. I'll mute myself. Look.
But seriously, Jason, though, thank you for everything you do, man. There might be some drama on this panel shit, but this panel in particular is ridiculous to be on. I don't know if you ever had the pleasure of being on Jeff's late night fucking free for all shit, but it is fucking seriously. But normally, really, I'm not honestly this crazy. I am pretty fucking kosher, dude. So. Oh, I appreciate it, man. Thank you so much. And let me know if you need a couple bucks for time and effort and stuff. I'll be more than willing to help you guys out for that.
Somebody get blessed. Alright? We can take peace, we can do it, and we keep fighting. That's what I've got. And we have 5 lawsuits in federal court. I can prove it, right? So, we actually we stand here and what does he do? He just runs on YouTube. He doesn't do anything. Well, you would show money a couple days ago. Believe me when I tell you that guy doesn't do that. Believe me. He lived alone. I tolerated him. Okay, I tolerated him because they asked me. But I would do this to somebody.
Well spoken, Defense Pimp.
Defense. Okay. I've never spoken a bad word against this guy. Before he even got here, he went on rants. And that rant was the rant that he did before he got here. And that's why he got on the night. Because he talked all kinds of mad shit about me.
That's all good, dude. And I do make a decent living as a driver. It's not where I would like to be. It's not like I do have a couple extra bucks, but I am, like I said, dude. If it's something that you feel, well, I want to. Okay, I want to. All right.
Defeat, you want to say something? Yeah, I'm not going to talk unless this guy mutes or whatever, because I'm not going to have him talking over me or anything like that. So, unless you mute him, I'm not going to have anything to say. He's a big man, he can get yourself. So, everybody should know, I work with Liberty Freak in Arizona. There are people in Arizona that witness of me being with Liberty Freak in Arizona. So this in here proselytizing and acting all Christian, Mr. Bible Man, is a bunch of fucking bullshit.
Well, let me donate to your cat. Thought about that. Let me give your kitty the joy of catnip. Okay? The luxury catnip. Premium catnip. Guaranteed to tweak your kitty.
They wanted me to be here for was to use me as a fucking prop and all of the bullshit. As part of the claim that I never did anything, it was my social security, my money that paid for the gas to bring people back and forth, record and run errands and bring the clothes down and control and everything else. But you can turn around and do all of your judging, but the truth is, you just lie because you're narrow-minded, you're an aggro fuck, and I stood in front of you every time you ran your mouth threatening to beat me up. And guess what? You did nothing. Well, are you okay, everybody watch this. Is this entertaining? There you go, you're doing great. So you can make all the claims that you want, but the truth still stands. I did plenty. And you just want to turn around and do some juvenile sophomore bullshit.
Well, I really appreciate it, man. I do. So, like I said, I might get a little cocky and like shit like this, but when it comes down to earth and doing some stuff, I got my shit straight, you know, with everything else that's going on. I might get kind of goofy and stuff. That's just my personality with goofy stuff. But when shit hits the fan, I will be. I'm real, man. Like I said, I'll take my shit off, dude, and I'll fucking get through whatever I got. I'll break bread. I'll even sit down with this fucking fool yakking on here, and I would sit down and have a meal with him. Like a gentleman, sit down and discuss.
So there you go. Thank you for showing the world how immature you really are as a grown fucking man. Alright. And I can say whatever I want for as long as I want, whether you like it or not, because that's antithetical to you actually standing up for people speaking and expressing themselves. You want to oppress. Yeah.
Sci-Fi Bree, the video guy, you got to realize though, this has been building up for a while between me and him for stuff. So when we got some shit going on between me and him, okay, and then this is all it's about. So he doesn't want to sit down and talk or have a cordial conversation on the phone or a one-on-one video chat without this whole online thing. So.
Make sure to eat a lot, right? Eat a lot, you know. But he made sure that he never brought a gallon of milk, you know what I'm saying? I mean, maybe once, you know what I'm saying? Once that he was there, right? Never gave a helping hand. Always, you had to always tolerate his attitude walking around the house, right? You know, he always had this little snarky little attitude, always crying because he's always bought her. He's always been slighted, right? He's always in a bad mood. You know, all that kind of shit, unless he's on a manic high, right? And then he's like, all over the place, right? What if he's pissed off and he's throwing his dog out through the front door, you know what I mean? Beating her up, you know what I'm saying? He says it's lies. I was there. I have no reason to lie about this. It's him that has to have a novella, which he has created for himself, to bring himself some kind of importance, right? To be relevant. Right? Because without that, it would just
but I am arrogant. I am pretty cocky. But I am just my nature, I guess. But you know, I get serious about shit.
Somebody's always alone because he's an asshole, right? And he's a super asshole. And if you slight him, you don't even have to slight him. I met him once. I went to Arizona. I went out with him cop watching once. I knew that he wasn't right. You know, it wasn't my style, so I let him be. You know what I'm saying? And then after that, he went up on a rant talking all kinds of mad shit about me. And he didn't know anything whatsoever about me. They don't even met me once, he met me twice. That's it. And he talked like me and him were buds. He was nothing to me. Right? And then he talked all that shit for days on a Fleeca rant. And then all of a sudden he gets here and he thinks he's gonna walk into the living room and be in front of me like, hey there, hi, I'm the fan, you know, Mr. Victim. You know, I like to be more victim than any fucking victim in the whole world. You know what I'm saying? The weakest example of human being I've ever seen in my life. He's pathetic. And notice he always gets mad and he talks all this shit about everybody. He deletes his videos so you can't defend it, right? Or any of that, right? All you can do is just add on, you know, and he can't prove anything that he said. He's a scumbag. The very day that the evidence was created, as soon as I finished bawling out the judge, right? Because I stood there and bawled out the judge for 5 minutes, right? I said, hey, can I get a copy of that, right? Because everything that he says incriminated himself. Yeah. We'll see what we can do. Let me get, yeah. Till this day, he's never given it up, right? Why? Because he wants every
Peace, man. See ya.
He has this thing that everybody's a frauditor, everybody's a con. No cons.
I'll see you later out, Vice boy. You're gonna come over out that way, man.
You know what I'm saying? I don't need to. My life is public. Everybody knows my life. You know what I mean? I don't have to have anything to hide. Everything that we ever did, we did the exact same way we said we were going to do it, with incredible integrity, dignity, and everything was done in the right way. You know what I'm saying? He
No, it is time for bed, dude. You know it's bedtime. You're supposed to be in bed, and you're not getting something to drink. You can have a little bit of drink of water, and then you can go to bed. Okay? You're supposed to be in bed. Kids are all supposed to be in bed right now.
He's been talking about me and things that we've been doing for over 2 years, right? He's talking about shit that's like 2 years old, right? He's still talking about it today like it's relevant. Those problems have been handled, you know what I'm saying? So some people moved on, some relationships changed, but who cares? You know what I'm saying? We moved on, you know, and everybody's been taken care of. You know? Everybody's been taken care of. Okay? So I don't understand it, you know, and then all these problems, you know, it's like, hey, you know, that's up to you. But, you know, you can't even defend yourself, but they'll just block you off his channel, right? And maybe everybody's channel right now.
Let's let him have another drink.
You know what I mean? I don't like these dramas. The thing that I handle dramas like a man, right? And he never shows up like a man. So you know I have to go this route, right? I gotta go his route. The little softy YouTube, blah blah blah, little words game, right? You know, because you know what? I am aggro. I'm a toxic male. I admit it. I'm a fucking man. You know what I'm saying? And when men talk shit, you know what I'm saying? Men handle it. But he doesn't know how that works, right? 'Cause he
Damn
never had a
fucking
man,
straight.
right? You know what I'm saying? Sorry, man. Sorry to the ones that you have had in your life, you know, put you in little places. So you guys have a good day.
All right, man. All right. Well, that was interesting. Let me bring Eric back. I don't know if he's even still here. I'm sure he's probably got something else to say. I guess. I don't know.
Well,
Eric, you there? Hello, Eric. No. All right. I'll bring all the other guys back. See if anybody else has got anything to say. Okay, here he is. Hang on. Is that? Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, your other one's still up here. What the fuck, man?
Oh, hey, really?
Yeah, hang on. I'm with you. There you go. Is that better?
I have like 14 instances of StreamYard open for some reason.
the video guy. You can't leave
Hey, you
this.
good?
I'm
I can hear
moderating this, bro.
Well, my friend, and he is my friend, because he's in there. And by the way, he said it very well. He really laid it out. And Defend knows exactly what he's doing. Notice if I come up and Defend goes and hides himself because he can't look at me like a man because he's a pussy. Right? Because he knows what he did. He knows what he did. He knows he has a guilty mind. There you go, buddy. See, I have him control. Don't ever tell me you're in control again.
Let's try to keep the name calling down, though, all right? Let's don't do that.
So there you go. Eric's in control. He's got this need to be in control to be the producer of all things. I am but the mirror, my friend. So, the name calling, he sits there and calls us Bransonites, Toronto, anti-liberty fraud. He has nothing but bad names to say for people. And
Yeah.
his 4 years have to be defracted.
Minnesota.
No.
I won't call him a pussy anymore, but everybody knows when I say the P word, I'm talking about Defend. Okay? So, Eric, have you ever said that you love Defend? Have you ever said that you love Defend and that Defend has a cause and that Defend has made great changes in the Jefferson County Jail? Have you ever said anything positive or Defend in any of your ass Saturdays? Are you suggesting that I'm somehow incapable of learning and growing and eventually coming to grips and terms with your complete fraud? Right? I used to think that you were worthy, but then you proved me wrong, right? Because you keep bringing Janet Ross's thing up, there's the proof that you're wrong. Because you keep saying that you got evidence that you won't turn over because I'm going to have that proves you're wrong. Because you keep saying fraud. Okay, Eric, for everybody else, calm down, take a deep breath, and understand something. When you say that I have evidence, and I said I've had evidence, you are misspeaking, and you are doing so for your creative license and to excite your
Turn your
base.
camera off if you're going to eat. Please turn your camera off. I'd appreciate it.
So, the bottom line is that people should know in the educated world, Jeff, that transcripts, official records of court proceedings is one thing. Court transcripts, what I get provided, because I am of a hearing disability, similar to my transcription app, provided by the courts to maintain the due process rights of the deaf and hard of hearing. are not official records of the court. They know this. They just keep manipulating this, so it just keeps feeding their fire and this very huge need to have their control to continue leading out with these bullshit epithets, these mistruths. The bottom line is, all our good subscribers, all the people who have seen all of the events and seen me standing each and every time, and for these people to come up here now to literally show their two-facedness, it's just absolutely fucking disgusting, and that's my issue, and I will speak about that issue for as long as I want.
That you know.
Because Eric got his mic working.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. He fell off the panel though. Jump back up here.
Hey, Joe, cool. Finally, somebody that can come up and dispel the myth that it was always aggro and negative at Janet Matson's house. You visited it. You were there personally. You seen all of us there. You seen the labs. You seen the work being done. You witnessed it. Is it an accurate reflection of what you were hearing on this panel today?
I gotta tell you, I've been here about 60 seconds or less. I didn't hear a word. I was told to get over there. Your friends are. As far as Janet's crib, you know, it was absolutely fucking amazing. Everybody treated me well, this, that, and the other. However, if I'm being honest here, there were difficulties that, you know, I don't want to be picky and all that bullshit, but in the morning, Brian was in his wits end when motherfuckers get out the bed and use the bathroom. There was tension there as well, if I'm being honest.
So you're acknowledging that there were more issues there than just the bed that they're even speaking about in the colorization of the actual shirt.
He wasn't here, I heard nothing.
You're gonna eat, cut your camera off, man. Big Daddy, cut your camera off.
I'm serious, but then I heard nothing. I didn't hear anything.
Sorry. Go ahead. I had to get Big Daddy to cut his camera off, man. My bad. Go ahead.
No, I was just responding to the thing. You was asking, was I acknowledging what was being said here? I'm telling you, I didn't hear what was being said here.
It was a little tip. I thought it was right here.
No, Joe, you were just saying that there were issues with Brian Loma as far as the people using the bathrooms early in the morning and being disrespectful as far as waking him up, and there being other issues, right?
I should tell you, I was on their side. I was telling him he needed to calm his ass down. You got motherfuckers out there, they gonna
Did you, man?
piss in the morning, he need to calm down.
How did you get yelled at?
You acknowledge that
I must have missed a good shit when I left.
Other issues that were not related specifically to me.
I would agree.
It's not about Brian Loma, it's about you. Doesn't matter if there are other fucking issues. We have fucking issues and we work out our issues. And you're doing the clan, not you, the Brian Loma. Right?
Hey. Eyes on you, bro. What's up?
The point is that your issues were always your issues. I did not.
I'm not really looking at the comments on the tablet, so.
I found it in public, motherfucker. You're a fucking liar. You're always a liar. You do speak for months and it'll never fucking happen again.
And you were, one thing he said, I know it's not even my place to speak, but one thing he said, it had to defend his friends work out their differences. I would agree.
It's really hard to eat with a fucking beard.
You had to be regarded as an equal, even if just on the basis of being an activist, and there was no regard there. No, true statement. That's your words, defend. Those are your words, not ours. You are an equal because you won't accept that you're an equal. You're not an equal because you are the perpetual crutch. You are the perpetual victim. You need an opinion. That's your opinion. You're right. Oh, his right opinion is pretty fucking well founded too, right? I don't have right. Okay? We didn't like your shirt tail. We didn't use you as a positive. Matter of fact, this is what happens to guys when dissent comes to your neighborhood. You guys go out to do an action, and the dissent shows up in a different spot or in different places that they don't fucking show, and then have the audacity to claim that we're riding his shirt tail. The dissent still rides my shirt tail. He will always ride my shirt tail. He is incapable of moving forward. He will not let me divorce him. you in my fucking bank account, bitch. I wouldn't even put you on my dick, much less my bank account. Oh, that's real mature, Eric. Again, Eric, have you ever said that you had any regard for the vet? Have you ever believed? Did you invite?
Yes.
Did you send me checks? Did you send me checks asking me not to leave because of Liberty Freaks admin wanting to fight me in the drama-free zone of Jen and Tom? Did you do any of that? Yeah, and I thought you were worth something, and guess what? Now you believe I'm now worth something.
I think I started a big fucking war tonight.
If you're in the inner circle.
Hey,
Oh, there we go. The inner circle just dropped.
hey, Eric made sure we were friends. I don't know if you remember that event. You ever drove the shit out of me when I went down there. And you didn't speak to me, man. And Eric not
So cool, yeah.
asked you, what are you gonna do? Shit, you still might not be friends.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I missed all that.
Abney, if you're still on here, I'm sorry, man.
We didn't speak out on the patio.
No, from that. When I went there, everybody gave me hugs, this and that. You didn't even look at me. I'm like, the bed, you're not gonna speak to me in the bed. You're not gonna say a word. Eric spoke up, then you got up and said hi and went out and talked.
So you're talking about a situation where a new person. I'm sorry, Joe, go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. I was just trying to say that even then, trying to make relationships for you, I thought back then, you know, certain things when you went to jail. I'm sorry, not you, when Eric went to jail.
So let me speak, please.
Yes.
You were speaking in reference if I am accurate. I understand you clearly. Yes, you're not yelling and screaming with all the fucking bullshit. I appreciate you. Case in point.
Fuck you.
So, what you're speaking in terms of is a situation where you walked into a house where there were a multitude of people with an individual with a hearing disability trying to figure out what the conversations were going on, right? And who was, I believe you're describing, antisocial or removed from being a part of the conversation that was going on because he wasn't able to understand everything that was going on and because he did not know of you and waited for an opportunity to be able to have that conversation with you. But you knew that the king, Eric Brand, made a action which I then followed to have that conversation with you. And I don't think that's a very accurate. I don't think that's a very accurate depiction.
That was the decision I made. Hold on, Ian. Let me be clear. That was not the depiction I was making. I was saying you were intentionally giving me the cold shoulder. I wasn't saying there was some ambient conversation that you weren't a part of.
Okay.
I'm saying everybody.
And that's my point. There was nothing intentional about it. There was no.
Boy, if there's one thing I know how to do is fucking get under people's skin. God-given talent.
It's okay. It's okay. I was saying that no, I did not interpret it as something you can't hear well. I'm saying you said that everybody came over there to see me that night. It was a bunch. Everybody went over there to give their hey Joe, how you doing?
Soda.
And you intentionally looked the other way. I'm saying you did it on purpose.
Get in bed, boys!
And I'm saying the man, I had to come in your line sight and make sure you look at him and say, you ain't gonna speak to me. You didn't say nothing. When Eric said, I wish I remember verbatim what he said. Everything fucking changed.
Don't make me come up there!
You showed me some love and we had a great conversation. You were mad at me, did you forget?
No, Joe, I wasn't mad at you. I had no feelings towards you. And what I think everybody is missing in all of this is as you've heard, obviously I've been able to communicate, I've been able to make anybody understand that before you showed up, there was all of this bullshit, all of this judgment, all of this who was cool enough, who wasn't cool enough.
You fucking deserve it.
And everything else, all the dirty laundry.
You fuck.
Who's speaking, Joe?
That was
Fucking shit. Okay, see, so this is Eric trying to interrupt a fluid conversation. Right? Well, this is what I had to deal with.
I understand that, but the fact
hate you because you're a fucking snitch. I hate you because you're I hate you because you're a snitch.
Whoa,
Exactly.
whoa, he secretly recorded you?
Yes, he did. That's the allegation. But my Jeff is here live. Jeff is here live. Saw my advertising the video of Mike speaking his girlfriend attacking me. His girlfriend exposed that.
Eric.
That's tough.
That's the video.
Oh my God, defend.
I'm gonna go on mute and let Eric, take the show because that's what he has to do. This conversation on the platform right now.
Getting bad, boys.
You said that you were not mad at me defending your illegal people with the wrong vision here. You absolutely trolled the fuck out of me. You would catch me in small rooms. I'm pleased to defend not here.
Yep.
Like, this is home to me. Fuck your home, Joe. You were
Oh,
totally trolling me at that time.
yeah.
Let's be clear and let's be honest.
What was I trolling you about?
I told you to forgive Noni. I asked, this is the first guy I ever talked to you in chat. I said, how old is this beat? And you said, oh. And I say, forgive. And you lost your fucking mind.
I guess that was the mental place I was in, Joe, right?
I understand. Look, I'm done with you. You're fine.
Hang on. Let me do this. I'm not having people up here attacking just one person, okay? So we're not going to do that. All right?
How about having some thoughts from other people on the panel as to what they have seen and the conversations going on, and or provide some information that they may have witnessed as far as from their perspective as viewers seeing the past 2 years in Colorado.
I'd like to have Liberty. It's not my show.
Yeah, Liberty said some stuff earlier, Joe.
Oh, okay.
I'm sure you've got more to say. If you want to go ahead, but listen, I don't want this to be a hash. You know what I mean? I don't want it to be like a 3 o'clock. You know what I mean? All right.
And look, what Joe was talking about is what he'll use in this hearing. No, it was a purposeful act. And I want to thank you, Joe, for being a man and calling it out what it was about, not tiptoeing around the rules, right? It's like a purposeful jealousy, and I'm going to let you know that I don't like you, and I'm not going to speak to you, I'm going to ignore you, just this weird, bizarre jealousy, like you're little kid. I didn't understand that everybody was like super excited and Joe was it, right? He wasn't, he was super jealous of Joe. He ignored you, right? Just this weird, bizarre jealousy. That's a lie. And the other one, why would I even be there? You just got done saying that I would leave every time and I would come back when nobody was there. Why would I not do that if I didn't like Joe before? I didn't want to do that. You fall on your face. I'm talking about Sunday mornings. But the other one is this. Like, this also, why would I not be there? You just got done saying that I've ever flipped out on the benefit times that he has absolutely disrespected Jonna. But the other one is this. Like, this also, not even his girlfriend, right? Like, right? Like, are you really talking about
You guys watch my laptop.
And then he had installed the pregnancy and said, you need to stay out of this. This is none of your business. Right? So I wish that you were. I dare you to say all the crazy word before me again. I want to hear the issues. I dare you to say stay out of this. And he stays at 45 minutes in British Laundry. You never understood my word. Okay? I don't just like freak out and I'm not just like flying the person or whatever. When I stand up like that, imagine the line that you've crossed. Stay to get to that point. I don't like to get to that point. You know what I mean? But it made me look at that. Liberty, I appreciate you bringing the tone down and, not doing the miming and all the, graduate stuff. I can appreciate that. So, there you go. You can't have a productive conversation. Bringing the tone down and, not doing the miming and all the,
Chill out.
Oh, I love him too. Joe Cool's good shit, man. We're going upstairs, dude. So if you're getting off, I gotta go do a couple things. So.
I can appreciate.
Did you drop Liberty Free? No, you left that. So I can't respond to that. So
Let me say this first to Ben. Eric, come up here. When you yell like that, man, we can't understand.
Let me say this first to Ben. Eric, come up here. When you yell like that, man, we can't understand you. So,
You're very heated right now.
yeah, so you're yelling. I understand you're very heated right now, but your yelling is keeping your mic from us hearing you. It's just distorted. It's really busting out really bad. So I'm gonna bring it back up. Please maybe turn it down a little bit so everybody can hear what you're saying. Okay?
Tampa Bay's got the win. 31-9.
You have this audacity to say holding it down and talking that's a clandestine attack on your friend. You know fucking well it is. You're until you treat us respectfully. You're a goddamn fucking disrespectful fuck, and I treat you exactly like you deserve. I spent after you. You have a valid cause, but you look like you're such a great fucking friend.
Hey, Eric, can you define why you're so mad at police? I don't understand.
That's why, right? Because he talks about Afghanistan. Because he won't talk to you about how he took shit, about China behind your back. I'm at 3 went through because I wouldn't let you face this fuck. I was wrong. And you know what? Your son was just wrong. I said you were right. Yeah, I was wrong. I wasn't lying. I was just wrong.
You weren't wrong. Hello, I love you. You weren't wrong. Be patient. David, hello, I love it.
David said he was, hang on, Doug. David said he was gonna come up here and defend the fence.
David said he was, hang on, Doug. David said he was gonna come up here and defend, so let's hear.
Oh no, looks like I'm going down even more. Oh no. Say that, Joe.
Now I'm in where I'm in.
All right. Hang on. I don't know if anyone was talking.
Hang on. I don't know if anyone was talking, but we couldn't hear. So I don't know if you got mic problems or something, David, because I know you're muted now.
Whatever you were saying, I was trying to hear what David had to say.
GSS, go ahead. Whatever you were saying, I was trying to hear what David had to say, but go ahead.
That robot, they said about here, it happens. First of all, there's a device for the iPhone. He's got a private. DSS, they got the update. Go to your phone, search for update. They got the update.
Hang on, Rick, if that's you need to cut your camera on so I can see it.
All right, I got you.
A hand on the man. Say it. All right, I got you. I don't know how this is going to work, but we'll try it.
You want to see my pretty face?
Well.
Hey, Jeff, if you want to see my pretty face, I'll show it to you.
Right, I got you, baby. I'm good.
Yeah, Murph, we seen that face, buddy.
Yeah, well, I mean, I do.
Well, I mean, I do if you got a camera.
Yeah, we can't see it. I don't have a magnifying glass on me right now, man. I don't want to
See that?
For 5 minutes.
Yeah, we can't see it. I don't have a magnifying glass on me right now. now, man. I'm
Feel like you
just saying.
just woke up.
Oh,
What the
Rick
fuck,
Pruitt is in
man?
the house. All right, so I'm interested in
Feel like you just woke up. What the fuck, man?
Alex, I'm not
What's up,
gonna
Rick?
say anything until everybody shuts the fuck up. Go ahead. Alex, good guy, help me out. Help me out, dude. Everywhere else you go.
Go ahead.
Help you out. No one else did. You got nowhere else to go until Eric helped you. You've done this time and time again, dude. With the help, you fucking mower. You did it to Coachella. You did it to Eric. You did it to Liberty Bridge. Every fucking person that's helped you burned your fucking bridge. You are not gonna let you goddamn fucking snitch.
Get out.
Not gonna let you goddamn Moody in our fucking stop your fucking line. You're not goddamn deaf. You're not fucking deaf.
All right.
You're fucking calm. We all know.
You're not over there.
Didn't you just get done calling me intelligent and educated on a panel the other day?
Never called you intelligent because you're not.
Yes, you did.
Let's get to the point. Let's get to the point.
Point is, Jeff and the rest of y'all, start dealing with this fucker. You're gonna start realizing what you're dealing with. Alright? People have helped them. Alright? A lot of people have helped them turn their back, turn his back on them and betrayed them. Alright?
No,
Eric has helped a lot of fucking
Unselfish motherfuckers out there.
I agree.
Liberty, one of the most unselfish motherfuckers out there. Liberty is unselfish.
We won't get into that.
You and him have an
Those
issue,
are no enough.
okay?
That's between
We
you and
won't,
him.
we won't get into that
Here
here.
with Eric,
Those that know stuff, that's between you and him.
he helped him.
Deal with Eric.
Nobody else would. You got ran out of California. We won't get
He
into
helped
that.
you, dude. He helped you when nobody else would. You got ran out of California. We won't get into that.
That is interesting with them.
And he had nowhere else to fucking go.
That is interesting, man. When you say it like that, he looked out for you.
I know it's good, Alex.
He did look out for
I
you.
do not look at
What
it.
you did, and I know what you did, Alex.
Hang on, he's
Hold
talking.
on,
You don't look at it.
Do you agree with the fact
So,
that Eric looked
again,
out
I'm
for
not
you?
gonna get
Hang on,
into
he's
fucking
talking.
hold on now. Mental fatigue and having frustration. Again, I'm not gonna get into this fucking over talking and the mental fatigue and having frustrations and dropping out and everything.
Eric,
You know
stop
nothing of
bullshit.
my path before.
The bottom line
Coachella.
is this.
Number one,
Rick,
hold on.
you know nothing of my path before Coachella.
Right?
Number
Joe,
one,
you asked
hold
me a
on,
question,
before you even start chiming in, you had your say, all right? Joe, you asked me a question, well, you released it in my response to Rick.
Place to go.
Right.
It's absolutely
You are saying that I was ran out of California, that I had no place to go. That is absolutely inaccurate.
It's only
You
fair.
are not, again, shut your mouth, Rick.
Let him finish, Rick. It's only fair, man.
So you can come up here and you can cherry pick and you can ride Eric's coattails and you can talk about how great Eric was and claim like you know
Number two.
the things that you're talking about when you yourself was catfished by Coachella. Number two. And number three, I wasn't ran out of California. I didn't not have a place to go. I could have chose to go anywhere. I chose to stay a part of this community doing the work I wanted to do. It was the community, Eric, and everybody else that suggested and invited me to go to Colorado. So stop playing this, defend as an eternal victim bullshit and trying to colorize it in a way that it's actually not. I hope that answered your question.
It didn't answer mine yet. Eric helped you.
Alan, I think I said you had nowhere else to go.
Plenty of places to go. I have plenty of choices to make.
Eric helped you out.
I have plenty of places to go. I have plenty of choices to make.
All right, please answer my question so everybody can continue with the conversation. Do you see it as
No, I
Eric
do
helped
not
you out,
credit him with
especially
that.
again?
I paid
Yeah,
my
but do you
way.
credit him for
I
that?
lived in my van. I slept
No,
in my
I do not
van.
credit him with that. I paid my way. I lived in my van. I slept in my van. What did Eric help me with?
Everybody's
Which is
trying to make it sound
activism.
like,
I was there to do activism, Joe. Everybody's trying to make it sound like, my van was broken down. I was in a homeless shelter somewhere, but Eric invited me and gave me a bedroom
come and give me some life supports or whatever. He did not.
Look like you're in pain, brother.
Damn, nigga, your mic sounds like shit, dude.
I'm kind of charged with
Sounds
Damn,
bad.
nigga, your mic sounds like
Damn
shit,
shit,
dude.
dude. It sounds bad.
It sounds bad.
Alright, how about now? Is it worse now?
That's
Hold on, neighbor, because I'm going to get off.
Fucking somebody hacked my shit. Go ahead, Rick. Let Rick go.
Been around, Eric.
I got it, Joe. I got it, man.
Hold on,
Been around, Eric.
Joe,
Yes.
you've been around Eric, right?
How many others out here on the family
Okay,
been around
Jeff,
Eric?
you've been around Eric.
Yes.
That's
How
about
many
it.
others out here
Other
on the
than
family
the
been
fin.
around Eric?
All right. And
That's about it. Other than the fin.
Eric,
All right,
all right, we know him.
Alan, all right, we all know how Eric is.
That
All right,
man,
we know him.
don't respect anybody out.
He's very good stuff. That man,
Help you out.
Fuck this man.
anybody out.
Yes, he
He
did, man.
helped you out, Alan.
Just a little way he helped me out when I got
There's no shame in saying yes, he did, man. Even if just a little way he helped me out when I got there, just make sure Joe get her number, look out for Joe, do this and that. I'm sure he did that for you many times until you got acclimated to being there with those people. He smooth your way, and you're not crediting him for that. He's not. I'm not saying that my man was broken down and you were tested to. But Eric helped me one time.
Rick, you need to go take something for that pain, man. You know,
Rick, you need to go take something for that pain, man. You know,
I'm dying. It's cancer. I don't give a fuck. He helped me, Alan. He helped me, Alan. He helped me. I don't want nobody to know in the motherfucking California how it's supposed to be. He helped me.
So here's the question, Joe. Did I hold the question over, Joe, and ask the question? Did I help this community, Eric, Abney, Liberty Freak, or anybody else in my path?
Actually, Alan, you brought a lot of drama with you, bro. I don't want to get into it here. And you bringing up Catilla. Big fucking deal. Leave the girl alone. You keep talking bad about her. I'm good. And I know
So why don't you say something to Eric every time he brings up Catilla, Rick?
because you do it. And I like just drop the
Oh. Great answer, Rick. Great answer, Rick.
And yes, make an answer.
Just drop the shit with Catilla. You need to apologize. You need to apologize.
All that, everything I've been through about
And don't worry, he brought a lot of drama.
You see, and that's what you don't understand, Rick. I didn't want to deal with the drama. You see, if Liberty gets up there and he talks about the way that I talk to John, but Eric and all of those guys will not talk about how Buckeye 83, Brian Lola, and Jonna, almost to the point one night where Eric actually had to hold Jonna back with a broomstick over her breast from behind as she was charging down the stairs to punch Buckeye 83 in the face. Just straight out yelling and screaming at each other as if they were just two dudes gonna duke it out in an alleyway for hours a day, every day, for a long fucking time period. Because you don't know all of the facts that were going on. And so the judgment is being put out there in a biased manner. That is my whole point. I appreciate you coming up and trying to be the great Swami of intelligence and calling things the way they are and trying to put what you believe the blame should be for whatever reason. I'm speaking, Rick. I'm speaking, Rick. I'm speaking, Rick. I'm speaking, Rick. So the bottom line is, you think you were talking out your ass because you do not know all of the factors that were involved. So you're talking out your ass.
I know.
Hang on. Neighbor, try it again, man.
This is better or worse.
That sounds like shit.
Shit. Do you got Cobra problem?
Nice coming.
Somebody hacked my shit, man.
That sounds a little better.
It's not better now.
Well, somebody hacked my shit.
Salute to all you
Ever since Defend Stream, this one of my fucking my shit's been hacked. So I got one of my shit. But listen to this. But listen to this. This kind of I don't know if I can defend. I'm trying to defend, but I don't know if I can defend because it's not like easy right now.
Can you just restart your PC?
Is it fucked up again?
It's
Rolls in with bad teeth. You know, like fungus. Rolled men up here with bad teeth. You know, like it's still.
So, everybody gonna do great hill. Can I respond?
Yeah, that's better. Hang on, guys. Go ahead. Good. Good.
Every time I say the word, every time I say the word, defend my fucking mic gets hacked.
Your mic. It has nothing to do with no one attaching your mic. You can restart your phone or your PC.
Sounds bad.
It's called a joke.
I hear you.
It's called a joke. The same thing that it was
Oh my God.
the same from Snow Melt 2018, I believe.
Oh my God, that sounds bad.
It's bad.
Yeah, please do. Come back. We'll be here for a minute. Defend. I got to drop you, man, for a little bit. I'll bring you back. Somebody paid Melissa S.
There you go, Melissa.
Here's $9.99 to remove Defend. There you go, Melissa. I got to bring him back though in a little bit, okay? So don't get all pissy with me. Please take it in fun, right? Anybody that's got anything to say right now, say it.
I got Mama Hurd says, how was your date with that cop from Nassau? Had no idea what the fuck what you're talking about, Palmer Hurts, but it's all good. I don't go on dates. I pick up women.
You pick up men too?
They'll continue from there, so, but I don't go on dates.
You pick up men too? No, I know.
No disrespect.
No, I know. You make me laugh.
He's joking, man. He's KO Bones. He's a fucking crack.
Yeah, I know. Of course I know.
Yeah. He throws some bad jokes out there every once in a while.
Yeah, it's all good though. It's all good.
Like Joe.
Right?
Joe,
Rick, right?
Yeah.
I was surprised to see
Rick,
him.
right? Rick did.
If I really,
I think, you know what, I was surprised to see him, and look, if I really worried about what Rick says about me, I wouldn't let him up, you know that. I don't give a fuck. I know everybody knows that I'm not what he says I am, right? And that's all I need to know. You know what I'm saying?
honestly, to be honest, when I see he's just trying to survive, bro, just like all of us, and that's it. And
All right, now we got two people.
I give him props for that.
Hang on, let me.
Excuse me.
Sorry, go do that again, DSS.
well, Rick's got his way of spitting out stuff, man, and,
Well, Rick's got his way of spitting out stuff, man, and you know that shit. Half of what 90% of what he says is not true.
Some of it to agitate T-Rail, and I thought he was that guy, and he did not. David
Think I was thinking, Joe. I'm like, oh man, I didn't. David, talk to us, man. Unmute your mic and see what's up.
Yeah, I'm on the phone now.
Oh, that's better.
You're
Damn,
ready to go. I got a hardware issue. No, I know I'm not being hacked. It's just like I say all the time.
You don't.
Yeah.
It was back in 2018.
Yeah, right.
I believe in 2018.
I want to talk about how those two first met, and I remember distinctly. I don't know why I remember this shit. It was back in 2018. I believe it was 2018, and Finn was over there, and Rich Wright, Finn was over there in California, and he was fucking them people over there like he's doing. And he did something in some little office where he messed around with some little clerk, gave a bunch of grief and all that shit. And Eric was live. He watched the video, and he said, and he didn't know Finn. He didn't know him well, you know what I'm saying? He was. And he said, and Finn was in his chat. And Eric said, hey, Defend, nice work. Good work, brother. And it wasn't how many days later, Defend shows up in Colorado. You know? And then, and that's how that whole thing kind of started. And so this thing that Eric is bitching about, Defend is basically Eric's Frankenstein. He created that model. He brought him over there, and Defend, I'm sorry, he did take you in, and he did. And but I have to defend on something. That bullshit that Eric and Defend were fucking around that state capitol and all that shit, got that trouble. They kind of commingled on that case. And Eric's contention is Defend has some information that could almost exonerate Eric. And I say, Eric, look, you created that mess, Eric. You can't rely on that shit. You're grown man. That's your mess. And I'm not saying that.
I hear what you're saying.
Do I think morally Defend has an obligation? I would think morally, yes, he does. Fuck that. They're going to be like that. If Eric's going to act like this,
I totally understand. I think they are saying that, let's say I'm $100 short on my rent, and you give it to me all the time, and one time you don't give it to me, damn it, I want to fucking lose my mind over it when it's my rent.
right? Eric lost his head.
Sure. I need to correct the record here, if you don't mind, Adam. So, the case from about 10 years ago, the PDQ, yes, the defense has raised an allegation, almost from about a year ago, that Judge Hunt, who was presiding over several of my cases in Jefferson County, was in a different courtroom, the defense courtroom, not as a judge, but as like a sidebar kind of thing. And that he said something derogatory about me, about my case, prejudging my case. Claimed has made this allegation since the day it occurred. He has claimed since the day it occurred that he different happened. He claims that he has the transcript. He claims that he won't send you the transcript because I'm an ass that. So it is a different case. I'm not going to I backed the defense. It was a mistake. I have a conviction over that. I took a plea on that case. It was a mistake. Do I think the defense was right in that case? Yeah, I do. Do I think I was right in that case? Actually, I do. But I'm trying to be clear. I'm trying to use cases for my benefit, not for his. But I still think that his cause was valid. I think he has a very valid cause. But I think that he's wrong campaign. He's not stable enough to for that cause. Long justice is a far more stable campaign.
But on what grounds? On what grounds does he owe that to you, considering how you've been treated? On what ground? I think morally, yeah, it should, because if it exonerates you, or if it shows some sort of bias, yeah. But what does he owe you?
And everybody, he doesn't owe me anything, right?
Okay, that's settled.
That he has this great evidence, and everybody's free for 12 fucking hours waiting for evidence. It never happened, right? So it's like he's edging us for month after month after month, and nobody gets to blow off. So
That's gonna
he doesn't owe me anything, and the only thing I owe is fucking on Wall Street.
I wish his streams would come with an agenda so we know when to tune in and not.
Right. It's hard to find an agenda for a 7-hour live stream.
Well, you know, hey, Defend, can you do that?
How do you feel about a live stream of somebody getting stoned right now? Just to put on your channel?
It's never gonna end. It's never gonna end, Merv.
Would it be okay to put it on your channel?
If you would like a synopsis of Defense 437,000.5 hours of necessary
We have a
I ain't
45.
looking to put powers out there. I'm just looking to fucking start good myself. So everybody can shut the fuck up and fucking be adults.
They're not gonna agree to that. I
Right
think
now. If you guys agree with that, if not, then, you know, wait for the time to happen.
No, they're not gonna agree to that. I hate that right now.
Hey, Jeff, I would like to respond to that.
This is not good.
Okay. Hang on.
I would like to respond to Navin, but if you could drop everybody down and just leave me and Navin up so I can ask him some questions, because I believe Navin will share his knowledge and we'll be able to get to some substance so I can actually answer his question.
Okay. Yeah, well, let's see if we can do it without interruption first. And then if that don't work, then I'll drop it. Okay?
I got it.
All right, yeah, let's try that.
Cooperate, I'll put them all in the basement.
I'm doing the best I
Hey, hang
can
on,
for
Murph.
people.
Go ahead, you can. I got it, man. Just go ahead. If everybody don't cooperate, I'll put them all in the basement, man. I got it.
I'm doing the best I can here, people. So Navin, you said that it was somewhere around 2018 that, and if I'm correct here, that you saw Eric Grant say nice work and that Eric created the Frankenstein. That was my shining moment. Where you leave out and what you is that? Are you saying that is how that was my shining moment to the A1 community as far as the entrance and the gilding of the lily of the Eric Grant scene and all of that, or are you purposely mitigating all of the many hours of live streams that I did in California for many months, years before 2018 in this community? Because the way that you posed or presented what you said, and I don't know what your purpose was, and I'm not making any accusations or whatever, I'm just looking for clarity, because it seems as if you were trying to say that I was just like a splash in a pan and just came, just popping up on the scene one day out of nowhere, or are you saying that's when you became aware of it?
I'm saying it's my viewer's assessment of how I saw things go down. Sure, you had work to put it out there, but it really wasn't gaining much traction. You heard that comment, and you know the comment I'm talking about. It kind of hits you. And you do not recognize any of the work that I did with any of the other auditors out in California, and you do not recognize any of the work that I did with any of the other auditors out in California, Arizona, Las Vegas, or anywhere in between Colorado. Yeah, you floated around, bumped around a little bit here and there, but it really wasn't gaining much. You saw this as
it doesn't matter. Oh, so you thought that I was going to gain something from this? Navin, have you ever seen me with a PayPal pool? Have you ever heard of somebody being scammed or defrauded by somebody as far as money being given to me? What did I have to gain besides some egotistical trophy?
Let me just
gain exposure.
defend you absolutely using him of disregard everything. Right? Drop the long question. You know what you're doing. Right? You know exactly what you're doing.
Oh my God,
acknowledge whether or not you ever did anything good. I fucking hate your gut. I actually think bad things about you, and I'm not going to pretend you never did anything, right? So everybody else around you, that's why I like to do it. Have that with the but you never follow through. You tipped everybody off around you. So you ask that question of Navin, you ask that clarifying question with the intention of making a clandestine accusation.
Wow.
Keep up, motherfucker. Right? You made a clandestine accusation. And now I can't wait to see what Navin has to say about that.
Well, I think I answered
Can I say, I agree that when he asked Jeff to put everybody down, I saw that
Not
coming.
somebody on the inside, not somebody on the inside.
Yeah, that's totally fine. I have no problem. It's my question. I'm giving him perspective. Not somebody on the inside, not somebody on the inside. I'm giving this not just my perspective. There's a lot of people watching this that don't on the inside.
Yes, they're not all benefits is monetary. There was exposure, and I don't want to use the word fame, but exposure works. Yeah, you get more traction. You're in the crowd. The Denver crew, and it was hot and heavy. There's a lot of shit going on every fucking weekend. You guys remember that shit? It was quite the show for what all of them.
It was pretty fucking intense.
Yeah, and then that you got yourself into that. You worked your way in there. I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I'm just saying that's what happened. How I see it.
It's not a matter of whether I'm denying things or I'm taking credit for
You can't
things.
deny it. I don't think you can. You can't say.
It's
I mean, whatever.
I'm not asking you a clarifying question.
Okay, so
Regardless,
it's not a matter of whether I'm denying things or I'm taking credit for things or whatever. It's my purpose in asking you that clarifying question, regardless of other people's belief that I'm just being deceptive or clandestine or whatever, trying to be, throw the conversation off the rails with all this judgment and interpretations and bullshit or whatever. I was just making sure that other viewers, including the people in chat, including the asshats that are just spouting off from very similar points of position that you just posed, on this particular day, this happened and it all began, when that is not the whole picture. And that was the clarity that I was trying to establish. Now, moving on to the second thing. You have, just as I made my decision to go to Colorado, and let's be fair here, even if it was for glory and fame, it was walking into a pretty big and blazing fire, putting myself in jeopardy's way.
Yeah, I do have an emotional injury from this.
So you can,
however, moving on to,
I have a personal bias here, right? And yeah, I do have some emotional injury from this and a lot of disappointment. However, moving on to, what was that, Navin?
Okay.
Oh, that was old Lord. That was me, man.
Let me retract emotional injury.
Emotional injury.
Disappointment because I am human just as anybody else.
Okay. So, let me retract emotional injury and just stick with disappointments because I am human just as anybody else. Now, Navin, you are, I would at least like to ask you if you would agree with me that you are at least legally intuitive enough to understand the difference between unofficial court records and official court records, meaning transcripts.
Has to come from the court in the form of a court transcript.
So you understand that an official record of the court has to come from the court in the form of a court transcript.
I was defending you. I was defending you in that situation. I did about this. I got to say.
It doesn't matter of, see, you got, look, that's going to be dead against me. First off, Navin, I don't need you to defend me. I'm just simply asking as a participant in this conversation for you to acknowledge and maybe provide a little education rather than looking at it from some emotional perspective of moral turpitude, whatever. So court transcripts are not official records of the court. Do you understand that?
Transcripts are not official records of the court.
Communication and access to real time.
Which these people are not admitting.
No, I got you. I think same.
So you understand that that court transcripts, which these people are not admitting that they're claiming that I have, and my quest and my fight for deaf rights, card-of-hearing rights, and advocacy, and access to the legal system, to have these Americans with disabilities at guaranteed accommodation to be on an equal footing to participate in their constitutional rights, the process of the court system. As I was working through that, and I was actually getting that, there were things that were being worked out as far as my getting the actual interpreter in the courtroom, typing out the words, my being without anxiety or minimalized anxiety, no mental fatigue, being able to read the words. These people want to tell everybody else that those cards unofficial, not to be used and or regarded as official transcripts, cannot be used.
Not mandatorily, right? Not. But wait, let me try for people listening to see if I can't just dumb this down for people like me. What you're saying is the information that you have that shows that help Eric's case, let's say help, exonerate, that help his case, whether it's all part of a PART, P-A-R-T.
I don't like Eric Bill.
A hearing disability accommodation.
You should get that. You should offer that. I don't like Eric Bill. Eric knows I don't like it, but I don't think it's fucking right. If something transpired that shows prejudice against Eric's case, whether let's talk defendant, right? Then I think it needs to come forward.
Okay. However, I understand your perspective, and if it was anybody else, I might even be inclined to agree with you without my personal bias. However, you acknowledge that Eric Brandt and I are co-defendants in the same courthouse with the same exact judges. You acknowledge that in the middle of, and again, Eric, shut the fuck up, dude, I'm speaking. So in the middle of, in which in the middle of Eric's trial, in which he was convicted of the flashlight case, in which this judge made this statement to me, I walked up to the podium. You know that guy that is selfish, that's only here for the glory, who doesn't do anything or stand up for what's right or whatever? That guy walked up to the podium and had words with Judge Munch and reminded him of the statement that he made in my burger room, or otherwise known as Schulte's hearing, the withdrawal hearing of the public defender. If you know, Navin, when an attorney is going to withdraw from your case, there is a hearing that the district attorney is, I forgot what the word is, but the sequestered, told to leave the courtroom and not part of this conversation. The judge then, proverbially or metaphorically, takes off the robe of being a judge and puts on the hat of being an advocate, a referee of sorts, to determine if an actual conflict, a legal injury, is existing, preventing the Sixth Amendment right to a zealous legal representation as an indigent defendant. And in that hearing, this judge made this statement, an accusatory, finding him guilty statement with bias and prejudice, and he was the sitting judge in this trial. I saw that legal atrocity. I saw that slam, that smite against the marriage of jurisprudence, and I called it out. Hold on. Wait, I only got one more piece to go here now. As I have said, if you have been listening and you have been involved in some streams and trying to be a distraction and ass for whatever reason, you just like to be that way, get some jellies off of it. But I have taken painstaking efforts to put myself in very vulnerable legal positions in this very case, particularly with my attorneys, as I have been standing against the judge in my case and challenging the judge at every turn to, okay, so let me say this part. So we requested the transcripts. I have a right to read all the transcripts and everything else and to participate in my defense. However, the approval for the transcripts, when I got the transcripts, not even my attorney caught it. That day with that hearing with Judge Munch, with the withdrawal hearing, the Schulte's Burger Roots hearing, what the transcriptionist did was it started out, the transcription started out with like a mid-sentence, and then continued on. And I remember the hearing, and I remember the portion where she started typing actually on the transcript, okay? So I knew there was a significant portion of the transcript missing. And that portion of the transcript that was missing is where Judge Munch's statement is in. Okay? So I have filed an Americans with Disabilities Act grievance. Whenever my attorney went through my attorney, and the judge has it under advisement.
So this isn't a situation where I am actively seeking to see Eric Brandt in jail for his life. I'm still doing what I believe is right.
One last question. I have one last question.
Thank you for your patience, Gavin.
Do you surely want to ask another question, David? I'm just saying.
Yeah. One last question, and I'd like an answer in 50,000 words or less.
Right. Not possible, a setup.
What is it going to? And I want to know, not speculative, but how is it
really going to detriment your situation by releasing that transcript? What's it gonna hurt?
Because the transcripts aren't a legal record. Because I am in the state of Colorado, I am prevented from releasing that. You understand? The transcript is a form of a recording. And there is no recording.
You said it's illegal for you to share that with Eric?
I disagree.
That's not what you said in your last statement. Did you or did you not say that you would give that information to me, but you won't because I'm an asshat? Did you or did you not say that on one of your live streams?
That sounds more accurate.
I don't even watch
I couldn't make out what he was saying, but I heard what he was saying. It wasn't screaming, so I appreciate that. So somebody tell me what he was saying.
He said, did you not in one of your live streams say that I could give it to Eric, but I'm not because he's an asshat? Not only that, many times you said, oh, I just got to do this, I got to do that, like you were going to give it to him.
No, I never made the inference that it was going to Joe. That would be a misconstruing. And as to the statement that Eric just made, that I refused to give it to him as he is an ass hat, that was a partial clip of a very long paragraph explaining that I would not jeopardize my freedom, that I would wait till my case took its toll, and if it just happened to be by the will of the way or whatever the case was, that I was no longer in legal jeopardy, whether I would make that decision and I would make that determination then.
Well, don't you have to give that shit up legal jeopardy or not?
Again,
you gotta give that shit up. You got it.
You said you were going to release it because I'm an asshat. I got about 10 text messages from people when you said it to tell me that you said it. You said it. I'm sorry.
I saw it.
That we can't proceed.
I saw that part.
Pick and choose your battle.
I heard it too, Ben. I think you can get it.
Hey, doesn't.
You said, we all heard it. If you can't admit that, there's nothing else we can proceed with you because you can't deal with a lying narcissist. So
open up your fucking ears, Eric. I just said that was a snippet of a statement. I didn't deny that I said that.
All right.
Get your own personal bias the fuck out of it, Eric, and wake the fuck up.
Okay,
you did deny you said that. You said I couldn't do it. My hands are tied. I can't do this. That's the only reason.
Exactly.
Again. Anyhow, I think this whole topic has been overfilled.
Desert. I don't want to disagree with you, but this was necessary. This could not have happened any other way. I don't want to be selfish or anything. These niggas was not gonna get on the phone. I'm sorry I had to be in public. They
Hell yeah.
Well, not just going into that personal business. I have no problems with what's happening here today.
Yeah.
It had to happen if I'm gonna get these. I see you, John, Jason, Brew. It had to happen, man. I'm sorry. It's making sausages, but it had to happen.
We have business to fix.
I've been trying to jump over for a while. If the bench has evidence that a judge has implicit or explicit bias towards another person, that is technically covering up the crimes of that judge. By hiding the evidence of the crime, you are committing an accessory crime by holding the evidence from the court system.
Wow. No, Brew, unfortunately you're wrong. I do not have to bear witness against myself, particularly in establishing the conflict of all the judges that Eric has conflict with. This is a much bigger legal issue.
Backpedal and defend.
Another person, openly and publicly, disclaim or making statements that would show a bias. You can hold that in. If another man goes to jail, it's conspiracy to deprive someone of their rights.
Well, that's why I asked the question.
That is where you were wrong. I had stepped to a podium
to see if she can release that portion of the transcript because she acknowledges that I haven't been given a full copy of everything that happened that I was a part of that I have a right to. However, she is not aware that she is able to release it to me with conditions, whereas I would be prevented by law to even provide it to Eric. So this isn't a situation where I am actively seeking to see Eric Brandt in jail for his life. I'm still doing what I believe is right.
Okay, one last question. Okay, one last question.
Is on me because of his hatred towards me.
Oh, no.
Thank you for your patience, Gavin.
Are you sure you want to ask another question, David? I'm just saying.
Yeah, one last question, and I'd like it answered in 50,000 words or less.
Right.
Not possible, a setup.
What is it going to, and I don't want, I want to know, not speculative, but how is it really going to detriment your situation by releasing that transcript?
For 6 months, as I begged you for access to that so I could work on my cases, and you purposely withheld that?
Because the transcripts aren't a legal record. Because I am in the state of Colorado, I am prevented from releasing that. You understand? The transcript is a form of a recording. And there is no recording
it's illegal for you to share that with Eric.
Yes.
Here's the link. And I asked you at least twice a month for 6 months before that. And now you're sitting here saying, why should I stay in jail and wait when you made
that sounds more accurate.
I don't even watch.
I couldn't make out what he was saying. I could say what he was saying. He wasn't streaming, so I appreciate that. Somebody tell me what he was saying.
He said, did you not in one of your live streams say that I could give it to Eric, but I'm not because he's an asshat. Not only that, many times you said, oh, I just got to do this, I got this, got to do that, like you was going to give it to him.
No, I never made the inference that I was going to, Joe. That would be a misconstruing. And as to the statement that Eric just made, that I refused to give it to him as he is an ass hat, that was a partial clip of a very long paragraph explaining that I would not jeopardize my freedom, that I would wait till my case took its toll, and if it just happened to be by the will of the way or whatever the case was, and I was no longer in legal jeopardy, whether I would make that decision and I would make that determination then.
Don't you have to give that shit up legal jeopardy?
That it was important to me. You have no standing to say anything about money that I borrowed. I'm going to clear the record on the money that I borrowed from you. Janet asked me, I've been in jail for months at this point, and Janet asked me on the phone, did you borrow some money from defense? And I said, no, I think I better recall him giving me some money. And that was in like, this is November, December time frame, right? And this event occurred, and this is like April that she's asking me about it. And keep in mind, I spent 4 straight months in jail during this period, right? And so, she said, well, I don't remember what the number was, but,
$60.
was it $60?
It was like 60 or 80, some little shit like that.
Well, who was holding that again? How much money was the first time, Davin, by the way? So before you start making numbers and statements, you should say that that's what you knew of, and that was in your opinion. That wasn't the totality.
How much money in total?
Janet asked me, could it have been this much? And I said, yeah, it could have been that much. And I said, well, you guys, they have my card, right? So I said, yeah, it could be that much, just pay him. Pay him, right? If I owe it, I owe it. Don't put it back. No, it wasn't a slight against a little bit sad. Right? No, it wasn't a egregious act against the American Disabilities Act. It was, this motherfucker got felony. And then he got stuck in jail. That's really funny, Joe.
It is fucking funny, you dancing.
So I told Janet, just pay him. Right? Whatever the jury loaned to me, it's fine. I had no reason to disbelieve the specific figure. If he says that's what it is, then that's what it is. Well, she only had so many dollars in her pocket that day in cash, and she said she gave it to him. And then apparently all this shit happened, and then Mr. Ron and Chris decided, oh, fuck, here I am.
that I don't owe you nothing. You've got a lot of fucking nerve, prick, to sit here on this stream and say that I stole money from you. I tried to pay you back. You said
I remember you tried to give him some money.
Eric,
I saw you try to give him some money one time.
Eric, remember I offered to give him $100 and he wouldn't take it. I offered to meet him at King Supers and pay it, and he would not go.
That's right, so
I sure did.
standing on that money, if you can
Your business got it, what business do you
I
have
know,
to
but
get
you
this
acted like you
free
used money and I was trying to be kind.
Exactly.
You ask for some people from the chat to come up and put their 2 cents in and give any knowledge they have.
I came up on my own. I came up on my own because I witnessed Defend at a court appearing. The last court date that Eric had, he might have went to prison that day. And we all went there in support to the court in Adams County. And we were there to support him, and Defend was there to stop everybody and hide in his van and talk shit. But we wouldn't come out. Why were you there, Defend? To support Eric? Or to quote when he went to prison?
Well, answer everything you told me, Caterpillar.
No, I heard you. You were on the live stream when we left, talking shit about Ghost Rider and all of us. You did not even get out of your van. Why were you there?
Why would I get out of my van and interact with you people, you hostile people in a hostile landscape?
Then why were you there at the court? What were you there for? What, Defend?
Why do you tell me, Caterpillar? You have all
Was
this
it your court date? You were there to fuck with Eric.
Do you know if I have any business in that courthouse?
Don't be a fake. Come on, Defend.
Come on, Caterpillar, answer the question. Do you know if I have any business in that courthouse?
No, you didn't have any business. You never got out of your bed. You talked to the security guard.
You don't know.
You were there to hope, to gloat if Eric had gone to prison. What else can we think? Were you there to support Eric?
So you're going on your thought
Were you there to
process.
support Eric?
All of the hostility and the anti-defend and the
Why were
fighting
you
and
there?
everything else.
Why were you there? Tell the truth.
None of your fucking business, Caterpillar.
You were there to fuck with Eric. Leave him alone and it'll all go away. He doesn't bother you. Why did you let it go?
Colorado has done it over with, and I advertise everything, all the videos and everything else, and I just so wish that I could be a fly on the wall when you sit there and go, oh,
I didn't do anything to you. I was nice to you. And you're not. You hate me because I'm still friends with Eric.
Caterpillar, forgive
I didn't know. What have I ever done to you?
but you know what? You took every fucking opportunity to support Eric Blair and doing what he
Why
did.
wouldn't I? You never done nothing to me.
Doing what he did to Trent Madsen, using my name and making defamatory statements, and you supported all that, and you trolled my channel. Take responsibility.
Oh my God, I don't ever go to your channel. What? Defend, stop lying. I don't hurt anybody. I never hurt anybody in the Denver crew.
My channel, you never statements up or anything else.
I started to because you were lying. When you were
Wait a minute, say it again.
you lie. You
I
lie.
know that you say that, but what? You never came into my channel.
You lie.
If I put a screenshot of you and your negative ass salary in my channel, you will leave
Oh my God. Goodbye, Jeff. I love you. I'm telling you the truth. Ask Defend why he hangs out with Regan Benson. Just ask him why he's hanging with Regan Benson. See you later, Defend. Keep it up. Bye. I love everybody else.
Have a good night.
I love everybody else. And I even love Defend. I have no reason not to. But good God, you're pathetic. Tell the truth. Caterpillar, good seeing you. Bye. Alright. Alright, I'm gonna bring everybody back up. Just try to, talk to the turn. Shake it loud, man. I can't
No laughing, Joe.
Right. Yeah. Well, I took everybody down because I don't want everybody to jump on the fan. It sounds like there's a lot of animosity. I hear stories, right? I watch channels. I might not say a whole lot. I watch Defend, I watch Eric. I watch who the fuck I want to watch, right? I go to every channel that I can to try to, learn, right? And to get to insight of what's going on. But You know, and I knew there was some animosity and some stuff between Eric and Defend and Liberty Freak and all them. Let me just say this. I met Eric in person, Liberty Freak, David Johnson. They seemed like pretty good cats to me. They had never hurt me, right? They never done me wrong.
Brian Johnson?
Brian, I'm sorry, you're right. Thank you. Yeah, Brian Johnson. What the hell I called him? I don't even remember what I called him. Anyway, it don't matter. His last name Johnson. How about that? And got to spend time with those guys, and they seem, you know, top-notch guys, man. I mean, we sit there. Joe was there. They were smoking up a bunch of stuff, man, and I didn't smoke none of it, you know. I was like, damn, I wish I could smoke some weed, but I didn't. And they was dabbing and all that other stuff, you know, and everything was cool. I got to film some with Eric and Sasha in the Springs. I met Caterpillar. Everything was great, right? So I don't have no animosity to none of you guys, right? I just want to be clear on that. I didn't hang on. I didn't start this stream for everybody to jump on the Fiat, right, and attack the Fiat. I didn't do that. It ended up that way. I'm just saying it out loud so Defend knows and everybody else knows that may have a problem with what's going on here. That wasn't my intentions. It just ended up that way. And it's a lot of stuff that is
well, to what, I don't know whether it was an attack, just about all that shit aside, he stood up well, you know, he could have, you know, Trez, he could have sidelined this conversation and just got crazy race with it, anything, you know, and so to never answer all those fucking questions, you could have fucking been more direct, but it ain't in your nature, but, you know, that's all the family, you're still up here, brother, that's all.
You opened the panel with the drama, and it turns out that in our life, Defend is the drama, right? We have our little homestead down, we have our little spats, and we are friends, and we're mature, and we're adults, and we work it out. So if I have a whole friend thinking that I'm mature and I'm an adult, but I don't think you understand just how much interest Defendants cause in this community. I don't think you understand how much I invested personally in Defend, and how much drama it creates for me to continue to support and invest in Defend because I believe in him. I don't believe in him. Alright, so you opened the camera up for the call, I appreciate that, thank you. And I want to thank Joe Cool. He has been actively trying to get me to work out my differences with the whole show. I'm sorry that I posted before and it's true to this day. There is nothing that can work out our differences between me and Defend. I don't believe in
Stop traffic, stop.
anything else on here. Why is Defend hanging out with Regan Benson? Because he knows that it pisses me off. Because he knows he's weakling. Because he can't ride my shirt tail. He's going to try and ride Regan Benson. And I'm sorry, that's how I see it. It's my opinion, Defend, and it's not likely that I'm wrong.
So would you say that about Brian Lama and his work with Regan Benson as well?
Oh, no, about Brian Lama. I would say
No, you wouldn't.
I wouldn't say that about Brian Loma because Brian Loma recognizes in his activism that Regan has successfully done something that for some reason the organization evil has not been able to do, and that quite simply is she's kept her porta potty.
And why can't I see that and support that as well, Eric?
That's why. So Regan Benson, I don't get a lot of she said to Janet's house for no good reason. But Regan Benson personally invested in some porta potties and some resources for her area where she lives, for the homeless people in that area. And somehow Denver doesn't steal her porta potties, but they keep stealing D-holes. And that's that's fine. Brian has a channel. It's called Bunch of Plastic. He's trying to get some activism. He's an environmentalist. Regan's doing something environmental right now. Don't you ever accuse him of riding Regan Benson's shirt tail. Don't you ever do that.
Yeah, that was kind of natural. Them hooking up was kind of natural.
Yeah, that's a natural hookup. I don't like it. I've spoken to Brian Lama. He explained himself to me, and I don't have to like it. I understand what he's doing, and I'm going to support his activism. I don't think that's an honest thought in your body when you
And I'm curious. Liberty Freak says I'm still facing criminal charges for standing up for Defend. Is this true, Defend?
Oh yeah, that's true.
No, that is not true.
Oh yeah. I'll let Liberty Freak think
Okay, so Jeff, shut the fuck up, Eric. I'm talking.
All right.
To answer your question, Jeff.
Good.
You can answer your Joe. I'm talking, Joe.
All right.
To answer your question, folks, Jeff is here live.
Yes.
Liberty Freak decided to insert himself, and he actually complicated that case. Thankfully, that case was dismissed on my end, but he actually complicated it with his asshattery and barraging the detectives and following the detective and screaming and yelling at them, which caused me to suffer mistreatment by those detectives. Thank you, Buddy Liberty, for this. Okay? So he complicated that part, number one. And number two, what he is being prosecuted for is determinations that he made on his own. It was related to the event as far as a relative as time goes, but he decided to break and push himself. Oh my God, Jesus Christ!
Yeah, somebody keep that. I don't know who that is. I don't know.
Push himself.
Hang on. Let me fix it.
Christ.
I think it's you, Liberty Freak. You got your YouTube on? Hang on, your YouTube's still on, I think.
All right. So as my answer or response to you, Jeff, he made his own choices after I had gotten arrested to take his aggro tendencies and make his choices and continue the argument and the fight with the cops in the courthouse. That was not in my defense. I was already hemmed up and off to the fucking pokey. To make this proselytization, this claim of nobility or righteousness that he did that for me is seriously misguided.
All right, go ahead, Defend, or Liberty Freak.
Well, my proselytization of an act of nobility and all that stupid shit he's talking about. Yeah, because you know what you do? When you're there with somebody that's usually on your team, right? You know, you stand up with them, right? Not that he knows anything about that at all, right? Because he has nothing, I have no idea that at all. It's always about him. But I stood up because Gary Cosby had already abused his ass, right? You know what I mean? And I wanted to see where they were going with him, and they're not going to hide him from me. And they tried to put a wall of cops. Yeah, did I speak up? Yeah, right, I spoke up, right? Because I spoke up that you're here, crybaby, right? Because you want to hate me because you're not me. You see what I'm saying? So, yeah, I'm still facing criminal charges. Wasn't that I inserted myself and all that shit? We were all there supporting Janet Matson, right? And Karen Sidaro at the time, which had been assaulted by Deputy Gary Connie. Okay, and we were all there. And of course, he started a shit show, right? With him, the dog, the stomping, and or whatever. And it became a big drama. And it became a big show. And everybody was there because there was a bunch of detectives there. There were a bunch of undercovers there. The place was hot, and they had been there for hours waiting for us because they had a warrant out for Eric Brandt. And they thought Eric Brandt was coming, but he didn't go to support. He stayed home, right? So when all that happened, they were pissed, and they arrested me, right? Because I was the next best thing. But they weren't going home. They weren't going to do this big ass show, and then not, take somebody with them, right? Or make it something that's, worth the big to-do that they did. Because they said that there was 20, 30, Occupy members there, and they were waiting for this big to-do, and it was a nothing burger. And they're accusing me of a nothing burger. So, he had more of a case against him than I did, right? But, they knew they screwed up on his APA and all that kind of stuff, right? So, he knows how to say that part of it. And yes, and I will admit, let me tell you, I will admit myself, when I knew him as a human being, prior to him going crazy, right? When I knew him as a human being, yeah, I said, hey man, you know what? It would be great if you came over to Denver, right? There's a big issue out there with the ADA. A guy like yourself would be great, right? You can bring some change over there or whatever. That's the only reason why then he went crazy, talked all kinds of crazy stuff, and he came over and I confronted him, and from then on, I tolerated him, and we tolerated him for a long time,
spoken very well of defense. I've spoken very well of defense publicly, right? And all of that. You know, I've never had anything negative to say about it. And he would calling me a fraud, and a con artist, and a this, and a whatever, you know. I mean, Rick Prude would say something like that, I understand. His show is about the drama, right? If he makes all that stuff up, but in the end, you see, when he has to be a real man and stand up and say something, he actually says the truth and he stands up. So I kind of hate him for that, right? I wasn't hating on Rick Prude. What he said, I haven't hated on Rick Prude even when he was going to jail or whatever, right? So I understand what the shtick is, right? But coming from a guy like Defend, right? You know, like he's talking about all this, you know, with the discovery or whatever with Eric, and he's telling us that, oh, we should have gone through this lawyer and this channel and this legal means and that legal means. You know what I would have done? I would have handed it over to you for having lunch, right? Because we were exchanging daily meals, right? You know, my old lady, as much as he said all this negative stuff about Jonathan, you know, Jonathan used to make him coffee and lattes and be super nice to him all the time. Tolerate his ugliness. He was always ugly to him. Always. Every time, right? You know what I'm saying? And then when I heard him be ugly, when he would get crazy and be ugly, when I was present, I would flip and I was aggro. I'm not aggro. I'm defending a lady. You don't demean a lady. And you never defend it. You never defend it. I'm sorry. Everybody, right? Like if she's your old lady. Yeah, hell, you know what I'm saying? Whether she is, whether she's not, whatever. It's his business, right? You know, so let me tell you, that's the real scoop.
I got you. All right, good. All right,
Hold on. I'd like to respond. It's the only reason why I came in here. I want to thank you, Jeff, that you put out. I don't like my business out there.
Right.
My life's always been public. My life's always been public. And ever since this asshat has been running your mouth, okay? You know, people out there are thinking of being some kind of scumbag. You know what I mean? Right. And I pride in my dignity. I pride in my integrity, right? All this stuff that's brought about me, nobody pulls up anything. Nobody comes and says, hey, look here, let me show you.
Right.
I have a pass. I can't pass. Ask me any questions you want, I'll tell you. Like the kingdom, like that. You know what I'm saying? That's all I gotta say.
And again, I didn't start this stream for this, right? Yeah, okay. Because I normally on here, we don't really do the drama. Every once in a while, I'll do a panel and say, fuck it, let's talk about whatever. And this usually happens. All right.
Okay, Jeff, if I can respond?
Yes, go ahead, Finn.
So, here's the issue, okay? My point, if anybody has gleaned any understanding through all of my word salad and my issues of communication, whatever fucking judgments are being made, they should at least understand one thing. If you look at the words that are being said and all the situations and the backpedaling throughout these conversations, one thing is absolutely true. Defend was treated differently than the other people in the crew. Liberty will sit here and claim that he was defending his woman the day he decided to stand up and speak to me, but he doesn't tell you for months Buckeye 83 lambasted the woman that he claims to be standing up for, and the one day I say, I'm not going to take John talking to me like that, and I spoke up, he decided to get froggy. Okay? So, before Eric jumps up and everybody else starts piping in with, oh, why are you airing everybody else's laundry or whatever, is to point out exactly the fraud of your people's presentation that I had to deal with. There was no nice guy. There was no dealing with sitting down and having lunch or whatever. I approach every situation. There are other people that are fucking witnesses to this that it wasn't as these people are trying to make it out to sound like. Now it has warmed up to the perspective that, you know what, when it comes to standing up and doing the right thing, you know, I can respect them for that and this and that, but I didn't like this and I didn't like that. It was a whole bunch of judgment and people's inability to even extend themselves to try to understand my opinion and judgment. And there you go, you have the perfect right there, playing the fiddle and everything else. So this is a constant cyclic nature of not getting anywhere on a personal level with any of these people.
Hang on. I think Gary wanted to chime in. I'm not sure.
Yeah. I'm not sure why I want to chime in either, but I'm going to do it. So, first of all, Defend, you
I don't really tell people what they need to do, but this time I'm going to tell you what you need to do. You need to compartmentalize your interactions with other people. You are a different person to every person you meet. What happened with Monkey 83 and Jonah, and I'm going to speak to my perspective on that, okay? It's totally different than what happened with you. First of all, you were treated differently because everybody is treated differently. Okay? Kyle is treated differently, I'm treated differently, John is treated differently. You routinely sat yourself on the fringe and excluded yourself. You routinely would do the things that we were all doing. Those were your choices. You're entitled to those choices. But what you're not entitled to do is come in here and somehow cry foul on that. And I'm going to tell you what happened with Monkey 83 and Jonah from my perspective. Okay? Kyle likes to tease people. He's good at it. Okay? Yeah. So, and the difference in how Kyle and Jonah interacted, and the difference between how you and Jonah interacted were substantially different, right? Because with Kyle, we kind of know where Kyle's coming. We're kind of used to that. Everybody has a breaking point. He drove Jonah to the breaking point, and it was an interesting night. And now I still remember grabbing a broomstick, wrapping around Jonah in the staircase, and pulling her into myself. I don't remember that. But you know what? We got over that. That's different from you being fucking creepy. That's different than you walking around with a video camera, driving Jasmine crazy until you cornered her in the fucking kitchen, and she turned around with a knife into her head and told you to get the fuck away. I wish she had stabbed you. I think you certainly killed it. But
that knife? I've never even accused a woman of having a knife. That's a good one, Eric. Wow.
That story was told to me, right? But I watched the class with Kyle and Jonah, okay? And it was a different situation. We have a different respect for Kyle because Kyle has a different respect for us. And I'll tell you why I respect her. Because when that situation came up, my lady, she kept it from me, so there was no problem. So when it finally blew over where she couldn't hide it anymore, she was pissed, she told me about it, I went to confront him about it, right? So I would confront Kyle, I don't confront anybody else. I'm not a badass, but that's what you do when you're a man, right? So then I went to Kyle, right? I would confront Kyle, so I could ask him, right? Because Kyle had already come to Jonah himself. That's right. And apologize. That's right. For his actions. Yeah. And look at that, and he said, I will make an effort to be different, right? And he told me the same thing, right? So you know what's very good? The only thing to do with that is honor that. That's right. And the honor, he didn't make an excuse. He didn't say because of this, because of that. He was like, yeah, she might have been right. Well, it doesn't matter who was right or wrong. I know I was wrong in what I did, and it was my bad. What happened in pushing your sighting? Wait, before you go, I want to point out one thing when you were asking what is it that Eric does. I'm observing now that people had a lot of hostilities, and until Eric showed his, they held off. I'm sure Eric's aware of that, as long as he dug you, no one was going to give you shit out of respect for him. That's something that may be unseen, unsaid. And also, Joe, people say it that way, there's a respect for him, respect for him. No, there wasn't necessarily respect for Eric. Eric mentioned the importance of what we do, right? And what was important was what we do, right? And what we were involved in, right? You know, and what people are seeing, right? We didn't want anything to go, something, nothing nasty, you know what I'm saying? But the only person that affected this nasty shit, I turned this into this bitter hatred kind of thing. Oh, right? You're delivering. Okay, are you done? Can I speak? I'm sure you can speak. Yes. So, thank you, Joe. So a big part that's being left out of all of this is Otto the Watchdog. And now that it's being talked about, and that it's being talked, find yourself. Okay, there you go. Wow. So now it's coming out that there was this issue, and even if you change whatever opinion you have of me, even if you lie to me, even if you recognize the people that were there that experienced a very volatile arguing between one guy and everybody else. Come up, Liberty. Right? Just having a conversation here, man. All right, Jim. I'm done. I really keep it in mind.
Hang on. Let me do this again. All right.
So, when Otto and one guy would be together, there was this really comedic, constant barrage to a level of my being uncomfortable to it, like speaking to me in a way that nobody should allow them to be spoken to, right? But it was always comical, and I would always say to Janet, I was like, well, I'm gonna go and take the dog for a walk, or go and do something, and just walk away from this bullshit. And Janet would see the frustrations that I had. And to Chana's defense, not even Chana's defense, just saying it the way that it was, even Chana saw that the ridiculing was bearing and weighing down on me. Eric knew damn well. Eric had seen Pike's Peak and his aggro tendencies and standing up and trying to order me around and shit. And Eric calling him out and going, we don't do that. Like, who are you? He's older than you, and mutual respect, and he tried to toe the line. But what everybody doesn't understand in the community is that line became completely invisible. It was gone when Eric went to jail. So I tolerated a lot of stuff. And yes, I did pick and choose my battles. And yes, there were days that I was not interactive with people because what was I going to be subjected to? Extreme ridicule on one side, people arguing against each other on the other side. I had an anxiety disorder. Fucking Eric is in the fucking jail. Janet's fucking sad. Eric wants a French newspaper. Nobody knows where to get a fucking French newspaper. Eric needs clothes. I was in the middle of all of it. I was doing the best I fucking could, and these cocksuckers would never give me that credit.
I'm not going to say that you didn't do the best you could, but I'm willing to say that it wasn't good enough.
Okay.
I'll add to that. I'll tell you what. I'm going to tell you why it wasn't good enough. This is for you and nobody else. I mean, this is for you. You listen to this. It wasn't good enough because you won't let it go. It's that simple, right? Because it's always about you. It's always about aggro everyone else. It's never about aggro defense. You're fucking aggro, motherfucker. You're aggro. Get over it. Accept it. Embrace it. Move on. Right? So,
how am I aggro? What did I pick a fight with? Oh my god. Wow.
No, I'm serious. I'm serious. You are treated differently because you're different. Each one of us is treated differently.
Admit it, Eric. You abandoned Mary thugs. Isolated themselves from me. From me. I'm talking, Eric. You read your statement. I'm responding to it, right? Right? You know, you just don't fucking like it, right? So I was put in a position. I was put in.
Oh my god, you guys.
I'm going to talk to you directly now, okay? So you just drop Eric out of the picture or whatever, I'll talk to you directly.
Alright, I'm gonna drop in, I'm gonna bring Liberty back up. I think he'll at least keep muted until it's his turn.
And I appreciate that. I mean,
no, and look, we got to wrap this up sooner or later, right? So if y'all got some closing arguments, right? I will be glad to hear them, and let's try to keep it under 5 minutes apiece if we can do that.
So can I go first?
Here's what happened. Okay. Here's what happened. The whole one guy thing. You know why? Because I mean, if you think that I'm too toxic, real right? Yeah, Monk Guy is a hard ass, leather neck, PTSD, Marine, badass, that talks it and walks it and all of that, right? And he says shit to you, and if he sees weakness in you, he will pick it out of you, and he will shame you. And I love him for being that way. You know exactly where you stand with him. And if you don't
Sing it, Liberty. Sing that shit.
you're more than willing. And I love that. I love that.
Fucking sing it.
You know what I'm saying? We have such a great respect for each other, right? And which he was I tried to establish that with the Fed. They couldn't even grasp that concept, right? I mean, not even in the slightest. So, other than that, you know what I mean? We've never had a problem with anybody here. We've never defrauded anybody. This has never been about anything. Remember, this was the guy that was reporting inside the house, right? You know, gathering evidence to prove to the world how much of a fraud and fake we are, and how amazing and what a superhero he is, right? You know, think about that, how twisted that is, right? You know, I mean, Jeff is awesome to me, right? I've met Jeff, I've met Joe Cool, I've met all these guys. Man, they are the shit. I'd stand right in front of them in any battle. But you know what? I found out that any of them was recording inside my house, right? What I had, you know? I was like, oh, you gotta go, bro. You know what I'm saying? You gotta go. He says that we were doing that, but you know, he's the only one that talks about his massively awesome video, which he has to prove what a falsity we are, right? And he brags about this like it's an amazing thing, and he has no idea what a smelly little rat it makes him for doing that, right? You know what I'm saying? And then not telling the truth about it, right? He took that moment and he laughed, and he poked at Pike's old lady, and he poked at a lady that had an issue. You know what I'm saying? He took her, he cried so much about victimization and, you know, ADA, you know, and he took that lady and abused her, and he got it on film and laughed, right? And again, another moment that I wanted to bash his head in, but no, don't do that, because, you know, you'd be aggro, you know, you'd be the wrong guy.
I gotta answer.
No matter if that issue was like so, anything.
You saw that video. You saw it.
Okay, hang on. I gotta ask this. Joe, I was fixing to ask it too. And I'm gonna pose this question to the fan. Was them without their knowledge?
I never secretly recorded. The only time that I recorded, you saw, Jeff. You saw me post that video.
I don't remember. I'm just saying, you know,
attacking me and his girlfriend attacking me was the day that Liberty and Pikes Peak was serendipitously secretly recording him trying to Brian into a fight.
I do remember that.
So the secret recording was actually being done by them. And somehow I'm the narcissistic fuck. I purposely showed, hey, if you guys are going to record, then I see what the fuck is going on here. And I called out that bullshit because that was not supposed to be happening. And in that video, you see Brian Loma reciting and clarifying that that is not supposed to be happening, and that he knew and acknowledged that Pikes was secretly recording him.
And I'll live with this. Brian Loma's been brought into this. Let me tell you something. Have I had issues with Brian Loma? Absolutely. Has anybody had issues with Brian Loma? Everybody. Because Brian Loma's an asshole, right? He's an asshole that you love, right? You cannot love Brian Loma, okay? I mean, no matter how much he made you mad, I wanted to bash his head right into a door. But you want to know something? He comes back with something that's so awesome over the top, right? That you can't hate him, right? You just can't, right? You know, something that the defender would never, ever be able to capably think of doing ever in his life, right? You know what I'm saying? And Brian Loma came to me when we had issues, and we squashed him. Not only did we squash them, we squashed them publicly, and I exchanged a gift with him, all right? So, you know what I'm saying? He was bad enough to apologize publicly, and we hugged and everything. So, and he's still talking about this. This loser still talks about this today, right? And about these moments. He talks about private moments that have no business being out there to make himself look great. Notice this man doesn't have a brother, a sister, a friend, a neighbor. This guy's nobody but his dog. There's a reason for that. There's a reason for that. It's not his choice. Believe me. Okay? All right. I'll make sure that I'll put down in the comments when this is over. I'll put up the blog by Patilla where she talks about what he was really like. Right? All right, so you guys have
All right. I'm
Don't leave. I just want to ask a simple question. To take the defend out of the equation and to look at the entirety of the situation and answer this one question. There's all this talk that defend alienated everybody else. But has anybody, even in the chats, even Navin Johnson or Jeff or Joe Cool, who anybody got
Oh my god, dude, it's been like forever.
With all of these complexities going on, could there have been an opportunity that defend was alienated, just as Brian Loma Drama stated in his live stream 2 weeks ago.
Can I ask you this, Defend? And I think it's been posed, the question has been posed a few times, I think, in chat. Is there any way, I'll ask you, I think Eric answered this question without it being asked. Is there any way that you see possible, like, and I'm not talking about today, I'm not talking about tomorrow, but is there any way that you guys can reconcile your differences and actually, I'm not saying be friends, right? Because that may not never happen again. Can you guys come to terms and actually squash the hatred and whatever whatever y'all got going on? And I know I don't know everything that's going on, right? I know about some things. My memory sucks. It's probably a good thing that I don't remember everything sometimes. Can you give an answer to that? Will you ever? Is there any way possible for you guys to squash this at all?
I'll try to answer as short as I can, and I'll leave it with a question. I don't foresee, based on what I have experienced personally in real life, any opportunity for that to occur, because I ask you and everybody else, again, leaving with the question, how could you possibly ever even think that any extension of an olive branch, when you have been alienated, when you were used as a prop, everything was cool as long as it was for the show, and all these people would make everything look all polished and everything, and then claim, oh, our dirty laundry over here is okay. We can bash Defend, we can alienate, we can talk to him like he's less than an almost 50-year-old person. We can be aggro. We can determine that our way is the way that it should be done without extending some ability to be pliable to consider the other end of the conversation. And when I did speak up, it was completely denounced and it was just irrelevant.
Right.
So there was just never an open door for that to happen. And then with all of the attacks and everything, and the YouTube and all that bullshit and everything else, no, I don't foresee it ever being a reality.
It's going to take one of you guys. It's going to take one side, right? And I'm not even going to say it like most people, to be the better man, right? Because I don't use that term, right? We all men here, right? I mean, well, not all of us, but you get what I'm saying. The three of us are men. There's no doubt. But somebody's got just, and I understand what you're saying. So if they make a video, you're talking about that video, and they talking about you, you're talking about them. So it's got to stop somewhere, though, right? You can't keep this up forever. There's no way. I mean,
the fuck I can. I will tell my story, and I will tell how I feel, and I will share with the people that do care about me and do watch my channel where I am and how I'm feeling and what my life is. I'm not going to omit people's names and everything and shortcut the story or whatever. I've never done that. I'm never going to do that. I will express myself.
Okay. So that's pretty much a no. I mean,
I have something to say about that.
Okay. Go ahead.
What makes you think that I would want to let somebody back in that I so fervently defended?
No, I didn't say back in. I just said let bygones be bygones.
Sure. Yeah, so let bygones be bygones. Why would I do that to somebody who I treated with such respect, who I defended with such fervency, who then will not shut the fuck up about how aggro I am, about how much of a fraud I am, thinks he knows about my internal bank accounts or something, and all of this shit going on all the time. Somebody that I extended hand after hand after hand. I did not treat you like a second-class citizen, Defend. I did not. I defended you as a first-class citizen when, in fact, you are a third-class citizen. You're not even a citizen. You're an extremely mentally ill fuck. Right? And you proved that to me. So, Jeff, there's exactly zero possibility that we will reconcile anything. The only reconciliation that could ever come to the way this man continues to treat me is if he walks on my property and gives me the opportunity to cause me physical harm.
All right, well, there you go.
Be reconciliation. Exactly 0% chance. And I will continue to call you a moody fuck As long as you continue being a moody fuck. I told you a long time ago, stop raising your hand and I'll stop calling on you. That's simple.
Right on.
You ain't my daddy.
I know.
I'm your daddy and I'll ride you, bitch.
I got something I want to say to Ben, Eric, if you can hold on for a second. Ben, any chance that you to be the first guy to break bread? You offended many people. I'm sure it came from both sides. Let's go on with you right now. You offended many people. You played your part. I've seen everybody try to make shit better, apologize, and do these things. I don't see you do that a lot, period, in life, period. Is it possible that you can become that guy and you be the guy to leave it alone first? Is that even possible? Just leave it alone. The forgive shit comes later. The forgive, the apologies, that shit can go later.
It's not possible, Joe. It's not possible, Joe, because I'm a narcissist. I'm a malignant narcissist. And a malignant narcissist would never allow somebody such as yourself to act in a parental nature or be overbearing and feeling like you have the
dude, just shut the fuck up already.
Narcissist mentality would be.
Holy fuck.
Would be because this community is supposed to be about expression and the ability to use your speech and not be oppressed. And you, like other people, so it's not just you, and the aspects of you two have the propensity to add an overbearing, oppressive belief due to the popular nature of individuals that have made great strides and significant sacrifices that I've always recognized. I have always recognized.
Was that a yes?
The answer is no. I will never be that person that will be silenced because some people in the community believe that is the prudent thing to do. I will do that on my own day if that ability ever comes.
All right, I'm going to do my best here. I've been trying not to be offensive, but I got to say, I'm offended by that being your excuse, like I'm a child or a dumb or something. You just put a free speech. Stop. You just put a free speech argument up there when I asked you to break bread with a friend. Your argument is I have free speech in the community. And by the way, I do this all the time. It's got nothing to do with YouTube. I do this on the streets, and I've been doing this all my life, trying to bring motherfuckers together. It's got nothing to do with Eric or him being a god, but you also intimated towards.
Fucking A.
So be nice. I'm not
Joe Cool is 110 fucking percent right.
Excuse, free speech excuse.
Wow, all these people that read into everything and proclaim that they understand it, that they have some nefarious choice of words or whatever. Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, that's exactly what we're doing.
Alright. So this is never gonna end. It don't seem like Joe's gonna still chop at it like it's a piece of wood, I'm sure.
Let me get this straight. So Defend is still going to talk shit about Eric, right?
It's just what it appears. I don't know.
So is it talking shit or is it talking my perspective and my opinion?
Talking shit. Why can't you stop? Why can't you just stop?
Oh, it's Carolina.
Why can't you just stop? Stop saying anything about him. Keep his name out of your mouth.
Exactly. Just let it go, dude.
We can say that about because it's my choice to talk. Eric got to beat Eric up alone. If you want to be Eric, you can't allow me to be and stop complaining about YouTube not sharing your videos or whatever. Why don't you be on mute and stop talking shit about your government and anybody else? Coming up onto a panel and telling somebody else to stop talking shit. What gives you the right? What ordains you to be the one to do it all the time? That's the version. That's the version of what's in the. They don't listen to it.
Oh well, this makes yourself look really bad, Defend.
Right? In your opinion.
It's not just your opinion, Defend. It's a lot of people's opinion, right?
Why didn't you bring any friends with him up here? Where's your friends at, Defend, that are going to come up here and defend you? Everybody's mad at you, but where's your
I love Defend. He's my best friend.
David Johnson
I didn't come into this community to make friends.
No, you came into this community to clean it up. In your own words, I'm going to clean up the First Amendment community. You didn't come here to make friends.
And again, Eric, there's just the good. There's just the good. There's somebody in your head is the bad mindset. Because I've been a part of this community for years before I made that statement that you used to meet your narrative.
This is worse than 10th man. It's on your horn all the time. It's 2222.
It's my order.
I'm gonna have to check this tent man out. I don't even know who the hell this guy is. I'm gonna have to watch this fucker. I'm sorry. Go continue.
No, I got serious. The last name is Stitches. Stitches need stitches. Stitches need stitches.
Okay, I'm not talking to Carolina. See, you want to talk and promote. I'm sorry, I don't mean to talk over anybody. See, you want to promote this story about snitching. How about you have put some good girl boots on, and how about somebody in this community ask Eric Grant to back up what the fuck he has said, that I was a snitch, to provide the proof that he claims he has, while he claims that I'm not providing the proof that he claims I have.
Why did you turn over the court papers?
I know, we can't all talk at once. I know, we can't all talk at once.
And so you repeatedly told us your friends that you were going to share the emails you know goddamn well exposed to, and other things, right? You pray to heaven. I told you a long time ago, I'll show my proof when you show yours. You show your emails,
and because you had no proof, all you have is allegations that you took from your days being a bunch and your situation with Janet, your abusing her, to justify your abusing Janet. And you made that statement.
No, I told you to leave Janet's name out of your fucking mouth. And you're going to
Janet. When you're the one who told me what to do, you did not tell me what to do.
You just hear yourself, Janet. What kind of, that's like,
You do not get to tell me what to do. I'm a free American.
All right.
Marsha. Not Janet.
Well, on some other news,
Marsha.
did you guys get a chance to check out Minnesota News Now? This is geofencing video yet? Come on, Jeff. Well, I'm just trying to change it up. I mean, my lord.
I'm not as big as you guys, and I respect every one of you guys, and it kills me to see this fighting with all of you guys.
I'm not fighting. This is a fact, right? I know. I'm fighting to keep the Fed out.
We're not all fighting up here, okay? There's three of us, maybe four in this fight, all right? Yeah, so it's gonna happen.
I like Jordan real cool. You know, Jordan Poole, like you said, he does it on the streets. He's a peacemaker, right? He you know, trying to work this out, and I get it's all venting. But on the other side, what we all stand for is free speech, right? And we all have to swallow this hard pill, and we might not like what's said. People might not like what we say. And I'm neutral here. I'm not taking a side. So I don't want anyone to think this. So I'm going to say, we all have the right to say what we want to say, and we all have the right to tune out what we don't want to say. What we're all doing, though, the main thing right now is we're all trying to work for the common good, right? So as long as we can work it out, hey, we can all sit here and disagree and agree that we're going to disagree, and we all can sit here and say we don't like each other, or we do like each other, we have issues. And I'll be honest, it's way deeper than that. I'm sorry,
I don't like to.
But you injury defendants cause this community. This isn't about I don't like community, doesn't like community. This is about somebody who continually on a daily basis works to undermine this community. He is not working for the same goal. I know he's not working for the same goal because I need guy all the credibility and credit in the world, even in the face of all kinds of people telling me otherwise, because that's the kind of person that I have been, right? And so he's thought about that, and I wish I could try. I wish that I could agree with you on that, but I just can't. He has proven himself over and over and over to be a very vile, very dangerous, very injured person, and this is about me protecting me and the people around me from defense. I have no room for defense. I will never have room for defense. The only room I would ever have for defense would be a hole in the ground, and that's the way I feel. I'm not going to change from that. And every time he wants to stand up and say free speech, and Eric Brand had all this money in the bank, just private all this little old lady, he's a fucking liar. He doesn't know goddamn thing. Every time he says that shit, he's undermining this community. He's not part of the community, and he needs to go.
I agree. I want to be here. I'm here to be defense friend.
Yay.
Okay, let me start out by saying defend knows I don't like him a whole lot. So I'm a halfway friend. But, you guys are hypocrites.
You guys. Be more
Some of you guys. Let me before I say you guys. Some of you guys are hypocrites.
Okay.
Y'all walk in the streets, free speech, except for defend. Y'all see that unsubscribe button on the Defense page? Click it. Don't listen to it. You don't like him? I don't always care for him. Defend? Do you and I always get along? No.
Somebody please donate $5 for Cindy, please. Just saying.
So, we don't always get along? Defend when we don't get along? We don't stay on the same panel, do we? No. I unsubscribed to Defend for a while. Then when I settle down, I'll resubscribe. When Defense starts his shit, I unsubscribe. Y'all just don't talk to him.
Cindy, I do the same. I think Cindy, I do the same. I think we all do the same. You step away for a time, but I'm not sure you're addressing the part that Defend needs to learn to forgive and let go. He's bad at it.
But Defend, Defend is not going to let go. Has anybody met the guy? Hello?
Oh.
He wrote a book, and when I went in the stream and said something to him, I suddenly became in the book with a nasty name. Joe Cool comes in, says something, and Joe Cool's in the book. Defend's not going to let go, people. It's not going to.
I didn't want to talk to Defend like that, but oh my god, it's just too much. It's just too much. It's just like.
Thank you, Peanut.
And can I say something to Minnesota?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, I've been watching him. You guys gotta check out that channel. He's really, really, really fun.
Oh my God! Nobody says check out EMT Tyrant Hunter. Everybody's on My Carolina.
And he's also been helping Minnesota Guardian a lot. They're really a good team, and he deserves a lot more than subs than what he's got.
Hey, I have heard.
Jeff, it's because you're the shit, man. Everyone loves you.
I have heard good things about Minnesota. Yeah, I have heard good shit about that stuff.
Lies, all lies.
I'll check it out, yeah. I'll check it out.
I'm just as good as all of us out there, so, but anyway, Passion is awesome. I want to eventually meet every single one of you guys in person. I say guys, please don't take it offensive. It feels me because I want us all to work together. We're not going to, we're all humans, inevitable. But I agree with what she was saying too, and she kind of beat me to the punch on that. If you don't agree with someone, we have the ability to unsubscribe and block them, and as much as that hurts, I think we all can learn something from each other. I learned a lot from all you guys. I learned a lot from Eric, and I don't know Defend a whole lot. I hate to say this, I just subbed. I try to sub to everyone. I don't have a lot of time. Right now, I'm in my shop painting cabinet doors and trying to edit videos and do this with you guys. So,
hell yeah.
So, I do my best to follow all you guys. And like Caroline just brought up, I don't I've heard about a lot of people in Sort of Guardian where he tells me and has told me in the past he made me. So that bothers me a little bit because I don't think any one of us, like, we made one another. We made ourselves. And we're where we're at.
Hell yeah.
And, we just need to understand that we gotta take a breath sometime, take a step back, take a breath, up to 10 or up. Some of us, I think Eric, maybe you need to count to like 1,000, sometimes cool down.
I mean, if you're talking silly, there's something wrong with that. There's something wrong with something just consumes your whole life. Like, why don't you tell Eric to let it go? You told the fan, why don't you tell Eric? I've never seen Eric going out there talking about. No, but wait a minute. Eric's a grown man. He's almost 50 years old.
See, have you ever seen the restreaming my live streams and steering the community to unsubscribe to my channel and the thumbs down and all of that to affect the algorithms? You've never seen any of that.
Dude, if anything, man, he is helping you by having all of us go over there and watch your channel and stuff, man. He is helping you.
When your friend goes off, why can't Eric ignore it and go away? That happened half the people to stop. You're not telling both of them. That happened at the beginning of the fight. He's not doing that now. He's moved on to other things. Only at the beginning.
The man is trying to set his own homestead right now. He's trying to do something.
It's okay when Eric chooses to do and when Eric chooses not to do. It's not okay for anybody else, including Eric, to make choices of when to and when not.
See you later, Jimmy. Because when Defend does what he does, my phone blows up. So I can't let it go. When Defend won't let it go, right? Shut your phone off. Fuck up, Defend. Shut the fuck up. Right? You want me to treat you with respect? Treat you with fucking respect.
Well, give me a reason to.
Oh, damn. I thought we had it.
Don't talk to my jumbo. Hard. So, you want to know why I can't let it go? Because he keeps putting it in my face. But he undermines me because he goes everywhere else. Because he goes to other people's places and talks to them. So, he has created this condition where I cannot allow him anywhere near my life.
All right, Eric B.
Every time I get money, this man has to talk about my money. Every time somebody else gets money, he has to talk about their money. He hooks people, he pushes people, and then my phone blows the fuck up. And how dare you sit there and tell me you just turned my phone off? When you're going to sit there and pontificate about Pluto and Ice Cube and Liberty Stock and everybody else over and over and over to get a new life. Since Shell is gone, climb into your papoose and crawl out as a butterfly and fly away. Get the fuck out. You stop thinking, raising your hand, and I'll stop thinking you.
Could you please show me your sheriff's badge, Eric? I want to see.
Come on over, buddy.
I want to see your ID, Eric.
Jason, how are you keeping straight face? I don't know how you're doing it, dude.
Any chance? Defend, I do not like doing this shit because it always fails. But any chance that you, in the interest of stopping them attacking you, you're willing to stop attacking them.
Fucking South Park. Sorry.
Any chance, in the interest of stopping them attacking you, are you willing to stop attacking them?
It's not even a question. I'm telling my story, and I'm going to tell my story when I want to and how I want to. When you turn around and you start putting sledgehammers up on the screen, and you start making these hole in the ground, and you make these, absolutely not, Joe Cool. I don't think that you are being an unbiased individual, Joe Cool. I believe that you are coming from a point of being extremely partial due to the popularity and all the YouTube shit and everything else, and other people see it, I'm sure, as well.
Yes, everybody.
I'm sure that was just to trigger me, and I'm not gonna lie.
I think the fan wants to be Eric.
Yes, he does. Yeah, and I object. The last thing
You're entitled to your opinion, whoever said that.
That was Caroline Ford.
That's me. That's not good.
What the fuck?
Alright, well, yeah, I'm trying to figure that out as well, Jack.
Yeah.
Hey, but Joe Cool, I just want to say I'm a big fan of you, man, and Jeff. Obviously, Jeff. I'm a big fan of both you guys. So, just wanted to say that.
Get out that time.
NC Tyrant Hunter for life, yo.
There you go. Now you can stay at least a couple more minutes.
Dude, if you gotta boot me for someone else, go for it. I don't care. But it's all good. I'm serious though.
Alright, go ahead, Eric.
Thank you for hosting us tonight. I want to announce to everybody that I have paid back all of the bonds. You've audited right now. My card. And I'm sure that when he's done auditing, he's either going to tell me that I still have one outstanding or something, or that I'm paid. He's going to make a public announcement when he's done his audit. So as far as something you see on my book, all my bonds have been paid back. The bank I don't know your shit, just stumped me when I tried to pay it back. And that there's some allegation out there that I must over-recruit for money. I don't have any way to communicate with Rick Crude. If I over-recruit money, I need Rick Crude to call me.
I got it number. I'll text it to you.
Yeah, well, Rick Crude, if you're listening, give me a call. It's 807-370-4571. That means the real Rick Crude. Gavin Johnson, you're not allowed to call me.
Who is that?
Average Johnson will find a way to call you, irrespective of being invite or not.
I don't like your federal irrespective of the invite or not, right?
Hey, Rick. I know Rick's in the chat. Hey, Rick, I got your number, man. I just ain't called you yet. Just saying.
You can send me that number too, please.
I'm not gonna tell you who gave it to me. I'm not gonna tell you who gave me your number, though. I don't do that. Hey, David, I'll be sending it to you too, alright? Don't worry.
We've got the drive going in tonight's France. Everybody is welcome except the Fed.
I hear that. Hell yeah. Well, I hope we at least learn that hang on. I hope we at least learn that Jeff is an awesome host. I'm just what? That's right. That's right. Keep driving home, baby. Yeah. Right. When I said the stream was called, we'll do it live, man. Woo, it really paid off, didn't it?
What you asked for?
I know, right?
I think I learned some things that were things I thought, we got hope. And I guess it's all ill inclined. Undoubtedly, this was necessary. It's like if you got the broad, even if you break up with that one last, when you did me like this, you did me like that, that shit will help you make closure. So this is the end of you cats. That's crew as well.
And you can look for this stream on the Drama Dome tomorrow, because I have no fucking idea. We're recording it right now. I'm just saying.
Of course he is.
Hey, Daddy, do you know what channel to cheese subs for?
Just whatever. Big Daddy News, WI. That's all. NC Tyrant Hunter, though, yo, don't go to my channel. Get to his fucking channel.
Big Daddy, just to sort of know, he's been trespassed, or he's got a, restraining order. A restraining order against him.
Hey, I can see why. I got one of those.
That's what makes you call him Big Daddy. I have a problem right there.
I got one of those from a I'm banned from the book.
Yeah.
Well, let me see if I can see what else indicate. Hey, Big Daddy. Okay, I sound Big Daddy.
That was really good.
You're gonna get the chainsaw up and down here. She's gonna come get me.
I love your channel.
Oh, thank you.
See, it works when the chicks does it.
Right? Hey, you need to do the intro for it, Tim. Just saying.
I'm down.
Right?
Yep.
Carolina didn't even work for me, babe.
Yeah.
Hello.
I don't care.
Now you're doing something. You get a gay man to get hard by doing that, right? I mean, come on.
Yeah.
So Jarvis thinks it didn't work for me. No, somebody was talking. Who was that?
I was asking him, Cindy was still in the base, but I thought you dropped her down because somebody donated or something. Maybe I missed
Yeah. Oh, Rick's down there. I'll bring Rick back.
There he is.
Alan, you know, all I hear while Eric's here, fired, I think we should manual. Help you get as much as you could. I don't think y'all gonna resolve this issue. I think it's wrong. I'm gonna come on and on. Did all things that should have been said and should have been kept away from everybody's ears, you know. It was pretty bad. Like to say what he did. Unfortunately, not everybody's gonna see it your way. You have broken a lot of bridges already, bro, and look, man, let's be goddamn honest, dude. This shit was a fucking bandit, and you had no place to go, and you were at the bottom of the fucking door. You know Eric would be there for you, dude.
Oh yeah, there's a whole way you want to be on his ranch.
Right.
I'm sorry. I was not even allowed to take it down. Long shit. And I know that that needs to be told. That's all. That's the way it is.
It's not, Eric. It's not.
There's no chance in the world that I'm ever invested in well-being again.
By the way, me and Eric have a lot of conversations, and he tells me,
Hang on, we got two Joe and Rick's talking at the same time.
And that's that, because if anybody actually knows Eric, knows the real Eric away from like the Rick Green motion or the Eric Braxton, the real Eric, this man will give until he has nothing to help another human being. For him to say that he will not help Alan out, so how much is pushed Alan? He can drop the shit, dude.
Hey Rick, let me ask you a question. Do you have any doubt that I would do whatever I could do to help another in need? And
Eric, would you put down Eric?
Genuine need. Not personal differences with Eric or whatever. But have you ever seen me?
I think you would,
be
Alan.
charitable and concerned of other people?
You talking
your statement is?
Hang on, let me do this. So I think what it is we're not talking about auditing or cop watching. We're talking about would you help Eric if he was on the side of the road? Would you help him change his flat tire? I mean, would you be that kind of brother to him, right? I mean, that's the question, right?
Because he would help you, even though he talk all this shit, man. He would help you.
I'll tell you right now. If he would not have left me hanging in the balance.
Hey, it's not about Eric. We're asking you, Ben. Would you help? Simple question, Alan. You know, everybody.
Here's who am I supposed to be helping here?
What are we talking about, Eric?
Eric B. Everybody throws the goddamn word brother around, but doesn't know the goddamn meaning of it. I guarantee you, Liberty does. I know
it.
Yes,
I know it because even though Rick's a fucking asshole and tells all kind of lies about me, I'd still stop on the side of the road and give this motherfucker a gallon of gas. I would.
And I would do the same for Jeff or Joe or anybody, man. It's called you know what?
I am not going to sit up here and bullshit anybody and say that I am so charitable that I would try to hand feed a rabid dog.
Alan, it's not about being charitable. It's about doing the right goddamn thing. Apologize for what he's done and end the shit. We're tired of it. Very good. That's it. Don't listen to it. Just Rick, you know, listen to it. To your fucking heart. The man was there for you when nobody else was.
Fuck you, the man was fucking was conspiring while he was in jail.
Thanks, Jeff. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Aaron.
While I was in jail, I caught wind, maybe May, that we had created, by May I mean 5P monitors, and Otto the Watchdog, those are the correct way to say their name, that they had created an account called the Booty Defender. And I was like, what the fuck are you guys doing? And I ordered them to take it down. And out of respect for me, even though I didn't know everything that was going on, they took it down. And I want to tell you, the reason why I reactivated the Booty Defender was because they were 100% right. So, no, I wasn't out to get you while I wasn't backstabbing you up there while I was in jail. I was actually quite to the contrary, still sticking up for you. And when I learned the truth, I went the other way. You know,
okay, Eric, answer this one question, seeing that you tell the truth all the time. Did Lacey R. or anybody else tell you while you were in jail, with Otto and Liberty and Pike Speak and the things that were going on, did she, as she has communicated to me, provide that information to you, and as she has communicated to me, that you were fully aware of Lacey R. telling those individuals who were constantly trying to get her to go against me, and she told them that she would not do that and was telling them to grow up. Did you know of these things, yes or no, while you were there?
Paddling, just stop.
Yeah, why is that guy doing anything?
That was the question. You have your question
I
answered
know,
because
but
I have mine, right?
Lacey David there for what purpose? I don't
Joe, you don't have to go. You don't have to go right in this situation. Answer the question.
Oh, white knight my dick out your mouth.
Share your true code, dude. Share your true code with that race baiting.
We're not going there.
What was the race baiting, you prick?
Race baiting.
What the fuck?
You're just stating the obvious, dude. Come on now.
Answer the question, Eric.
You trying to talk, Eric? Go county. All right.
answer that she deserved, okay? You earned this answer, and you're going to accept it, and you don't have to like it. I had several conversations with people while I was in jail. Unfortunately for you, I don't like to talk about other people because other people, quite frankly, are boring, right? So I'm not stuck on myself like you are, and I'll just sit and talk about you all the time. So were there conversations with people, and I like how you're throwing people in all the time that aren't going to stand up for themselves. I have lots of conversations with people. But for the most part, most people shielded me from the bullshit and ass flattery that you were submitting on the outside and then other people. So were there some conversations about some things about you? Yes, there were. Do I remember the details of it? No, I actually have an interesting life to live, and I'm sorry, but there's not room in my head for you.
Oh, there's plenty of room in your head, and you show it every time you live stream me.
Yeah, okay. Keep talking, motherfucker. Why don't you come on down to the ranch?
Why? Do you want to give me a hug, Eric?
Oh, I do. Oh, God.
Yeah, right now. Just fucking squeeze his fucking head off.
So claiming that I'm trespassing and inviting me to come down there is oxymoronic. Do you not see that? Self-mitigating.
This is one of those moments where you make a life or death situation and choose. The choice is yours, motherfucker.
So now you all have at least a basis of understanding of what I was up against.
Someone just paid $5 to get me taken down.
I don't think we do the bet. I think the crowd is still saying they bet. Let it go.
And I'm gonna figure off.
Oh.
It's my fucktopus.
I think I need one.
Yeah?
Yeah, so I can put it on the dash.
Have that one.
No, I want one with no broken fingers. Thank you.
Well, I just made it really tiny.
Make it bigger.
I'm making a unicorn catfish mermaid for Hayden.
All right, Matt. So, Matt, you appreciate you being here, man.
So, yeah, Eric, fuck the fan, man. He a creep, man. Fuck him.
Oh.
Jeff, you're gonna be making money tonight.
What did you need over here for?
What?
What did you need to get over here for?
For is this the main flow of that one that goes to the street over there?
Huh?
It's to the main flow. So it shows the flow where it goes towards his.
He spends a lot of time trying to talk me out of that. You can't change him, Joey, as a narcissist. Blah, we've had this conversation many times.
Many times, yeah. I have not wavered on that. I have said no.
He has not wavered. He is right.
He pushed me too far. He's not in. He's not ever going to be in. And he can go on. He wants him eating all he wants. That's right. He can do that. But every time he raises his hand and says, pick me, I'm going to say, you in the front row with your hand up. Talk, motherfucker. Talk to him. You can't talk with him. You can only talk about him. And that's so small-minded that they just really don't give him as much attention as he thinks I do. He's just not their woman.
Well, all right. Well, I'm glad you guys got to talk. I really do.
Well, I appreciate it, Jeff. Thank you.
It didn't really pan out.
It was pretty much needed, you guys.
I was kind of hoping that you guys could come to some resolution, or if nothing else, but just stop saying each other's names. You know what I mean? And I'm not blaming you or Defend or anybody, so don't take that wrong. I wish we could have came to some conclusion that would have made the situation better, and we haven't.
Brian Johnson, Be Like Water.
I know, but hopefully we didn't make
Oh,
it
there he
worse.
is.
That's what I'm hoping.
Hey, Jeff, I'm going to jump down, but I want to say that I've been listening, and I think I've concluded, probably a lot of people have, is that largely it's just as an objective point of view as I can make it is that where these spats pop up is largely when Defend goes live and starts saying things, then Eric will always play that. He'll happily oblige the reactionary role. It's just
say hi to Eric?
what's going to happen. As long as both parties understand that and expect that, it's gonna continue. It's just gonna continue the way it is. And Joe's gonna keep playing the peacemaker role. And for as a connoisseur of madness, it irritates the fuck out of me when he does that. But I appreciate Joe, and I know his heart's in a good spot and all that. It always is. But anyway, so I guess if there is a resolution, Ben's saying that he's going to exercise his freedom of speech and tell his story, and Eric's going to do his reactionary and exercise his free speech. Right. So it's going to continue, and the harm comes when neither party will accept that. And that's just my very good, very
I accept it. I reactivated the Moody Defender, and I think it should be the right thing. And again, if you would like, 45 seconds synopsis of everything you need to know for the last 5 years. It's on the Moody Defender, all 45 seconds of it. And I'll be surprised that I have to do it. It's not going to go away. So I'll say fuck Defend every fucking day. And I think I can animate it in the Moody Defender. Defend and my people very, very
I'll outlast both of you guys. Just that. Right?
Eric, the chainsaw says good night.
Alright, well, I hope everybody got a good insight to what's going on and why they are feuding. Yeah. I hope I was
Jeff, thank you for the opportunity. I appreciate you daring to go this long, and I've outlasted what I believe to be my ability to hang in here this long.
You did.
I'm amazed that I've gotten this far this long, but I am a man of my own conviction, and I think this was at least sense of, being successful or maybe not reaching the resolution you had hoped, but at least in colorizing that there were many variables going on, and I was only one person. And irrespective if you believe that I chose to be on that island or I was a
Love
kid
hearing
before
yourself
I was
fucking
on,
talk.
or all of it was on me. That the reality is that everybody had a hand in this equation.
No, they did not. The defend equation has one equation. Defend equals 0. That's simple.
We did still defend. I think a lot of us have a better understanding. When you get a person get an answer, I came to the people, I still didn't get an answer. Not sure I have one now, but undoubtedly I've learned a lot, and I left let's just keep a mouse and fuck that. And you know, I go through that fucking thing, and that's why it's been.
Yeah, I think, like I said, Lee, you guys are men. I hope one day that you guys can squash all of it, but if it comes, it comes. If it don't, then hey, we'll do another one of these later, I guess, man. I mean,
Jeff, give you some ass to bend when you consider, coming out.
Yeah, well,
Jeff, if you put me down, you just got a $10 super chat to send my time coming down. So with that, I'm just gonna check out for the night and take my life.
Doesn't count when you pay for it yourself.
Be well.
Bye, buddy. I love you. See you later, Defend.
Right. I love you. Bye. All right, Nick, I've done it, man. He was leaving. Thank you for the donations. Thank everybody for the donations. I made a couple of dollars tonight. Sad part is YouTube is going to get 30% off that. But
It's gone. Can I tell you what I really think of it? I do have the cost of the secret level to defend. So that down, I had to wait for him to leave to bring that up. And I'll say it again.
Oh, look at that chat. Oh my god, that chat is just flying now.
Oh man, I'm telling you, listen, and you can ask Joe, a lot of you guys, not just Joe, Bones and CMW can attest to this too, and a lot of the guys in the chat. There's some people in the chat I've never seen before, but because there was drama on the panel, it brought everybody out of the damn woodwork.
Hey, you made that extra 30% increase, Jeff.
Right, I'm not complaining, don't get me wrong, because I normally don't do the drama panel, but tonight, I guess I had a lot of hair on my ass and said, hey, fuck it, why not, right?
Yep.
It worked out. It wasn't planned by the stretch. It was not planned at all. So that's the way they usually work, right? When you don't plan it, they usually work out.
Nobody would have showed up if you didn't plan this.
Right, exactly. And hopefully all of you guys are subscribed to NC Tire Hunter, my main channel. If not, just pass and leave now. Just say what? Yeah, well, NC Tire Hunter does great work.
He's smart, man, dude.
I've got how many people
And Jeff, I'd like to give all your channels up.
Yeah, shit, fuck you, man. Thank you for that, man.
Get. Go. Jump on that printer.
They're actually under a curfew down there, so when I went to go visit them, he didn't want to go out and bolt the bear with me, and I'm like, I don't know.
Bear's been posted around here a lot, I'm just saying.
Hey, Minnesota knows now, I've been posting your link, you got viewers, so.
Oh, man, I appreciate Joe Cool. And I'll be honest, Joe Cool, we were on a call with FTV, and Joe Cool linked to me with the whole riding videos I got up there, so.
Right.
I take it. If I did something wrong, I want to correct it. So I think that's
now let's talk shit about him, Joe. Come on.
Sorry, I am the right guy, so I see, there's also something from this step that pointed out I'm not mean. I think in any way that I'm not content with motherfuckers with surface
conversation. I'm not content letting motherfuckers be easy and get and be smooth. Fuck that. I want to be that guy you run into the day that's gonna question you and make you a sharp maneuver from that day.
Hey, let me take right quick. I know Joe better than something, right? I've met him a few times. Joe hadn't been on my panel this fucking long in a year. I'm just saying. There's some drama out there, and Joe is short followers, all I'm saying. What? I'm being honest.
My guys, if I've been trying to get these guys to break bread forever, I wasn't successful tonight, man. But I can tell you first thing, before healing comes the venting, and what we saw tonight. All this showed me is that there was a lot of healing needed because there was a lot of feelings and emotion in here tonight. So I'm gonna go away thinking this was a good thing, and I'm gonna go away home.
Oh yeah, I think it was much needed.
You got Sugar's permission to be here this long?
I'm sorry, you're what?
You know, I support all my people. If you guys haven't subbed to, if you haven't subbed some years now, I know some of you guys, you can always sub to so many people unless you have so many stuff. So,
right.
To the point where you can't sub and check some people so the minutes now. You know, I got a selfish one out. All you need to do is moving your list, like unsubbing, make the news up, and jump full.
That's right.
There you go. Okay.
Unsub me and sub Eric's friends. You gotta make a choice. You gotta make a choice. Unsub Joe Cool and sub Eric B.
Yeah, definitely unsub me.
Leslie said,
Bye, Kitty.
You gotta do sub.
Oh, cool.
Subscribe to Big Daddy. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Hey, so, Big Daddy. How you doing? I just saw there, buddy.
Who's that?
Glenn Lambright is on the screen right now.
Yeah, he just jumped up. Hey, Glenn.
How y'all doing?
What?
Hey,
Huh?
Yes, sir. I did. I just ain't had a chance to respond back, man. They're pretty funny.
Hey, I wanted you to laugh at them.
Yeah, it was funny, man. I was laughing. I was sitting there trying to, work out this panel and stuff. I didn't have time to write you back, man. Sorry about that.
Hey, you've always back, man.
Right. I can't. I have to send them to myself. Glenn, I'll do that next time, okay? Yeah, I'll have to do that. I'll send them to myself. I'll send them to my email, but it takes a little while to get them. I'll definitely show up. Okay.
Thank you to Glenn Lambright. He supports everybody, you guys.
That's right.
So Glenn, I personally thank you. Right now, I really appreciate all the support.
Yes, okay,
Man,
I'm happy to do what I can.
Thanks, buddy. Appreciate it.
Y'all go subscribe to Glenn. Somebody posted a link. One of my mods can post a link. I want to thank everybody for being here, man. I absolutely appreciate it. Yeah, right on. And you guys in the chat, y'all been pretty awesome with the comments and whatnot. I absolutely, I don't know if Finn's still listening. Thank you to Finn. You took a beating tonight. That wasn't the original plan, like I said. But I think you held your ground. You held your own. I absolutely didn't want it to be Bash to Finn night. Again, it wasn't planned, but that's what happened. So I hope there's no hard feelings on either side. I'm one of the guys that likes to get along with everybody, right? Like Glenn, I'm a good guy until a cop tells me to do something that that ain't lawful, and then I absolutely get shitty, But other than that, I'm a pretty decent guy, man. So I want to say that, and I'm gonna shut this thing down, man, because it's past my bedtime. I usually shut down about 11, but it's like 12:30 here almost. I appreciate all you guys.
I'd just like to apologize for eating on camera, by the way.
No, you do, man. A lot some people don't know. It's just one of them things. To me, it's gross. It's gross.
Well, I gotta look like a hog when I'm going to hogging, you guys. I mean,
Well, I didn't break out the popcorn.
I know. Thank you.
No worries, man. It's just, you know, start the camera off. Yeah, that's all you gotta do, man.
Bones, I love you.
Bro,
Nobody wants to see you anyway.
That's not what the chainsaw says when she beats me up.
So if you missed any part of this, it'll be on display. Y'all can go back and watch it or what have you. I'll leave it out there.
Mass report.
Do what?
It'll be on Mass report. It'll be on Drama Dome.
Well, if it is, it is. I don't really care. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Now, if one of you guys wanted me to privatize it, I would, but I don't think you guys care if it's out there.
I don't really care.
For sure. All right, Eric, thank you, man. I appreciate you being here, and don't work too hard on that place over there.
Carolina, bye. Thanks, Eric, Brad.
Well, all right, guys.
See you later, Jason.
All right, man. Have a good one.
See you later, Jeff. Yep.
Appreciate you, man.
Bones, you better be
Eric,
safe, bro.
Appreciate you, brother. Thanks, buddy. I tell you what, you just, just hang around. Yeah, we'll talk. Joe,
Make an electrical charger here.
bro. All you guys in the chat, thank you so much. Let me play my outro. A lot of people don't get to hear it because I don't have as many out here. Here's my outro anyway. I can't say bye to all you guys, man. There's 100 people still here. So, I love and thank you guys for the support. Hit my main channel, NC Tire Runner. Subscribe, and y'all have a good night. And always remember to keep this camera rolling, baby. Joe, if you want to jump back up here, you can. Oh, alright, we got the Fian coming back here. Big Daddy, I'll see you later, man.
And again, another moment that I wanted to bash his head in. But no, don't do that, because, you'd be aggro, you'd be the wrong.
Joe, if you want to jump back up here, you can.
Well, there you have it, guys. That was a very, very super exciting panel tonight. Just like to say shout out to NC Tyrant Hunter, shout out to Joe Cool, shout out to Bones, Minnesota News Now, Eric Brandt, Rick Curd. Oh, geez, they could just keep going on and on and on and on. Carolina, definitely Jeff, and AKA NC Tyrant Hunter, FTP, all you guys, thank you. Please like, subscribe, do whatever, and just deal with the drama. Oh, Liberty Freak too. He really had some awesome points tonight. Thank you, Abney, for everything that you were pointing out and doing. So, and then I hope the baby's okay with everyone too. Otto and Eric are like seahorses when they transfer the baby back and forth. So, anyway, just want to say thanks to you guys. Enjoy and watch the cat unicorn fish thing fucking make. I don't fucking know. I'm going to fucking bed. I'm going to go snuggle with Chainsaw. Enjoy.
Assistance to build it too, but they couldn't solve the thermal efficiency problem, and the project was canceled. Then after the university abandoned it, the KGB... KGB front company scooped it up for next to nothing. At least that's my theory.
How'd the KGB manage to buy a plant built with American capital, front company or not?
Yeah, That professor is quite the operator. One other thing. The plant's set up so that it can join up with other plants of the same standard. So, they were originally planning on expanding the place, huh? Hey, let's give it a shot. We can get some more people together and build this place up into a proper home for MSF. You're with me on this, right, boss? The new plant is a hex type. That gives it more surface area than previous types, and also makes it easier to plant expansions. We're gonna make this place huge. Hex, huh? Like a beehive. Nothing wrong with that. They say the honeycomb design is one of the strongest. I hear they're even thinking of using it in tank armor. Good enough for me. I'll see about finding us some worker bees. Appreciate it, boss. Like Waycars, what do you think's our queen bee? Good question. I was thinking maybe Haas. I was thinking Strangelove. I can see that. Or maybe Cecile. On second thought, I might go with Amanda. How about this, Snake? We'll have an army of queen bees. Sure. Why not? Snake, you can use the Fulton surface-to-air recovery system to send prisoners and unconscious mercenaries you encounter back to Mother Base. I know you've used the Fulton before, but just to make sure I'm not missing anything, let's review the steps. Okay. First, attach a balloon to the unconscious enemy or captured prisoner. Right. I hook a wire to their waist, and on the other end of the wire, there's a helium balloon. Right. Then we'll send over a chopper to catch the floating balloon with its recovery hook and reel it up into its cargo hold. And that's it. And that's it. We finished installing the recovery hook on the Huey. Wait, guys. Something doesn't make sense about this whole process. This again. Well, normally, Fulton recovery is for when you're using fixed-wing aircraft. With a helicopter, isn't it simpler to land and pick up directly? Listen, Snake, you're going to be calling for recoveries repeatedly throughout your mission. We want to keep the risk of taking enemy fire to a minimum. The best way to get that done is to do the recovery in a high-speed flyby. That's what the Fulton surface-to-air recovery system is for. What's the real reason? Helicopters are cheaper, and the repair bills will start adding up once the bullets start flying. Yeah, I thought so. Cause I know we need to keep costs down. Boss, you really need to get rid of this whole army mentality. We're not the Pentagon. We don't have billions of taxpayer dollars to play with. And besides, fine. Just pick a reason that makes sense. Helicopters have quicker response time. Sounds strange, yeah, but it works great. I promise. You'll get used to it before long. Yeah, I hope so. Remember why we created MSF Snake? To provide military force to whoever needs it, wherever they are, regardless of nation or ideology. Our beliefs aren't all that lofty. We just won't be the tools of any one country. Exactly. We know only how to fight, but we refuse to live our lives at the whim of the state. The MSF seal is patterned after Pangea, the supercontinent from 250 million years ago. Back then, the whole world was one landmass, one world. No gaps, no rents. Our strength will take us back there. What about you guys? Any interest in expanding MSF? You better believe it. I want to make us into an organization that doesn't take orders from any country. Just like you were saying, we have to be strong. Strong enough to defend ourselves. We need money too. Money to train soldiers to fight. The way I see it, we make MSF into something along the lines of a new kind of business. A contractor providing the full range of military services. Not just combat, but logistics, training, weapons, outfitting, and R&D, combining the small footprint and exceptional performance of special forces with the raw military might of a full regular army. Only with that kind of power can we break free of nation states. What I need from you, boss, is to go out and find guys we can bring back here using Fulton recovery. Then tell us what assignment to use them for. I'll take care of the rest. Your old mentor, the boss. She was known in the West as the mother of special forces, right? Nothing but propaganda. us their plan. We better watch our backs. What do you think, Cuz? Why did Paz come all the way to Columbia herself? It's a long trip to make just to be Exhibit A in Galvez's sales pitch. She's only 16, still a kid. Maybe we should take her wish for peace at face value. Remember that habit Paz had, Snake? How she always had her index finger on her upper lip like this? Yeah. It bugged me ever since we first met her. Never figured her for a snuff user. I can't believe we never noticed. She used the kind where you keep a pouch of leaf in your upper jaw, let it absorb through your gums. She might not have been used to it. Probably used her finger to keep it in place. How could we were gonna start a band together. She was posing as a KGB agent too. She must have put on the act to get close to Galvez. Wonder how much Cologne knew. The whole time she was working for some organization called Cypher. Cypher. Ring any bells, guys? Cypher. It means code, or zero in Arabic numerals. Zero. Does that mean something to you? Not sure. You know, Cypher and zero were basically the same word. It's a linguistic redundancy. The word stems from the Sanskrit shunya. It corresponds to the Buddhist concept of emptiness. In Buddhism, shunya means hollow. It supposedly refers to something that's swollen and empty on the inside. A big swollen emptiness. Just like outer space. Costa Rica isn't alone. All of Latin America is getting swept up in the superpowers' Cold War. The whole ideological split between East and West. In the end, it's just a greedy scramble for wealth by the ruling classes. The Western bourgeois stand to lose everything if their countries go communist. After all, communists want to abolish private property altogether. So the capitalist rulers desperately trying to halt the global spread of communism. Hence the phenomenon of red baiting. And the communists, for their part, didn't exactly stay true to their principles. They tried to escape class-based society, but between Stalin's autocracy and the rise of the nomenclatura, they ended up creating one anyway. Once people have power, they stop caring about equality. That's where communism, where society in general, reaches its limits. The rulers only care about their own gain. The opposing side becomes a risk factor that threatens the problem. And thus, the ongoing struggle between capitalism and communism was born. And now, nuclear deterrence is part of the picture. Exactly. They say nuclear weapons are the reason we haven't seen conflict on a global scale since World War II. The thought that your opponent might launch nukes against you sort of makes it tough to start an armed conflict. Especially now that they've got intercontinental ballistic missiles. Nowhere safe. Of course, all that has caused military expenditures to skyrocket. Well, the only way to ward off a preemptive strike is to launch your own nuclear stockpile, and that's caused their numbers to increase exponentially, not just with regards to destructive power, but in terms of targeting technology, too. Now they can hit a target halfway across the world with pinpoint accuracy. In a way, the space race was a demonstration of that technological progress. And as a result of all that, we now have mutually assured destruction. It's the ultimate form of deterrence. No one's going to launch their nukes knowing they'll be obliterated in return. I don't know. The chance of somebody hitting the button by mistake is never zero. You're right. Even with peace guaranteed by MAD, there's always the risk of an accident. Nobody wants the world to end on account of some machines malfunctioning. On the other hand, thanks to deterrence, we haven't had a world war since 1945. You gotta admit, it has been pretty peaceful. Not that it matters to us. People point at the nuclear arms and space races and call it a Cold War. I say if they're not shooting at each other, why not call it world peace? Doesn't mean war is gone. Look at Korea. Look at Vietnam. Well, yeah, but I'm talking in relative terms here. Besides, if war died out completely, we'd be SOL. We're not warmongers. And yet, we can't survive in a world that's at peace. more than 10 years since the Cuban Missile Crisis, huh?
I don't think we'll ever forget it.
No kidding. Those 13 days starting October 15, 1962, were probably the closest we ever came to all-out nuclear war. The Russians deployed nuclear missiles to Cuba. America responded with a naval blockade. Then Russia shot down an American spy plane. I was still a teenager back then, but I remember what it felt like to be one step away from nuclear war. The adults were freaking out.
If it wasn't for the Cuban Missile Crisis, there might never have been an Operation Snake Eater.
What's the matter, Snake? It's not like you to get all hypothetical.
I guess not. It was the reassessment after the missile crisis that paved the way for the hotline between Moscow and Washington, and also for détente. That's irony for you.
The Treaty of Tlatelolco was enacted to make Latin America into a nuclear-free zone. It bans the testing, use, manufacture, production, acquisition, storage, and deployment of nuclear weapons. The impetus was pretty obvious. A series of crises triggered by the deployment of nukes in Cuba.
Not hard to imagine. Those 13 days had the whole world frozen in fear.
Of course, the country that started it all, Cuba, hasn't actually ratified it yet.
Still, the treaty's backed by over 20 countries. Anyone flouting at risk of becoming an international pariah.
True. Okinawa would investigate, no doubt. I heard they used Japan's 3 non-nuclear principles as their model when they drew up the treaty. I think the Treaty of Tlatelolco might have been their way of asking nuclear powers not to use nukes against them. That's the biggest difference between the treaty and the 3 principles. I guess you could call it a 4th principle.
So Costa Rica abolished its army back in, what, 1949? Pretty gutsy move for a Central American nation at the time.
Yeah, well, they'd just come out of a civil war. I'm sure they were driven by a desire to avoid another tragedy like Pasek. But I think they had a more compelling reason. Army coup d'etat are a way of life in so many Latin American countries. Imagine seeing that up close.
No army, no coup. Makes sense.
Plus, their economy was in ruins, so they honestly didn't have any money to spend on an army anyway.
Yeah, but weren't they on less than friendly terms with Nicaragua?
Yeah, and in fact, Nicaragua did end up invading, but the Civil Guard fought back and the OAS brokered a ceasefire. The U.S. and the rest of the OAS had their back, and they used it to full advantage. For a quarter century, they survived in the powder keg of Central America. That must have taken some serious diplomacy, even if the Civil Guard is pretty decked out for a police force.
Must be tough to be a country without an army.
Hey, Snake, mind if I ask you something?
Since when did you start asking permission?
So, you used to be part of a CIA paramilitary unit, right?
That's right.
Ever do any ops in Central America?
No, not personally. But there were other units who did all kinds of stuff.
I remember the Bay of Pigs invasion back in '61. The papers had a field day with it.
Operation Zapata. That was the CIA code name. The whole thing went south.
Then there was Che Guevara, being hunted down in Bolivia. I heard the CIA had a hand in that, too.
There were several units similar to mine. MSP, SOG. They recruit former special forces, train them as intelligence agents, and send them on deniable covert paramilitary operations. One of those units trained the Bolivian army in counter-guerrilla tactics.
And then had them shoot El Che.
So the story goes.
Around here, they say La CIA instead of CIA, huh?
Nothing strange about it. That's how it's pronounced when you read it in Spanish.
It has the feminine noun ending "a," so they use the article "la." Apparently, some people have taken to using the term UCLA.
That's a new one to me. What's it mean?
It stands for Unilaterally Controlled Latino Assets.
Meaning they're local agents.
Yeah, that's the idea. Washington uses them like pawns. Nobody knows who they really are or what they're doing. Can you believe the CIA and KGB were actually in cahoots?
Never thought I'd see that in the station chief level. I'd heard stories of operatives in the field being on friendly terms. Seriously, most espionage takes place in political hotspots, as you'd expect. But there aren't that many of those kinds of places, especially in a small country. Hang around long enough, you're bound to run into fellow spies. Like it or not. You start saying hello, and soon enough, you're eating dinner together. Strange bedfellows, huh? Well, I don't know about that. At any rate, this kind of fiasco is what happens when spies get too familiar. Hard to believe, but some people will betray anyone and anything if it suits their interests.
The strength of human is in its appeal to human emotions, but its weakness is in its susceptibility to those same emotions. That's why the tide in the intelligence world is shifting towards SIGINT, a network of cold digital data where feelings are irrelevant. Snake, you got a sec?
What's up?
Prime Minister Gary of Grenada is asking the UN to set up an agency to study the UFO problem.
Grenada? That island in the Caribbean.
He gave the press a bunch of photos. Says they prove the existence of UFOs. One of them caught my eye.
That's the...
Yep. The weapon Huey called the Chrysalis.
Cuz, this is the photo I gave to Chico. He said something about selling it off as a photo of a UFO.
Looks like it found its way into the pages of a magazine.
But why would the Prime Minister of the country believe tabloid trash like that?
There's been reports all over the Americas of abductions and cattle mutilations lately.
You think they're true?
I think the CIA might be involved.
If they are, then Gary could be.
I know. If he digs too deep, he's gonna get himself into trouble.
But Grenada's right next door to Cuba.
I guess that would make it tough for the CIA to intervene, in a sense.
Upsetting the domestic balance of power could cause it to go red all of a sudden.
True. Well, in any case, it's not like we can do anything about it. Just wanted to let you know.
Gotcha. I'll be careful not to let any more photos leak.
So I hear Amanda mistook you for Che Guevara, Snake. That's not too bad, huh?
Yeah, right. I'm not even worthy of polishing his boots.
Don't be so modest. From where I'm standing, your men see you as a great man.
As great as the century's most complete human being.
That's Sartre, right? Well, there's hardly been a more iconic figure of his times than Che.
He was more than that. He was a true revolutionary and a great warrior.
I'm with you there. Can you believe that when he first went to Cuba with Fidel, they had only 12 guys with them?
But they rallied. They brought in new recruits, won the support of the peasants, expanded their organization.
And in the end, they overthrew the Batista regime.
People flocked to them because they were honest. They won because they were strong. Those are the qualities that make men great.
You know, we're kind of in the same boat they were back then. Here we are, a handful of mercenaries taking on an army backed by the United States.
Yeah, we've got a long way to go.
But we've got to keep on going. It's not just about winning in battle. You need to think about recruiting people and growing this operation.
Got it.
Hey, Snake, I've been thinking. Maybe Che couldn't find a place for himself outside the battlefield either.
How so?
He led the Cuban Revolution to victory. That's quite an accomplishment. He could have called it quits there and nobody would have blamed him. But he left behind family and a cabinet post to plunge back into the struggle. First in the Congo, then in Bolivia where he met his end.
You're overthinking things. Che went back to the battlefield because he was needed there. Read his farewell letter, then you'll understand.
Some say he was too idealistic to fit in with the government.
Too many scruples, most likely.
Maybe so, but I still can't help thinking the reason you look up to Che is because you see something of yourself in him. You left your country behind and plunged into battle. You wander from one battlefield to another, going wherever you're needed.
Che was a revolutionary as well as a warrior. He took up arms to fight for his beliefs. I don't do what I do for any ideology. I'm a warrior. Nothing more. Nothing less.
Okay, boss. You're right. Just wanted to see how we stacked up against a real hero. Boss, did you ever read Che Guevara's book, Guerrilla Warfare?
I can't remember if I got to that one or not.
You should have. That's why I lent it to you. A lot of the guerrilla tactics it covers apply to sneaking missions too. Che was one of the first people to articulate the theory of guerrilla warfare. T.E. Lawrence of Arabia, was another one. And Mao Zedong and his On Protracted War. Theory aside, Nicaragua's General Sandino was one of the first to put guerrilla tactics into practice, which explains why the Sandinistas named themselves after him.
If you think about it, guerrilla warfare itself has been around since ancient times. There's only so many ways a small group can upset a large army.
There was a samurai in Japan who excelled in guerrilla warfare.
No kidding.
Tsunoki Masashige. He was a warrior who lived in the medieval era. He used unconventional tactics to help overthrow the Kamakura shogunate.
Like what?
Trojan horse-style maneuvers and decoys to confuse the enemy. The best one was when the enemy was climbing the castle walls. He dumped boiling water and human excrement on them.
Sounds great. Let's put it in the MSF playbook.
You're not serious, are you, boss?
Why not? We've got plenty of crap to unload.
Yeah. I'll think about it.
What's wrong, guys? You sound beat.
Yeah. The problems never seem to end around here.
You should take a break. Share a cup of latte with the other guys. We'll give you a chance to connect with them.
I wonder if Che and his men ever sat around and drank mate.
I bet they did. Che was famous for his love of this stuff.
Man, whoever thought of this was a genius. You can put it in a gourd and carry it around. And there's a special straw with a filter attached so you can drink it any time.
That's not all. It's full of essential vitamins and minerals, too. Nice to have in a guerrilla war when food is short.
Yeah. Wish I had a chance to share some with the blonde Parisienne when I was out hiking.
Well, how do you know about that?
It takes a thief. Or should I say it takes a snake to know one. Snake. The year the Cuban Revolution was won, Che visited Japan as a member of an economic delegation. While he was there, he visited Hiroshima. Since he was there to discuss economic issues. Hiroshima wasn't part of the original itinerary. Some said the Ministry of Foreign Affairs didn't want to let him go, but he went anyway. He snuck out of his hotel and took an overnight train.
Traveling guerrilla style. Sounds like Che, all right.
He visited the Peace Memorial Museum and the Atomic Bomb Survivors Hospital. Apparently it gave him quite a shock. As a doctor, it must have been painful for him to see how the victims
used to destroy everything.
He was quoted as saying, "They put you through this. Still you do whatever America says." Those words really hit me hard. Especially when I think of my mom. He said something else too. Let us all love Hiroshima and its people.
I can believe it. Che never managed to numb himself to other people's pain. That's why people loved him. And why he died.
That bandana you're always wearing, that thing's a real antique. Ever think about getting a new one?
This one's fine.
Come on, we can't have our boss wearing a raggedy old thing like that.
It was a gift, okay? It wouldn't be right to get rid of it.
It was. Okay then. Speaking of which, Che supposedly had a black scarf he used to take everywhere with him.
A scarf?
One of his comrades gave it to him when he broke his arm in battle. Che used that silk scarf as a sling, and the comrade who gave it to him became his second wife.
A lead, all right.
Even after his arm healed up, he never went anywhere without that scarf. What about you? You get that bandana from someone special?
No, nothing like that. It's important to me. That's all. You were saying Japan has a peace constitution too?
Yeah. Japan renounced war in Article 9 of its constitution, aspiring sincerely to an international peace based on justice and order. The Japanese people forever renounce war as a sovereign right of the nation and the threat or use of force as a means of settling international disputes. In order to accomplish the aim of the preceding paragraph, land, sea, and air forces, as well as other war potential, will never be maintained. The right of belligerency of the state will not be recognized.
You know it by heart.
Some things you never forget.
Impressive. There were some parts I didn't quite get, though. Japanese self-defense force, right? I thought that Article 9 you were talking about earlier prevented Japan from having an army.
Yeah, and that's another subject of controversy. The Self-Defense Force is an organization for the purpose of defense. Article 9 of the Constitution does not deny Japan's right to self-defense. Therefore, the SDF is constitutional. That's Tokyo's official stance.
Sounds complicated.
Call it what you will. It's a distinctly Japanese way of interpreting things.
The U.S. has military forces stationed in Japan, right?
Right. Even though the Allied occupation ended, American forces are still stationed there under the U.S.-Japan Security Treaty.
Unlike Costa Rica.
Part of it stems from the occupation, but Japan also occupies a key strategic position from America's perspective. It's next door to the Soviet Union and close to China and North Korea as well. It's integral to the security of Pacific Asia. For America, Japan represents a barrier against communism.
What about for Japan?
As you might expect, there's deep-rooted opposition to the alliance. In 1960 and 1970, when the treaty was up for revision, there were mass protest movements against it, especially in Okinawa. The U.S. only gave it back to Japan 2 years ago, and American bases are still concentrated. It's a heavy burden for the Okinawans to bear.
Then why don't they scrap the treaty?
Lots of reasons. There's the imbalance of power with the U.S., of course, and if Japan pulled out, they'd be losing the nuclear umbrella America provides. And as for whether the JSDF could defend the country after the Americans left, I really couldn't say. Costa Rica is in a similar situation. They depend on the Inter-American Treaty of Reciprocal Assistance, the so-called Rio Pact.
So, the countries with peace constitutions end up having to rely on other countries' armies. Kind of ironic.
On the flip side, not everybody in America is satisfied with it either. Some people argue Japan is freeloading off America's security guarantee. And you know how Japan's industrial exports are making inroads in the States.
Yeah, I've got a Japanese camera myself. Best damn camera around.
Japan's low defense spending allows it to invest more in economic recovery and expand its share of the American market. That's a bitter pill for Americans to swallow. You know that today, Japan is under the American nuclear umbrella.
Right.
The U.S. vowed to retaliate against any country that launches a nuclear strike against an allied country. That promise deters nuclear attacks against America's allies, hence the term nuclear umbrella. But suppose the Russians nuke Tokyo. Would America really nuke Moscow in return? If they did, the Soviet Union would undoubtedly retaliate. Would Washington really be willing to risk having a bomb dropped on itself in order to avenge Japan? I'm not so sure.
Don't tell me you're still worried about Japan after all these years.
It's not that. I just...
To be honest, I'm not convinced either. But Moscow faces the same dilemma. Maybe Washington wouldn't retaliate on Japan's behalf. Then again, maybe it would.
So you're saying Moscow wouldn't want to risk being attacked either?
The whole concept of nuclear deterrence is entirely hypothetical to begin with. When you get down to it, it's all smoke and mirrors.
Japan shall not possess, manufacture, or allow the introduction of nuclear weapons into Japan. Those are the three non-nuclear principles set forth by the Japanese government.
Allow the introduction? That's funny. Some of the U.S. warships that visit Japanese ports are armed with nukes. Or are you going to tell me they transfer them at sea onto other ships every time they visit?
You raise a good point, Snake. But the Japanese government doesn't recognize it as such. The introduction of nuclear weapons into Japanese territory would need to be agreed upon in advance. America hasn't made any such agreements. Therefore, they aren't bringing nukes into Japan. That's the official excuse.
Doesn't sound like much of an excuse to me.
I don't blame you. Keep in mind, though, Japan suffered actual nuclear attacks. Anti-nuke sentiment there runs deeper than you think. I suppose the government's not really in a position to admit that sort of thing.
So tell me, Kaz, how's the self-defense force you were in different from an army?
The JSDF is set up for national defense. It's not configured for aggression against other countries. It's what you'd call exclusive defense.
Exclusive defense?
It's the fundamental strategic posture of the JSDF. No preemptive attacks. Only the minimum defensive action necessary after an enemy attacks. Anything defined as self-defense, then. The JSDF originated as the National Police Reserve. Back then, American forces stationed in Japan were being sent over to fight in the Korean War. So in a sense, the NPR was filling a gap. Reminds me of the Costa Rican Civil Guard. Yeah, exactly. They're also dispatched to provide disaster relief. The year before I joined, they had a hell of a time trying to rescue some buses that got hit by landslides. So why'd you quit the JSDF? Because I didn't have a reason to be in Japan anymore. A reason? My mom had died 3 years earlier, so I didn't have to care for her anymore. With her gone, there was no point hanging around in Japan. Yeah, but a man with your talents could have risen pretty high in the ranks, I'd imagine. I don't know what they made of me. Could be it actually alienated me from the brass. And personally, I can never get used to the idea of exclusive defense, meaning, on a strategic level, I can see how a country could go with the exclusive defense model used by the JSDF. And I've got nothing against my fellow soldiers who believe in it. On a tactical level, though, it just rubbed me the wrong way. To put it simply, I was itching for a real fight. I figured. And I felt as long as I was in the JSDF, I'd never be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with my father, who was in the U.S. Army. Seeing Yukio Mishima's suicide didn't help either. Yukio Mishima, the guy who wrote The Temple of the Golden Pavilion. The way he questioned the status quo hit home with me. Not that I admired his vision or anything, but it did get me thinking, that's for sure. Don't forget to give the MSF staff assignments. Where you place people will determine how Mother Base grows. Right. That goes for me too. Assign me wherever you think is best. You? I thought you were second in command. Don't worry, I've got that covered. But MSF is still small. I don't have the leisure of sitting around on my butt all day. I see your point, but... Not to brag or anything, but I kick ass at whatever job you gave me. Put me in the area you want to focus on developing most. I'll take real good care of the staff there. Easy, cuz. March 10, 1945. 381,300 cluster bombs were dropped on Tokyo. Japanese houses at the time were almost all made of wood. In that single day, a third of Tokyo burned to the ground. My mom lost her family and home in that raid. She had to move to Yokosuka and live with her cousin. The B-29s kept on coming, razing other major cities throughout Japan without mercy. Then, in August, they dropped atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, and Japan surrendered to the United States at last. After that, Yokosuka was flooded with American soldiers come to occupy the country. My mother was still in her mid-teens, and she learned from her cousin how to survive in that town, by servicing the troops. That's how she met my father, and how I was born. My father was an officer serving with the government section of Allied GHQ under General Whitney. Whitney was known as MacArthur's shadow. My father rode his coattails to a pretty high rank. While he was in Japan, he treated my mom like a wife. After he went back to the States, though, she never heard from him. I wasn't born until after he went back. My mom raised me as a single mother. She used the money my father left her to open a shop selling cigarettes and stuff to occupation troops. It was a decent living, but I didn't have citizenship. They're working to change the law now, but back then if your father was unknown, you couldn't get onto the Japanese family register. And in Japan, that means you can't be Japanese. So as I watched the American soldiers around town, I said to myself, I'm a son of America, the victor. My hair and eyes were different from the skinny, downtrodden Japanese around me. I told myself I'd leave this country someday and return to my true homeland. When I was around 10 years old, my mom fell ill, pretty much leaving me to run the shop in her place. One day I found a single picture of my father in the back of a drawer in the shop. I'd show it to the American soldiers who came into the store. A few years went by before one of them told me who he was. I know him, that's Miller. I started asking other guys, do you know where Miller is now? Can anybody tell me where Colonel Miller is now? Turns out he'd left the service and was making a living as an instructor for soldiers in Virginia. It was one of his students who finally told me that. I wrote him a letter in English. I'm your son. I want to go to the United States. Day after day, I waited. And just when I was about to give up, the post office delivered my future to the door. My father sent me some money. I thought my dream was going to come true. I was only thinking of myself. So I went to my bedridden mother and convinced her to let me go. My father arranged for a car to pick me up. It was jet black. When the neighborhood kids who'd always made fun of my hair saw it, their jaws practically hit the ground. I put my mom in a hospital and went on my own to America. When I met my father for the first time, he was living alone in a big house. He told me he'd lost his son, his American son, in Vietnam. He showed me a picture of my older brother. I guess that and his divorce left my father feeling lonely, which is probably why he finally took an interest in me. He'd retired from teaching. He was stooped over, could hardly walk, but he gave me two things: the name Miller and money for school. I used it to learn English and then go to college. America was exhausted from years of fighting in Vietnam. They were waging war in a foreign land, while at home, people were screaming for peace. Right after I graduated, I went back to Japan, alone. My father refused to see my mom. It was the first time I'd seen her in years, and she wouldn't even look at me. At first, I thought she was mad at me, but that wasn't it. The disease had taken her mind. The disease she got while she was young and desperate. She didn't even know who I was. I said, "Mom, it's me, Kazuhira." As I spoke, the sound of my own voice rang in my ears. Kazuhira, the name my mom gave me. It means peace in Japanese. I was Japanese. At least, I was the son of this tiny Japanese woman. It was then, for the first time, that I understood the reason, the emotion that inspired my mother to give me that name. She watched her hometown and family go up in flames. Her body and her mind were ravaged by war, and yet she chose to have a child named Peace, with a man who was once her enemy. Japan lost the war. But what good is war as a measure of a country? Since the war and up until the oil shock last year, Japan's economy has grown every single year. It's on its way to becoming a stronger country than ever. I stayed in Japan and joined the JSDF. I was 22 at the time. I did it to pay our bills. But it wasn't just that. I could have found work anywhere, and I knew it. And still, I couldn't think of anything else to do with myself. 2 years later, I didn't have to worry about Mom's hospital bills anymore. I left the JSDF and went back to the States. My father was already dead and buried. I was told he'd shot himself in the head. America crushed Japan, but it also crushed my father. My American dream was over. After that, I drifted around. Well, you know the rest. GHQ made women like my mother. It made Japan's peace constitution and the JSDF. And it made me. I was spawned by war. But I don't want to die in one. I won't die for a country, and I won't live like a pauper. I won't have my fate decided by some family register. So as long as I stick with you, boss, I've got a good feeling none of that will happen. Life's funny sometimes, isn't it? What brought that on? We first met as enemies on the battlefield. And now here we are fighting side by side. You mean Colombia? Yeah. After I quit the JSDF, I made my way there and got myself a position as a drill sergeant for a band of revolutionaries, despite the fact that I'd never seen a day of combat. I see you had the gift for talking business in Spanish even back then. Oh, come on, stop it. You're making me blush. Unlucky for me, though, you were in the service of the Colombian army. I remember it like it was yesterday. It all happened in an instant. You guys ambushed us, and half my unit was taken out. My mind went totally blank. I couldn't keep it together. My whole unit was wiped out, and I was left half dead from a bomb blast. Then, as I was leaving, you yelled out at me. I came all the way from Japan to be here. My place is on the battlefield. Then you asked for my help, saying, I want to be the one to end it. I remember being surprised that there were still samurai in Japan. You guys came over to me. I had a grenade hidden under me, but even then you were too fast. The second I pulled the pin, you grabbed the hand I was using to hold the grenade with both palms.
I didn't want it to go off. I heard Samurai were a proud bunch. I wanted to know why one of them would stoop so low as to try to take his opponent with him.
And I said, I'll never lose again. We'll never lose again.
Yeah. We'll do whatever it takes, but we'll never be beaten again.
Then, I passed out from the blood loss. When I woke up, I was in your camp's infirmary, stuffed full of tubes.
Why'd you save me?
You ran at me after I tried to kill you.
Because you swallowed your pride and fought with everything you had.
I just didn't want to lose.
You found a way to fight back, even in the face of death, even when you knew you were going to die. That's the mark of a true warrior. It's not about gain and loss, or victory and defeat. I looked at the way you lived your life and saw the path I needed to take. As a warrior,
wow, I never knew that. And that's why
I realized that the battlefield doesn't only divide people into allies and enemies. Sometimes it tells you more than just who's an ally or who's an enemy. Sometimes it helps reveal your true comrades.
Like you and me, huh?
That's right. And 2 years later, here we are.
You probably heard this a million times, Snake, but you should always avoid combat with the enemy when possible.
Right.
We're outnumbered and in unfamiliar territory. We won't survive long in a straight fight, even with you on our side.
I know. Avoiding combat is rule number one in a sneaking mission.
That's right. Don't let the enemy know where you are, and attack only when necessary, using hit-and-run tactics to cripple them. It's the essence of guerrilla warfare. Can I ask you a favor, Snake?
If you ask nicely.
To make MSF bigger, we need to do some recruiting.
Yeah. What's your point?
I want you to avoid killing enemy soldiers as much as possible and send them back using Fulton recovery. Not much we can do with a corpse except give it a funeral.
Obviously.
Put them to sleep, knock them out, hold them up even. And if you do have to fight, try to leave them near death instead of dead.
And then use the Fulton recovery system. Sounds easy enough.
You know what would be really nice though? If we had a way to Fulton recover anybody at any time. You can steal items from soldiers by putting them to sleep or knocking them out and then doing a body check. Get close to the unconscious soldier and press the action button when you see the icon. Or you can sneak up on them from behind and do a hold-up. It also works if the soldier's near death. Keep in mind though, if you wait too long, you'll have a dead soldier instead of a dying one. And you can't do a body check if you're holding the full recovery device either. So don't try. Don't carry any more gear than you need. If you try and stuff your entire arsenal into your backpack, it'll be too heavy and your mobility will be impaired. You'll only be hurting yourself.
I know. Take only what you need. Every rookie knows that.
You can check the weight of your gear before heading out. So make sure you do.
Got it.
Even a born warrior like you gets hand tremor, Snake. It happens even when you're full of stamina, and it only gets worse when you're tired, especially with larger, heavier weapons. Obviously, you'll get better aim crouching than you will standing, but when you use a scope, setting your sights on a single point will gradually give you a more precise aim. As we develop better weapons at Mother Base, though, you may gain access to new, low-tremor versions of the same guns. So if you expect the shakes to be a problem, you might want to put some resources into R&D.
I'll keep it in mind. Then again, the more you use a weapon, the more your hands get used to it. Sometimes it pays to be faithful to your gun.
Choosing the right uniform is crucial. Pick one that matches the mission objective and your own combat style. Jungle fatigues are made for jungle combat. They provide decent protection and let you carry
right pattern for the occasion. Satan used to lecture me on it all the time.
The sneaking suit is a specialized uniform for stealth missions. It provides excellent camo in any stage. Even better, you won't make a sound when you walk.
So I won't need to tiptoe all the time.
And to top it off, it also makes your wounds heal faster. The fabric exerts just the right amount of pressure on your body to help stop bleeding.
Not a bad little trick.
The metal dress uniform is the opposite of the sneaking suit in that it's specialized for combat. It lets you carry plenty of weapons and ammo protection. Not the best choice for sneaking, but if you feel like playing one-man army, this is the uniform of choice.
It's pretty damn heavy.
It is. You won't be able to move as fast with it on, meaning it's not good for running away either. Keep that in mind. Naked. That's exactly what you are with this uniform. The pants are the same as the jungle fatigues. Obviously, since you're exposing your bare skin, your defense and camo index are going to be low. On the plus side, it's so light you can move around quicker.
Good for showing off muscles too.
Hey Snake, I heard they gave you your old code name because you used to run around with your shirt off. Is that true?
Don't believe everything you hear. They called me naked because I went in without gear or food. I had to procure everything on site.
You mean they sent you into the jungle without even a pair of pants? On a halo jump from 35,000 feet? Sweet Jesus, you are a legend.
You're busting my balls, aren't you, guys?
A little bit, yeah.
Hilarious.
Cooperative operations, or co-ops for short, is the term for taking on missions in teams of 2 or more. The basic co-ops unit is a 2-man cell.
Even a single teammate is great to have in enemy territory.
And there are actually quite a few things you can't do by yourself. You can help each other climb walls, divide up mission roles. On the other hand, if one of you is spotted, the other one's screwed too. And it's kind of tough for 2 people to hide in one small space.
Good point. But what's more important than anything is how close you are to your comrades.
Well said. Working as a 2-man cell can make the mission easier or harder, depending on how well you work together. It's also good to note that if you've got a clear, specific objective, it can be to your advantage to use an even bigger team. That's it. Teams of 3 or more run a much greater risk of being spotted.
Yeah. In a sneaking mission, the fewer people you have, the easier it is to get around.
In co-ops, you can trade weapons and equipment with your teammates. You can also display your teammates' inventories from your weapon or equipment menu. Ammo is shared too, of course.
Ammo, sure. How about life? That also shared.
Yep. You all sink or swim together. Your teammate dies, you die. You need to be within a certain distance of each other to swap items.
Yeah, I know. I've been in this business so long I can virtually see that distance. Looks kind of like a ring in my head.
That's why you're the boss. Okay, we'll call it the co-op ring. And entering the ring will be called going co-op in. Another thing. During a mission, you can assume what we'll call the snake formation. Same as your code name, but probably not standard operating procedure for a guy who specializes in going solo.
Damn right. There's only room for one snake.
In co-ops, though, it's a highly effective formation. The signal for snake formation is to tap your teammate on the shoulder.
Can't form up until you're close enough to reach out and touch someone.
Entering snake formation is called going snake in. When you're snake in, the soldier at the front of the line controls movement. The soldiers in back focus on scouting and attack. Just because your heart stops doesn't mean you're dead immediately.
Right. The heart just circulates blood through the body. But stopping it does cut oxygen supply to the brain. You'll be dead soon after.
Which is why we have CPR. Let's say your heart does stop. If someone performs CPR before your brain cells die, you can recover. In co-ops, when the life gauge drops to 0, it means you're in a near-death state. You won't be able to move or anything else. Performing CPR on near-death teammates can bring them back into action. Of course, performing CPR in the middle of battle isn't exactly safe. You're leaving yourself exposed. Even so, in co-ops, you and your teammates are all in the same boat. Don't think you can get away with leaving one of them behind.
I wouldn't think of it. And I'd expect them to do the same for me.
If you let all your teammates die during a mission, there'll be nobody left to save you.
And then it's game over.
Building trust with your teammates is essential to success in co-ops.
That goes without saying. I'm not gonna let somebody I can't trust cover my ass.
The measure of that trust is called camaraderie. Think of it as an indicator of how strong your bond is with your co-op's teammates. The friendlier you act toward them, the greater your camaraderie.
Give me an example.
Your camaraderie will be higher if you're co-op in than standing apart. Saving a teammate's life with CPR also strengthens your bonds with them. Things like hitting a teammate with friendly fire will cause your camaraderie to go down.
Makes sense.
Camaraderie carries over from mission to mission. The next time you go co-ops in with the same guy, you'll start off strong. But be careful. If you keep taking new people with you on missions, your camaraderie with past teammates eventually reverts back to its original level.
Got it. I'll have to make sure to renew old friendships once in a while.
The performance benefits gained from snake sync and co-ops depend on your camaraderie. It's always best to keep things cool with your teammates. Stand still when you're snake in, and you and your teammates will start to get in sync.
In sync?
That's right. Stay still together and you'll enter snake sync mode. The synergy will give you a boost in performance. You'll move faster, recover faster, and have better camouflage.
In other words, we're at our best when we're in the same groove.
You got it. If you've got a big task ahead, can't hurt to take some time to get in sync. Like I said before, the benefits you get from snake sync depend on your camaraderie.
I hear ya. It's a lot easier knowing you've got someone you know and trust covering your back. Lets you focus that much more on what you have to do.
If camaraderie represents how much your teammates trust you, then heroism shows how high your reputation is.
Heroism?
That's right, heroism. Your reputation affects your ability to recruit new members to MSF. With higher heroism, it won't take as long to convince guys to join our cause and send them back by Fulton recovered.
So, how do I get this heroism thing to go up?
Lots of ways. Complete tough missions, avoid unnecessary bloodshed, and don't get caught by the enemy like a deer in headlights, or you'll never be heroic. Also, getting out there and attacking the enemy in co-ops will boost your reputation among your teammates. Of course, it'll get the enemy gunning right for you, too. But don't sweat it. Be yourself. Be the boss. From where I'm standing, you're plenty heroic already.
Knock it off.
Seems the R&D team's been busy working on co-ops only weapons.
Co-ops only?
Like a gun with extreme firepower, but only when 2 people fire it at once. I hear it's still in the concept stage.
I know some rocket launchers need 2 people to operate, but a co-ops only weapon.
Hey, if they come up with something good, you'll have that much more reason to go co-ops. Why don't you check in and see how they're doing every once in a while? In co-ops, maintaining close communications with your teammates is crucial.
Absolutely. Losing track of each other on the battlefield is a good way for a unit to get itself wiped out.
Enemy positions, orders, distress calls. When communications break down, you get picked off one by one. Now about co-ops comms.
Co-ops comms?
It's a radio system for communicating with co-ops teammates. First, press the start button to open the menu. Then select co-ops comms. After that, press one button to choose a category, then another button to select the actual message. So basically, you use different combinations of 2 buttons to send different messages.
Easy enough.
You can set which messages go with which buttons during mission prep.
Sounds like it's gonna be a pain to send messages until I get used to it.
Then why don't you assign co-op's comms to the select button? That should make things a little quicker and easier. Just go to select button under options.
I'll give it a try.
Snake, you familiar with the Japanese word kotodama?
Kotodama.
Unfortunately, there's no direct equivalent in English. But to keep it simple, let's call it a sort of battle cry.
Battle cry, huh?
Right. But kotodama is actually a deep Japanese concept. Koto means word, and dama means spirit. It signifies that words have power that affect our reality.
Are you feeling okay?
I guess I made it sound kind of like mumbo jumbo, huh? Seriously though, haven't you ever felt energized when a teammate cheered you on? Or the other way around? Ever had your legs cut out from under you by a thoughtless remark?
Yeah, I know the feeling. Words can have a powerful mental effect on people.
Same goes for co-op's comms. Offering praise to somebody could make them run faster than usual, or make somebody who thinks they're done for get up and fight again. See what I'm saying?
I get the picture. So it works in reverse too.
The powers of words are many and varied. Try using them for yourself. Snake, about cardboard boxes. It feels kind of weird me explaining this stuff to you, but there have been a few recent developments in cardboard box technology. So just to be safe, here goes.
Go on.
You can do much more with a box than just hide under it. You can put it someplace and leave it there. You can get on top of it and use it to reach high places, or hide from the enemy in its shadow.
I like what I'm hearing so far.
And that's not all. You can even put items in it and send them to co-op's teammates.
Really? I never thought of any of that. Damn. Is there anything a cardboard box can't do? Every soldier should have one.
Yeah, well, don't get too excited. This isn't exactly what they were made for.
Which reminds me, don't you think the boxes around here are a little on the big side?
You're right. I bet 2 people can fit under one box, if they packed in tight enough. They call them love boxes.
Love boxes?
Of course, you don't need a love box to fit 2 people inside. Any box of similar size will do. Up to 2 people can fit inside a cardboard box.
Tell me how.
Move close to a box with a teammate inside, and an icon will appear. Then press the action button. You'll stay inside as long as the action button is pressed.
So, same as snake formation, huh?
Exactly the same. In fact, when you put on a cardboard box when snake in, both of you can climb inside.
A box big enough to hold me and my buddy. These are fine times to live in, hey, Cos?
Yeah, sure, boss. Snake, the R&D team came up with something new.
What's this?
It's a cardboard tank. It's got enough room for 2 people, same as any other cardboard box. Apparently the guy in front drives, and the guy in back is the gunner.
Hold on, Cos. Who the hell came up with this thing?
I'm sorry, boss. He meant well, I swear. I know it's nowhere as good as a real tank, but still.
It's brilliant.
Huh?
The perfect synthesis of stealth and attack power. Compact, elegant design. The finest example of a weapon I've ever seen. Seriously, Cos, I need to meet the guy who made this. I want to shake his hand.
You serious? Snake, look at it.
It's a masterpiece in every sense of the word. You don't agree?
No,
What is that? A tank? I like it.
Boss?
I hate tanks, but this one I think I could get used to. I love that it's a zero-emission vehicle. It will not hurt the forests of Costa Rica.
What?
Nice work, Cos. I see I made the right choice making you second in command.
But is there something wrong with me? Snake, about that cassette player Galvez was carrying.
What about it?
That was no Russian imitation. It was the real deal. a prototype developed by a Japanese company.
Get out of here.
It's true. It had the Sony logo on it. The product name is Walkman.
Walkman.
It's a revolutionary new concept. Music you can listen to on the go. You can take it with you when you leave the house. I gave it a listen, and you wouldn't believe how good the sound quality is for something so tiny. And in stereo, too. Think of the technology that must have gone into it. And that tape is equally amazing. The treble range is clearly superior to any other cassette ever made. Stylish, too.
How'd Galvez get his hands on a model that's not even out yet?
Beats me. It's not the kind of thing I'd expect some stodgy Soviet to be into.
Me neither. Tell you what, though, it's a fine piece of work. It'll let me listen to my music when I want, where I want.
I never thought I'd hear you say that, but I have to agree. Me, I'm a recording freak, and I always used to laugh at the idea of a portable player. But now that I've seen it in action, I've changed my mind. Being able to take your music with you, this could be the start of a revolution in music.
Could be.
Then having the guys at Mother Base study and analyze it, who knows? They might be able to come up with something even better. Amanda and her crew tell me they've managed to identify several different categories of mercenaries employed by the CIA.
Give me a rundown. Sounds like info I could use.
No problem. I'll go through them in order. The type of enemy you'll be seeing most is the type that patrols and guards a specific operational area. For the sake of convenience, Amanda's crew calls the outdoor ones patrolmen and the indoor ones guards. They might look like they're just out for a stroll, but don't be fooled. They're sharper than they look. All of their senses are finely honed. Normally, they'll patrol along fixed routes. When the alert level is raised, they'll assume a more efficient alert posture and focus on defending specific points. That's bad for you. Obviously, they can hold their own in combat, and with body armor, it'll be even harder to take them down. If they're wearing a bulletproof helmet, you can forget about one-shot kills. Just a heads up, you'll need to be smart about using camo and pick your routes. The most important thing is to avoid detection. When the enemy spots you and goes on alert, they may call it a backup strike team. These assault teams are heavily armed, well-trained, and highly dangerous. Commander's crew calls them commandos. Unlike a patrolman, these guys will actively, relentlessly track and hunt you down like hounds.
Hounds down to former foxhound. Bring it on.
They won't give up easily, even if they lose sight of you. They'll clear out any likely hiding places they come across. So don't get too comfy in one spot, or you might get caught again. Keep your eyes fixed on them and what they're doing. Also, be aware the commando gear includes body armor, so don't think you can deal with it by going in guns blazing.
All I've got to do is find an exposed weak point, and...
Exactly. There's one type of commando you really need to watch out for, and that's the kind toting shotguns. They can take a few hits and still keep charging you. And believe me, you don't want them closing in between those shotgun blasts. When they start charging, you need to stop them immediately. Use something with serious stopping power. We've also confirmed that some of the enemies specialize in ambushes. Amanda's crew calls them scouts. They'll blend themselves in with the terrain and the vegetation. Then when they see you, they'll swoop in. They fight pretty much like commandos, and will use clearing techniques to flush you out. In addition to wielding normal weapons, the scouts also carry wires.
Sounds like these guys know their CQC.
Could be. We've been getting reports of CQC attacks being blocked by wires. Stay alert. Scouts are outfitted with camouflage to help them hide. Some look kind of weird, like they've got seaweed growing all over them.
Ghilliesons.
Not much difference between them and any other scout in terms of combat ability, but it does make them harder to spot.
I'm sure it does.
You've come across these before.
Soviet Union. First time, it took me a full hour to find the guy and take him out. Cause, they shine. Shine? Like how? Like, from their heads. Their heads? Not with their hair. They have a lot of it. What are you talking about? How the hell would I know? Hell, I'm a parrot. Did anybody hear a parrot squawk? A parrot? Look, Snake, you're talking to the wrong guy. I mean, Cecile's the bird expert. Wait a second, what am I saying? You're not making any sense to begin with. Never mind. It's a long story. I'll figure it out another way. Forget about it. Yeah, I'll do that. Anyway, we've already lost too many good people to these surprise encounters. Make sure you don't end up like one of them. There are areas out there where enemy soldiers are deployed in multiple layers for extra coverage. More than a few of those will be attacking you from a distance, rooftops and far-off vantage points. Try not to get too distracted by nearby enemies, because you could be leaving yourself wide open to longer-range attacks. I'll be careful. Enemy tanks, armored vehicles, and attack choppers are always accompanied by a combat squad. The soldiers aren't particularly tough on their own. What makes them formidable is how well they work together as a team. As if you didn't have enough to worry about with the machine. Good. I like a challenge. Yeah. We'll see how you feel when you actually have to face them in battle. Snake, whatever you do, don't let them surround you. The last thing you need is to get pushed into the vehicle's kill zone. And pay attention to what your enemies say to each other. You can improve your chances by figuring out what they're planning and using it to preempt their movements. You don't always have to go toe-to-toe to win a fight. Think like a gorilla. Got it. Enemies carrying shields can be a real pain in the ass. If you're a Manitoba, trying to fight those bastards while they sit behind their shields taking pistol shots at you is enough to make you want to rip your hair out. Get around and flank them if you can. You might want to try blinding them with smoke or stun grenades first. Also, armor-piercing rounds should make it a little easier to punch through their shields. Use them if you got them. We know there are variations in the kinds of gear patrolmen and commandos wear, especially the body armor. Our scouts report that an enemy's defense and firing accuracy are directly proportional to how heavy their gear is. Those must be the guys with the highest combat skills. They can fight in heavier gear without their performance suffering. Supposedly it's pretty easy to tell the difference in gear just by looking. So remember, use extra caution when dealing with enemies wearing heavy gear. Enemies will try to fight you from different distances based on the weapon they've got equipped. When you meet an enemy, get a good look at what they're carrying. It can make or break your chances in battle. Enemies carrying handguns and shotguns will try and get in close. That makes them dangerous, but at the same time, easier to hit. Keep your wits about you, and you can turn a threat into an opportunity. Enemies carrying assault rifles and machine guns will usually fire at you from farther away. Use whatever cover you can find, then return fire with a few well-placed shots of your own. Don't expect enemies carrying sniper rifles or rocket launchers to get up close and personal. They'll be constantly moving from place to place looking for an opening to snipe at you. Tricky bastards. Eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. Go with the sniper rifle. Make sure you stay out of their line of sight, and when they expose themselves, take them down.
Costa Rica means rich coast in Spanish.
Is it true that Columbus was the one who came up with the name?
Your guess is as good as mine. But it is true that Columbus landed his ships near Limon back in the age of exploration. He wrote in his diary that when he landed, the indigenous showered him with gifts of gold. Hence the name. It sounds a little strange to me. There's no way they could find that much gold in Costa Rica.
Columbus originally set sail in search of the legendary land of gold. Maybe he was just nuts about the stuff.
Costa Rica is rich enough without it. Look at the forests, the animals, and the peace-loving people. That is what I want to protect.
I know how you feel.
Democracy took root in Costa Rica before anywhere else in Central America. Sure, we had coup and dictators and all, but never a total meltdown. That is, until 26 years ago.
The Civil War. Yeah. I understand you lost your grandparents.
It started with a dispute over alleged fraud in the presidential election. What I do not understand is why friend turned against friend, when they could have talked it out instead.
Yeah, that would have been nice.
Even today, some buildings still have bullet holes from the Civil War. A quarter century later, and it is a tragedy we Ticos cannot forget, must not forget. It was the year after the Civil War that the army was constitutionally abolished. A new president was elected this year, President Odeberg. He seems to be distancing himself from the United States. He has limited the privileges granted to American banks, lifted the sanctions on Cuba. Our last president was so pro-U.S., people suspected he was in bed with the CIA.
You think the CIA is doing this because it feels threatened by the president's shift in policy?
It is possible, but would they really bring in such a huge army just because of that?
Part of our job is finding out.
Exactly. Thanks. Peace.
So, are you a student at the University for Peace, Paz?
No, I am still in high school. But Professor Galvez lets me visit his office and study with him every now and then. International law, security, conflict resolution, human rights. We study all these subjects and then use them to build the foundations of peace.
Yeah, I get it. I just never heard the UN had a University for Peace before.
Oh, that. Well, to be precise, it is still being set up. We have started conducting research, but the UN has not passed the necessary resolution. Professor Galvez couldn't wait that long.
Oh, right.
Costa Rica abolished its army, and has also hosted the Central American Court of Justice. It is the perfect place to build a university like ours. Don't you think? Professor Galvez was a KGB spy? I thought he helped me out of genuine concern for Costa Rica's future.
You didn't know.
How could I? Believe me, Snake. He introduced himself as a peace researcher at the university. He had an office and credentials and everything.
They're masters at creating cover personas. They think of everything. ID papers, jobs, sometimes even families. Don't feel bad you didn't see through it.
But you did?
From the first time we met.
I wish you had told me.
Sorry. I didn't know if it'd be right. You might have gotten mixed up in things you shouldn't.
That is impressive, though. Sizing him up at a single glance.
He reeked.
Reeked?
He had this unmistakable air about him. The air of someone who's been given a mission and will see it through no matter what. Like me. I could just smell it.
That is amazing, Snake.
I'm just kidding. It was his prosthetic hand. Why would a professor from a peace university need a tool for assassination? That coffee you guys brought us is pretty damn good.
Isn't it? Costa Rican coffee is the best. The Central Basin has all the right conditions for growing coffee. It is high in elevation, with steady temperatures and well-drained volcanic soils.
The professor certainly seems attached to it.
The coffee we drank on the boat coming over was awful. It put him in such a terrible mood.
Well, how come I never hear about Costa Rican coffee then?
Because it gets bought up by wholesalers and mixed with beans from other countries. It is really a shame. Such wonderful beans, and nobody knows they are from Costa Rica.
They should launch an ad campaign or something.
Right. I hope one day people will recognize Costa Rican coffee for what it is.
I'm with you there. I large-scale ruins in Costa Rica, Paz?
There is a place east of Cartago called Guajabu. They have ruins there, but they're not especially big.
Not the place I'm thinking of. Any others?
Well, if you go a little way across the border into Nicaragua, there is a place called La Fortaleza de la Inmaculada Concepción. That is the only famous one.
Then what were those ruins I saw from La Bonita Sur?
There are a lot of things we still do not know about Costa Rica's ancient civilization. There are giant stone spheres throughout the country. What they were used for is still a mystery.
Paz, you said Costa Rica has no army, right?
Correct. Article 12 of the Constitution declares that the Army as a permanent institution is abolished. It does permit us to organize armed forces for national defense based on inter-American treaties.
Only temporarily, then.
In effect, yes. But in the years since the Constitution took effect, Costa Rica has not once raised an army.
Paz, how does your country defend itself without an army? Especially in a rough neighborhood like Central America.
With the right kind of diplomacy. If we live up to our ideals and earn the respect of other countries, the international community will support us. The two times Nicaragua actually did invade, the conflict was resolved diplomatically under OAS auspices.
Doesn't that leave you depending on the U.S. after all?
American influence is unmatched, it is true. San Jose was critical of American policy at the time, but America supported us all the same. It was because we practiced peaceful diplomacy. That is what I like.
That's one way to approach it, sure. But there are countries out there who use force no matter how bad it looks.
Maybe so. I know my way of thinking probably looks naive to you, but it is not like we expect peace without working for it. Diplomacy is a battle in itself, and we have to make the effort to seek out causes of misfortune and nip them in the bud. It was that kind of thinking that got me trapped in their base.
I'm not blaming you. You haven't done anything wrong.
The army was abolished 25 years ago, the year after the Civil War. I learned about the sorrow of civil war from a very young age, the futility of countrymen fighting each other, and the tragedy. Costa Rica learned the hard way. That is why it abolished its army. It decided to pour its efforts into education instead. More teachers than soldiers was the slogan.
Education is essential, no question. Even Che used to teach reading and writing in between guerrilla campaigns.
Costa Rica was poor at the time. We did not have many resources. I suppose we had to pick one or the other. The military or the schools.
Kaz was telling me Japan has a peace constitution too.
That is right. Apparently, when Costa Rica was drafting its constitution, it looked to the Japanese as a model. Only, Japan's constitution renounces war itself.
Unlike Costa Rica.
But, Japan has a self-defense force, right? That I do not get. I think I will ask Mr. Miller about it next time I see him. He said he used to be in the JSDS.
You're a curious one, are you? Don't study too hard. What was that you were saying? Peace is not the natural state of men. You said you learned it in school.
That is right. They are the words of the German philosopher Immanuel Kant. In 1795, he wrote a book titled Perpetual Peace. Kant argued that it is precisely because peace is unnatural that we have to make it ourselves.
How?
That is what his book is about. Is the concept starting to sound interesting now?
Not really. I belong in a more natural world.
Is that so? My grandparents died in the Civil War. If only we had been at peace, they would not have lost their lives. You actually wish for war?
It's not like I want to hurt innocent civilians, but if someone attacks you, what are you supposed to do? A country needs the strength to defend itself. Otherwise it faces invasion, oppression, political subjugation.
If they would simply stop using force to tangle with each other, countries would not need force to defend themselves.
And how would you guarantee that?
I...
Sorry, but you have to understand how the Lord works in order to protect the ones you love. That's not to say ideals aren't important too. They are.
You are right, Sid. Thanks. Peace. Costa Rica's forests are more diverse than you might expect. Not all of them are tropical rainforests. Costa Rica is close to the equator, it is true, but it is also very mountainous.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Go up 4,000 feet in elevation and the temperature drops more than 7 degrees.
There are basically 3 types of forests. The lowlands are covered in tropical rainforests. The highlands by tropical cloud forests, and areas where there is a dry season, a tropical dry forest. The lowlands along the Caribbean coast are mostly covered by hot, humid tropical rainforests. What most people envision when they think of jungle. The closely packed trees spread their branches out at great heights to soak up the sun. Their shade makes it dark near the ground, so be careful. Of course, with so little light, few plants can grow on the ground, so it might actually be easier to walk.
So even if you could photosynthesize, it wouldn't do you any good.
Photosynthesize? People cannot do that.
Most people anyway.
Areas with a distinct dry season, like the Pacific coast, have tropical dry forests. During the dry season, the trees drop their leaves. It gives you a clearer view, but at the same time, there are fewer places to hide. So be careful.
Sounds dull.
It is not really, unless trees flower during the dry season, including my favorite, the Namek weed. It has these amazingly vivid yellow flowers. The cloud forests cover the central mountainous region of the country. They are perpetually shrouded in fog. You get wet just standing there. It is as if the entire forest is inside a cloud.
Must make for more visibility.
It does, but beauty too. It is like being lost in some mystical green country.
I'd rather not get lost if that's okay.
The forests are also home to lots of rare animals, especially bright colored frogs. They like the humidity.
You know that butterfly painted on Peace Walker? Any idea what that is?
It is a morph. The lady's morph. I'm not mistaken.
The lady's morphophore.
It is the most common type of morpho in Costa Rica. It has these gorgeous colorful wings that shimmer in the light. You can see them even from a distance.
You mean they reflect light?
Correct. It is called structural gold. Morphos have tiny bumps on them that interfere with the light and make them look blue. The space between the bumps corresponds to the wavelength of the blue light.
Let me see if I get this. So if you could change the spacing, you'd end up seeing a different color.
That is the principle. I heard somewhere it is being researched as a way to color something of that.
Think of the camouflage you could make with that.
Is that all you can think of?
Hey, it's important. What I don't get is why they put a butterfly on Peace Walker.
Maybe because it looks pretty.
I hope that's all it is. Professor was saying about the CIA mercenaries posing as security guards. They were using code S as camouflage.
I am worried that development is going to destroy the forest, but I do not suppose it has anything to do with it. My mother was the one who named me Paz. She said it was an expression of her wish that the pony stay at peace. It is a pretty common name in Central America. My mother always used to tell me, never make war, always help people.
I remember. Your grandparents.
Yes, they died in the Civil War. I think that is why my mother hated war so much.
That's another thing you've got in common with Kaz. His mother named him Peace, too.
See, because Japan also suffered through war. I think I know how Mr. Miller's mother felt.
You like the peace sign, huh?
See, as a gesture, it connects every peace-loving person. Here, you try it, Snake. Peace.
No thanks. It doesn't suit me.
Too bad for you.
You know, the V in the peace sign comes from the V in victory. When did it start standing for peace?
I am not completely sure, but I guess it came out of the protest movement against the Vietnam War. Oh, and do not turn your hand around when you do it, especially around British people. It is insulting.
So, you live alone now?
No, not alone. I've been living in school dormitories since I started junior high. After my mother died, my relatives took me in, but they were not my real family.
You didn't fit in there.
In a way. My aunts were kind to me, but I know how difficult it must have been to suddenly have a child thrust into your life. When you live with someone, there are no secrets. I could tell my being there was a burden on them.
Sounds like a rough childhood.
I would not say that. I was lucky just to have people take me in. There are guerrillanos living out in the streets because their mothers died. It is even worse in countries with frequent civil wars. So, who am I to complain about my child?
You're a pretty tough kid, you know.
Not at all. I am not strong enough. I have a favor to ask you.
Name it.
I want you to give me a job here. I want to help out.
You sure? You just went through a hell of a time. You should probably take it easy and do it yourself.
Thank you. But there must be something I can do. You would not want me near a gun. But I am a decent cook.
Now, there's a skill we can use.
Put me on the mess hall. I think I can handle it. Once I get used to it, I will even add in some Costa Rican recipes.
Sounds like a plan.
Playa del Alba means beach of dawn. The morning sun is so beautiful over the Caribbean.
Beach of Dawn, perfect place to start a mission.
The clear blue water, the white sand, the swaying palm trees. You cannot get more South American than here. It is paradise on earth.
Yeah, guess I should have packed my Hawaiian shirt.
The coral reefs and mangrove forests protect the small fish in the area. Sea turtles come to lay their eggs on these beaches. We are not the only ones who enjoy this place. It is heaven for more than just humans. Bosque del Alba means forest of dawn. Naturally, it is situated on the east coast. It is your standard tropical rainforest. Everything you would imagine in a jungle.
No sign of morning sun here.
The foliage is too thick for direct sunlight to hit the core. I do not know how easy it will be making your way through here.
I'll be fine. This is my first trip to a jungle.
The mercenary supply base is situated on elevated ground by the coast. I heard them call it Puerto del Alba, Port of Dawn. They have perfect visibility of the area from up here. We did our best to sneak in undetected, but one of the guards spotted us and we...
What is it?
I'm sorry. You'll have to ask Professor Galvez the rest.
It's okay. You've been through a lot.
I am sorry. I just cannot.
You did great, Paz. I won't let your efforts go wasted.
Bosque del Alba. The temperature and humidity can be brutal. El Senegal means place of mud.
Mud. Great. I'll watch my step.
This area often gets flooded by the river. There are canals here and there carved out by water.
Good places to hide.
But they will also make it harder for you to see. Be careful, Steve. There should be a suspension bridge around there.
In lowlands like this.
The ground nearby is harder and higher than usual. The river cut through it, eventually creating a valley. There might be another way to get across the river somewhere.
I wouldn't want to run into someone on the bridge.
The valley tends to be misty, so you might not be able to see the water from up there. Fall and it will leave more than a bump.
I'll be careful.
When a river floods an area, the banks can collapse, creating a marsh. You see a lot of them around here.
I'll need to watch the noise my feet make in El Senegal.
There is a marsh on the other side of the river too. The suspension bridge will take you there. The river running through here is Rio del Jade, or the Jade River.
Jade? Are there minerals around here?
No, it refers to the color of the water. You will have to go to Guatemala for jade.
Doesn't look all that pretty from where I'm standing.
We are still in the rainy season, so the river is a little muddy. It will return to normal once the dry season starts. Rivers are an important means of transport around here. They are relatively calm, and there are plenty of canals along the coast too.
A boat could be more than enough to transport some good-sized cargo.
Like a nuclear weapon.
We don't know enough yet. I'll keep looking.
Thank you. There is a lot of banana cultivation along Costa Rica's Caribbean coast. The area is dotted with banana plantations. Bananas have been Costa Rica's main crop since they were introduced from Panama in the 19th century. They bring in a fair amount of foreign currency.
Real fruta de oro, huh?
See, but exporting all those bananas require a ton of land.
Hence all the plantations.
Clearing all that forest just to grow bananas robs animals of their habitats. I do not know how good that is for Costa Rica in the end. Panama disease was rampant here about 20 years ago, putting a lot of banana plantations out of business.
Panama disease?
It is caused by a type of fungus. Apparently it killed off almost all the banana species that used to grow here.
How could that happen?
Cultivated bananas do not produce seeds. You have to remove and transplant part of the stem yourself. You plant them in fields.
So you've got acres of identical plants.
See, when one plant is infected, the disease spreads quickly. Species lacking genetic diversity become weak. They grow different bananas today, one said to be resistant to Panama disease. Costa Rica has several active volcanoes. Irasu being one of them.
That's where Camino de Lava comes from, huh?
The tropical dry forests around here are quite different from our rainforests. They lose their leaves in the dry season. Tropical forests are not all thick jungles. A few of them even have cacti. Some of Costa Rica's greatest assets are its diverse forests and natural landscapes. Costa Rica got its first real railroad up and running about 100 years ago. Their primary purpose was to move coffee harvested in the Central Basin to the Caribbean coast.
They built railroads here 100 years ago. That's impressive.
It was even more difficult than you would imagine. Later, they started using the railroads for shipping bananas too. There still might be some branch lines around here. Aldea de los Despiertos means Village of the Awake.
Weird name.
The area is littered with coffee fields, and there is a factory nearby. The villagers are fans of coffee, so...
They don't get much sleep, huh? They've got a sense of humor, all right.
I cannot believe they would take over a place like this and use it as a prison. It is unforgivable for both the CIA and the thugs they employ. All the villagers wanted was to live in peace. What gives the CIA the right to crush them like that?
They don't care about anyone's rights but their own. It's just the way some people are.
You really think so?
Don't worry. It just gives me the right to teach them a lesson.
The CIA has taken control of this coffee factory too, all to produce its drums. It was famous once for its fine beans.
Cafe del Aroma Encantado. Enchanting aroma, huh?
See, once we have thrown the mercenaries out of Costa Rica, I know it will make wonderful coffee again. And then you must come and try something.
Sounds great. I wouldn't mind a cup of joe after all this is over. Oh, wait.
What is wrong?
No, I just remembered this guy I knew wasn't big on coffee. English. Get rid of that muddy water and get a cup of black tea down your gob, he'd say.
That is too bad for him. It is delicious. As I said before, building railroads in Costa Rica was a dangerous job. A lot of men died, and sometimes they stopped work altogether. This is one of those places. They had to cut through steep terrain, so when they finally made it through, they just built the rail terminal right there. And that is why they named it
El Cadalso. The gallows. Charming. I'm surprised the construction money didn't dry up the way things were going.
Actually, it did, but the bananas helped complete it, so they say.
You mean the energy the workers got from eating bananas? I suppose they do have plenty of vitamins.
No. I meant the money they got to finish it came from exporting bananas.
No.
But one thing is for certain. The owners of the railroads expanded into the banana trade after construction was completed. That was the start of banana cultivation in Costa Rica. Snake. To the north of the village is a bridge that crosses the hydraulic line. Though normally the bridge is not used by people. If you slip, you will fall straight to the bottom of the valve. Be careful.
What's a channel doing here?
It is not for irrigation. They are hydroelectric pipes. I wonder if they run into Irasu's crater lake. Normally they would build a reservoir at the bottom of the valve, but it was probably too dangerous. Los Cantos means sword. You should be able to see across the Irasu mountain range from there. There are not as many big trees at that elevation, and you'll probably be well above the roof.
It'll be tough to hide up there.
You're not thinking about the scenery right now, are you?
Not while I'm surrounded by bad guys.
You should have seen it when the country was at peace. I know you would have been impressed.
Well, that'll be our reward for a successful mission. Sound good?
One. Thank you. There is an old fort around there.
What is it, boss? You sound upset.
You see, it was built during the Civil War.
Let me guess. Disputes between Costa Rica's political parties escalated into all-out conflict.
See, conflict that cost my grandparents their lives. The most senseless sort of war. Countrymen mindlessly slaughtering their own. That fort is a reminder of that senselessness.
Sadly ironic, given who's occupying it now.
That war was the reason Costa Rica abolished the army. Please, Snake, get them out of our country.
I intend to. Boss, what was the government thinking building a power plant at the top of the mountain? With no river to replenish the water, the lake would dry out pretty quick.
If it were an ordinary power plant, but the plan called for a pumped storage power plant.
Pumped storage power plant? Kaz mentioned that too. What is that?
It is a facility that generates electricity by pumping water up to the lake, then letting it run back down.
Seems System Fiat to me.
If they turn the water into electricity as soon as they had pumped it up, sure. But a pumped storage plant acts as a kind of battery.
The battery?
For instance, power during the day, they can generate it using water pumped up during the night.
I get it. It's a little more difficult to adjust output with thermal or nuclear plants.
The thing is, Costa Rica won't have enough electricity to meet its needs. Right now, there is no surplus.
Maybe that's what put the brakes on the project. Must have played right into the CIA's hands.
This area is a tropical cloud forest, continually covered in a thick mist. It is quite a mystical place.
Selva de la Leche. Forest of milk. I can barely see in front of me.
There you go again. The forest is basically sitting in a cloud. So of course it's going to be hard to see. But you know, the cloud forest is the only place many exotic creatures can live.
Well, if they're not edible, I'm not interested.
See, I'll have you know people travel from all around the world with this Costa Rica's unique fauna. Snake, watch out for the frogs.
Why? They bite. Relax. No frogs ever eaten a snake. Although, I feasted on a few frogs' legs myself.
But they're dangerous. They're poisonous.
Poisonous?
Lizard dart frogs live up to their name, I assure you. Their poison is so strong, the indigenous use them to make poison-tipped arrows. Some secrete poison through their skin. Even touching them can be dangerous. So don't go petting them or anything.
So, I can't eat one.
I am warning you. Catarata de la Muerte means waterfall of death.
How cheerful.
I am sure it will be no problem for you, Snake. Especially compared to all the dire situations we faced in the past.
Yeah, easy to say now. Let's see what really happens.
Sorry. Still, I'm surprised. Everything they say about the legend is true.
I'm neither hero or legend. But for some reason, I don't like you calling me that.
Thanks. Be careful. Please.
Selva de la Muerte, huh? Forest of Death. Wouldn't want to get lost here.
Sure wouldn't. But do not worry. I will be your guide.
Happy to hear it.
By the way, you know much about sloths.
Just the name.
They are amazing. Sloths spend almost all of their lives up in the trees, except for when they have to go to the bathroom. Plus, they barely eat a thing.
What? How do they survive?
Why do you think they are called sloths? They hardly move, so they hardly burn any energy. They are also able to maintain a low body temperature, lowering their metabolism further and allowing them to survive on very little.
Wouldn't that make it easier for them to get picked off by predators?
They stick to the trees, helping them blend in and stay out of sight. They say there are even sun sloths that grow moss when they reach a certain age, like some sort of fairy tale forest hermit.
I knew great old sniper once. Guess he was even more in tune with nature than I thought.
Oh, sniper? What are you talking about? Carolinas de Xochitl will be around there. They have not been restored at all, so they may well be covered in plants.
Xochitl.
An Aztec goddess of fertility and beauty. They say she was always accompanied by birds and butterflies. One theory says she was the mother of the god known as Quetzalcoatl.
Quetzalcoatl.
The Quetzal is said to be an incarnation of Quetzalcoatl, hence its name.
I get it. Well, this place definitely matches the atmosphere of a cloud forest.
Now, you may have seen better days, but that is still a temple, so be sure to show respect when you're inside.
If the mood strikes me.
Well, you've got no one to blame but yourself if Xochitl strikes you down. I do not know if I recall such large ruined peaks.
Didn't you say there's a lot we don't know about Costa Rica's ancient civilization? You talked about some giant stone walls, too. What are in your country.
Since it was founded, my country has not once been able to choose its own path. For Spain and America, over 100 years of this.
I know.
In the 19th century, an American mercenary named William Walker seized power in Nicaragua.
I'd heard he exploited rivalries between the political parties.
Even after we expelled him, the Americans sent in their Marines under the pretext of quelling political unrest.
And the real reason?
To intimidate the government and thwart the construction of the Nicaragua Canal.
I thought the U.S. already has the rights to build a canal in Nicaragua.
They never intended to build a canal there. They'd already started digging in Panama. A canal in Nicaragua would break up the Panama Canal's monopoly. Reason enough for America to stick its nose into our affairs.
They snagged the rights so nobody else could build there.
It was General Sandino who finally stood up for those Yankees. General Sandino waged a guerrilla war against the Marines, at last driving them out. He was a true hero, and to us Sandinistas, like a father. But when they pulled out, the Americans left us something to remember them by.
The National Guard.
Yes, that Guardia. In name, a peacekeeping force, but in reality, Commander Somoza's personal army, answering to no one else. Unable to stay silent, General Sandino went to protest. He was assassinated by Somoza as he made his way home. It was then Somoza and those Souths began to eat our country alive from the inside. It has been 40 years since the Somoza family became the rulers of Nicaragua, with La Guardia at their command. No one can challenge them.
You came here on the one from the National Guard, right?
See, they took everything. Our land, our homes, our jobs.
Now belong to Somoza.
See, their law too. He's even got the judges in his pocket. When you defy him, you face death. Everyone bows and scrapes before La Guardia. Even then you might get a beating if they are in a bad mood.
And you're trying to change things.
That's not all. These Somozas have used their power to line their pockets. They confiscate people's land and hand it to members of the Somoza family. By now, close to half the farmland in Nicaragua is theirs. We were powerless. Until... You remember the earthquake 2 years ago?
Yeah, I heard the capital was hit pretty hard.
We lost Managua, our capital city. People sent aid from all around the world. Tears of sorrow turned to tears of joy. Yet almost all of it was embezzled by the Somozas. They sold out those who lost everything for money. They feasted on our country's suffering. Public resentment is at the boiling point. The Somozas' days are numbered. We will see to it. The first Somoza was originally no more than the commander of La Guardia. Ordinarily, a man at this station could never hope to become president. The president at the time had no power to back him. The only one with the strength to oppose him was General Sandino. Better to say the general was the only one who dared oppose him. There was nothing special about him. Above all, it takes a strong will to see justice done. That is what he taught us.
It's also what motivated Somoza to have him killed.
Yes, the rest was easy. He got rid of the president, taking office in a sham election. And once he had the power, he never gave it up.
Talk about heavy-handed.
He had the Americans backing him, that's why. They didn't want to hand over power to a rebellious general.
Even so, it's hard to believe Washington would give its blessing to a guy like that.
The American president at the time put it this way. Somoza may be a son of a bitch, but he's our son of a bitch. In other words, better a dog or Los Sapos than an anti-US regime. The Managua earthquake struck 2 years ago, the day before Christmas Eve. Giant cracks opened up in the streets. Sleeping children were crushed in collapsing houses. No chance to escape. No visit from Santa Claus. Somoza, the old houses could not even get rebuilt. It was a nightmare.
I heard the epicenter was right in the middle of the city.
Even today, it's too dangerous to build on top of the old land. The city center is still in ruins.
And to make things worse, Somoza stole the recovery money.
We must not fail. We owe it to those who lost their lives. We will defeat Somoza. The river that flows between Nicaragua and Costa Rica is the Rio San Juan. It connects Lago Pusiborca to El Mar Caribe. It is a gentle river, safe even for small boats. You have to watch out for the sharks, though.
Sharks? In a river?
El Tiburon Toro live in the river, but there's nothing to fear. San Juan will protect you always.
Juan?
The Rio San Juan takes its name from San Juan, the man who baptized Jesus, the man you call John the Baptist in your country.
John, huh? I'll be careful anyway. I'd hate to drown. And if a John Doe.
There is a volcanic island in Lago Pusiborca called Ometepe. It's formed from two connected volcanoes shaped like a borongo.
The one with smoke coming out of it.
That's the one. The smoking volcano is Concepcion. It erupts once in a while. The other one is Maderas. It's never erupted in recorded history. There's a lake in the caldera at the top.
A crater lake. Let's hope there's not another underground factory inside.
Don't say that. If Peace Walker's nukes detonated there, it would destabilize the magma underneath. It could cause the volcano to erupt again. If that happens, my country is doomed. Snake, you must stop Peace Walker. We are Sandinistas, the heirs of General Sandino's will.
Sandino, the father of modern guerrilla warfare.
To you, maybe. To us, he's more like a real father.
That why you named yourselves after him?
Of course. La Frente Sandinista de Liberación Nacional. The Sandinista National Liberation Front is named in his honor. We share the general's goal to take back our country's freedom. In his day, from America. In ours, of the despot Somoza.
Times have changed, but the song remains the same.
Patria libre o morir. That is our slogan. El Che used to say the same thing, you know.
Patria o muerte, the slogan of the Cuban Revolution. So, you're fighting for a socialist revolution too, then?
No, it's not about ideology. We only want to live normal lives. We are sick of living in a country where you can be beaten for walking down the street, where you never know if your neighbor is snitching on you. Our goal is to give back the country to its people.
Yeah, the Cuban Revolution started out like that too.
We are few in number, but we will win. Victoria o muerte. For a revolutionary, there is no other fate. Augusto Cesar Sandino, General and Hero of Nicaragua. 50 years ago, conflict broke out between the political parties of Nicaragua. The U.S. Marines intervened in the name of restoring order. The only one who refused to listen to their call for reconciliation was General Sandino.
One man against the Marines. That takes guts.
The general wasn't a professional soldier. Neither were his compadres. And they certainly could not match the Marines' equipment. But he used the land to his advantage, lurking in the fields and hills of Nicaragua, and using surprise attacks to harass the Marines.
I know. I've read plenty of textbooks on guerrilla warfare.
In the end, he drove them out. He was truly a role model for us.
Yeah, but that was the 30s. Didn't the Depression have something to do with it? It takes cash to wage war.
Perhaps. But there is no denying what the general accomplished. The people hailed him as the General de Hombres Libres, the General of Free Men. They loved him. Then he was assassinated by Anastasio Somoza Garcia, commander of La Guardia.
The father of the current Somoza.
Somoza had the Americans backing. That is the way things were. general may be dead, and the times may have changed, but his spirit lives on inside each of us. We are the sons and daughters of General Sandino.
Hey, how's the watermelon business these days?
Not bad. I hear the compas back home are hanging in there too.
Good to hear.
You know our nickname. I'm impressed. No wonder they call you boss.
You used to hide your weapons and hollowed out watermelons. Smuggled right past the National Guard. You even transported pineapple grenades that way. The name caught on among sympathizers in the region then.
What are you talking about? They call us watermelon sellers because the general's name sounds like the word for watermelon. Zambia.
Really?
See.
Damn it, Kaz. A revolution to bring peace to your country, huh? No matter how much we fight, peace never gets any closer, does it?
I do not like it, but it is the only way. If we do not fight back, they'll just keep exploiting us. You want proof? Look at our country's history. Revolution is a means and not an end. I know. When the revolution is victorious, I want my country to be at peace. But to bring peace, we have to first eliminate that traitorous scum.
It's an old saying. We make war that we may live in peace.
Who said?
Aristotle.
You know your history.
I had a good teacher.
It has always been like this. People making the same mistakes over and over. And still, all we can do is fight.
I hear you. If you've got a goal, you've got to keep moving forward. I noticed you called Che Guevara El Che.
Not just us. Everyone in this place does. Che was always his nickname. He does not feel right to call him by his last name. I was shocked the first time I saw you. You look so much like him.
I look like El Che, huh?
Sort of. Not in the face. It's more the way you carry yourself.
I guess Che's a hero to the Sandinistas, too.
Of course. The FSLN was formed in the spirit of the ideologies championed by El Che and Fidel.
Fidel Castro. So, you were trying to bring the Cuban Revolution to Nicaragua.
Well, we were. But Cuba isn't what it once was. Not since El Che left. El Che was a true revolutionary. He fought and died for the people. He worked harder than anybody, and he was a righteous man. Even as a minister of Cuba, he gave up his weekends to work on the farms and public works. As a volunteer, no less.
Yeah, I've heard the stories. But when you think about it, wasn't it that obsession that did him in?
How do you mean?
We can't all be Supermen. He thought the ideals he applied in Cuba would work in Bolivia. But he failed to win converts and the support of the peasants. And it cost him his life.
Maybe. Maybe you are right. But at least he did not steal from those peasants, no matter how hard things got.
Yeah, I can sympathize with that. There's plenty of guerrillas out there who brought their own people to feed their revolutions.
If we had a comandante like him, the Sandinistas would find a way to fight.
You called that giant chopper an hombre nuevo.
See, it means new man.
New man?
There was nobody piloting that thing. It must be controlled by machine.
Yeah, it seems that way. No human being can pull off those crazy maneuvers.
But it's not crazy. It's smart. It thinks too.
When we first saw it, one of your men said, pilot must be an hombre nuevo.
Me? I do not like the name.
Why?
Hombre nuevo was when El Che was striving to become. When all of us who joined the Sandinistas strive to become. That's why. And hombre nuevo is one who finds joy in virtue and voluntary labor. It makes me furious to see that name given to such a monster.
How bad? Chico called that helicopter El Colibri.
Our name for the hummingbird. You saw how that chopper moved. How it hovered in midair like a hummingbird.
A hell of a lot bigger than a bird, though.
True. But bigger than hombre nuevo, don't you think? You get kidnapped by El Conite, it's all over. They take you to a prison camp and torture you until you snitch on your compas.
That's what took Chico.
They have no mercy. Once you talk, they toss you out like trash. I knew this, and still I could not save Chico. He cannot be saved. Do what must be done.
Don't write him off like that. Sometimes you have to survive, even if it means sacrificing your honor. I'll get it back. I promise.
Snake, I need your opinion. How strong are the enemy's mercenaries?
They're well trained. They've got more than enough men. Season 2. A lot of them probably saw action in Vietnam. They're a tough bunch. And armed to the teeth. I don't think I've ever seen a mercenary force field that many tanks and attack choppers.
It shows how much cash they have to throw around. And connections. How did they get access to such weapons?
How you think? They're backed by the one and only CIA.
And here we are. Half of us farmers, and the other half students. Children even. Weapons. We're so short on guns, we have to steal them from the enemy. As much as I hate to say it, all of it's going to be a bit defensive.
I know.
Yeah. Without him, we...
Yeah, I know.
Or if we can win, can't we stink?
Stop feeling sorry for yourself.
What?
Amanda,
What?
listen to me. Don't ever let your men hear you talk like that. You're their leader, and a leader has to stand tall, even when times get tough, when it feels like the fear and uncertainty could crush you. You're the one your comrades look to for reassurance. That's what a leader is. Don't forget it.
Stink.
If you're looking for comfort, go find a church. That's all I've got to say.
You are right. I am sorry. I need to pull myself together.
You'll be fine. I know you have it in you.
Thank you, Snake. The land in our country belongs to us, and yet it does not belong to us.
How so?
Along the coast, it is all banana groves, and in the mountains, it is coffee. I guess in that way, it is not so different from here.
Plantations.
Almost all the bananas and coffee are sold as exports. The landlords keep the money for themselves, leaving precious little to the farmers. Worse, the biggest landowners in the country are Somoza and his family.
But it does bring in foreign currency.
I doubt even that, at least for bananas. The plantations are owned by American corporations. The bananas are processed in factories on the plantation and exported to America from private ports. It's like having little American entrepreneurs along the coast of Nicaragua.
But the farmers have no choice but to go work there.
Es ridículo. The people have to take their land back. It is one of the things we are fighting for.
Tell me, when exactly did you realize your dad was working with the KGB?
About 6 months ago. Up until then, we only had beans to eat. And then suddenly we started to get eggs and flour. Our bullet shortage simply disappeared.
How did you get the cocaine?
Ask the KGB. All we did here was process it. Coca plants grow here too. But to my knowledge, almost all of the stuff we used came from Colombia and Bolivia.
It's processed in a factory and then shipped to ports on the Caribbean Sea. Where does it go after that?
I never thought about it. I mean, I did not want to think about it.
The biggest cocaine consumer in the world is the United States. I'm guessing they smuggle it in on vessels disguised as fishing boats.
See? La CIA uses that route too. Are you telling me they're selling cocaine to their own country?
Looks that way.
Those bastards are turning their own children into junkies. Are they insane?
No, just afraid. Afraid of a communist Central America.
La CIA calls them military peace walkers.
Yeah. So,
It is an insult to us Negroes.
because the guy you were talking about, Walker.
See, although it happened over 100 years ago, back then the political parties in Nicaragua were adjudged. The Nicaraguan Democratic Party hired an American mercenary to help counter their enemies, the Conservative Party.
And that was Walker.
After taking care of the Conservatives, Walker decided to seize power in Nicaragua for himself, eventually making himself president.
The Democratic Party gave him an inch, and he took the whole country.
But it did not end there. Not only did he make English an official language, he tried to reintroduce slavery. Walker's goal was to build a Caribbean empire centered on the American South.
Caribbean Empire. Sounds kind of like what Coleman is trying to pull off.
The gringos are always like that. They invent some convenient excuse to trample all over foreign countries like they own the place. Peace Walker. Ha!
What happened to Walker in the end?
A united Central American army led by Costa Rica kicked his ass and sent him running back to America.
Then why don't we do the same? I, for one, don't intend to let Coleman get his way.
Good idea. I'm glad we have you, boss.
Amanda, when did you join up with the Sandinistas?
About a year ago, when I went into the mountains with the viejo and his group.
I thought your dad was with the FSLN from the start.
No. He fought alongside General Sandino. But after that, he retired for a while. He found a job, got a wife in the house, and raised us kids. Then one day, some Sandinista students came by.
And he felt the old fire in his belly.
Something like that. All he did was help them escape from La Guardia, though. But then La Guardia showed up. They broke into our house and began pushing him around, shouting questions.
I'm guessing he kept his mouth shut.
No matter how hard they hit him. Our house was trashed. After that, he was on their list. They harassed him day and night. It was only then that he gave himself over to the Sandinistas. He kept it hidden from us at first, so we would not get hurt.
He sounds like a good father.
He was. But my mother got fed up with it. She left us. I don't blame her.
Why didn't you go with her?
It was a hard decision for sure. But like my father, I could not let Somoza get away with his crimes. But most of all,
Chico.
he is too much like his papa. One way or the other, he was going to stay. I could not leave him behind. Soon enough, La Guardia drove us out, and we found ourselves in the mountains. It just kind of happened.
Well, for an accidental revolutionary, you sure put up a hell of a fight.
The mountains make men into warriors. The training is harsh, but it brings us that much closer to being hombres nuevos.
Chico couldn't ask for a better sister. I can see why they picked you to be Comandante.
When I was little, I came down with malaria. Unlucky for me, it was the bad kind. I was in a daze the whole time. And at one point they said I was not going to make it.
Malarial encephalopathy. I hear it's pretty common in tropical malaria cases.
Even today, my memory sometimes gets a little fuzzy. Since then, I've had this fear of mosquitoes. When I hear them buzzing nearby, I get jumpy.
Ah, that explains the chain smoking.
See, I thought it might help keep the mosquitoes away, just a little. Maybe it is all in my head. You're the same way, right?
I will say this. I prefer a cigar over mosquitoes.
Me too.
I've got to hand it to you. It takes guts to conquer your fear like that and live a gorilla's life in the wild.
It is nothing. El Che did not let asthma stop him from leading the revolution. Compared to him, I am no hero.
I'm sorry to hear about your dad.
Thank you for saying that. Mi viejo was the leader of the Frente. He was the last of the generation that knew General Sandino. He saw the general's exploits firsthand as a boy. He would tell us stories about it all the time, about how the general was assassinated.
Did you know he was getting money from the KGB?
I had some idea, but I did not have the courage to confront him about it. I know it was a painful decision for him to make.
I can imagine.
Yes, my father was a good man. I loved him as a daughter, and his soldiers believed in him. Thanks to him, La Frente held together even in the worst of times. I don't know if I can ever fill his shoes.
Chico's 12, right?
Right.
Isn't he a little short for his age?
Malnourishment. Food is hard to come by when you're running around in the jungle.
He's got quite an appetite.
I know. I didn't want him to come in the first place. There was no one to take him in. I had no choice but to look after him.
Don't be so hard on yourself. Sometimes it's better for a kid to be with his family than far away in a safe place.
Thank you.
Promise me this, though. When your fight is over, make sure he gets a proper education. Give him a chance to be something other than a gorilla. It's not too late to teach him something other than fighting.
Okay, I promise. You know what book Chico really likes? The World Encyclopedia of Mysterious Creatures. The Loch Ness Monster, the Yeti.
UMAs. Yeah, I know.
He's still so much like a boy. Don't worry about it.
You'll be fine. I know plenty of grown men who still go crazy over UMAs.
Are you serious? You have taken such good care of me since you saved me from that cruelty. I want to return the favor.
Just wait until you're healed up. Then we'll talk.
I appreciate that, but you need all the help you can get. It might take a while for me to heal completely, but I'll be fine once I'm on my feet. Put me in a combat unit. I'll pull my weight.
I wouldn't expect any less from a Sandinista Comandante.
Enough flattery. But seriously, it does not feel right for me to be sitting here while my compas are out risking their lives.
One thing's for sure. Having you out in the field would be a big boost to Sandinista morale.
Of course, our ultimate goal is still the overthrow of Somoza. But until we get ourselves back in order, we will follow your lead, wherever it takes us.
Glad to have you on board. Amanda, you getting used to Mother Base?
Yes, it is heaven compared to living in the mountains. We are no longer constantly on the run from La Guardia or mercenaries.
Some of the new guys we recruited used to be mercenaries.
We are getting along. It was difficult at first, but once you talk to them, you realize we've got plenty in common.
I see. Good to hear.
We may be enemies, but we are all still human beings. Garcia's soldiers, La Guardia. The same goes for the people of America.
What's gotten into you?
Mi viejo got involved with drugs in order to scrape together money for La Revolucion. He did whatever the KGB said, all for Nicaragua, or so he told himself. But I realize now, in the end, all he did was help poison young people of America.
Yeah.
I have made up my mind. Even when I leave Mother Base and return to La Revolucion, I will never turn to drugs. Nor will I look to the KGB for help. If we topple Somoza using the KGB and drug money, we will lose the people's hearts.
So, you're choosing a different path from your father.
I still respect him, but I will not do things the way he did.
Well, I'm sure Chico will be glad to hear that.
Chico is a grown soldier now. I could not face him otherwise.
Well said, Amanda. Those are the words of a true Comandante.
Stop. I was inspired by the greatest Comandante I have ever known. Boss.
The supply staging point is at the eastern foot of Kirasu. There's a rail terminal there. They'll probably transfer the nuke from the train onto a truck.
Gotcha. I'll have to catch them while they're moving the cargo.
But you might run into El Basilisco. Keep your eyes peeled, Snake.
An 80-foot-tall walking behemoth. The CIA's new weapon.
Could be. Too bad it's not actually a dinosaur. I think they're testing it up at the base, on top of the mountain.
I met a guy in Russia who described it as a metal gear linking infantry and artillery.
Metal gear.
I've got a bad feeling about this. Like maybe it's connected to everything that's happening here somehow.
The nukes? You don't think...
What else could it be? If it is up there, I'll just have to improvise. Either way, I won't know until I get there.
Watch your back, Snake. There's a river in the mountains north of the village. You'll see a water pipe running across that's got a walkway. You can use as a bridge. I guess they built it to carry water from the hydroelectric plant. To get there, though, you gotta get past the barricade north of the precinct.
Got it.
A basilisco supposedly lives in the gorge up there, so be careful you don't get distracted and fall in the river.
A basilisco.
Not the big monster I saw. I mean, the real basilisco.
A real one. The legendary king of snakes.
More like a lizard, I guess. It walks on top of the river.
A lizard that walks on water.
Man, you should see it. It's not that big, though. Only about 1 bite long.
Pretty good size for a lizard.
Yeah, but not nearly as big as a dinosaur.
So there's a real basilisco that lives in the river.
Only saying, I heard stories from people who said they saw it. But I know lots of places to find it in Nicaragua. Do you want to go have a look?
I don't have time for sightseeing.
You don't like lizards?
It's not that. I just think snakes taste better.
Who said anything about taste?
How about you? You like them?
Not that way. They do look kind of like dinosaurs, though. You don't think that's cool?
They're both reptiles, yeah. But there's a big difference size-wise.
I'll bet there are still big ones around somewhere. They say mammals multiplied and ate up their eggs. But they can't all be gone. They've gotta exist somewhere up there.
Dinosaur eggs, huh?
And animals are always evolving, right? Maybe they evolved so much, they don't even look like dinosaurs anymore.
Then you can't really call them dinosaurs, can you?
I guess not. Yeah, you're right. Dinosaurs have gotta be big. Irasu has more than one crater, because he's erupted so many times. I heard most of them filled up with rainwater and became lakes.
Calderas, huh?
Calderas? Yeah, something like that. Hey, I got an idea. When you get to the lake, can you keep an eye out for weird animals for me? People all over the world tell stories about giant monsters living in lakes. Nessie in Loch Ness, Nahuelito in Argentina, Ogopogo in Canada. I can hardly keep track of them. They say that all these sightings prove dinosaurs do still exist.
But crater lakes are isolated. They're not connected to rivers.
Yeah, but you know Mokele Mubembe in the Congo River? He can walk on land. So maybe they moved there from some other lake.
You sure know a lot about UMAs.
There used to be a guy named Frente who was a hunter. He told me lots of things. He even said he once went to a place called Isla del Monstruo.
A hunter on Isla del Monstruo.
Someday, I'm gonna be a hunter and catch some rare animals. Right after we restore peace to our land, of course. Did you ever hear of the Loch Ness Monster?
Now that one I know. Pretty much everyone's heard of old Nessie.
Great, so I don't have to explain. I think she's a long-lost dinosaur. Don't you?
Sure. Why not?
One of the compadres gave me a book about it, with photos. It looks exactly like a plesiosaur.
Then why does it only live in Loch Ness?
Well, it probably got cut off from the ocean. Back when Loch Ness was part of the ocean, some plesiosaurs became trapped there with the climate change. There weren't any mammals there, so no natural predators. Today's Nessie is descended from those plesiosaurs.
Then wouldn't it make sense for there to be monsters in other lakes with similar climates?
Exactly. That's why there's been giant monster sightings in a bunch of other places. Like Nahuelito and Ogopogo. I don't know if there's one in Irasu too, but I know there's definitely something living in Lago Osiporta.
You mentioned Nahuelito. What is it?
It's a plesiosaur that lives in Lago Nahuelhuac in Argentina. It's described a little differently, but I'm sure it's basically the same creature as Nessie. Okay? Except for one thing.
What?
Well, according to one theory, it's the result of a nuclear test back in the 50s.
What? There's no record of a nuclear test in Argentina in the 50s.
At the time, the president, General Juan Perón, was pushing hard to industrialize the country. I wouldn't be surprised if he conducted a top-secret nuclear test before he was overthrown in the war.
Sounds a little far-fetched to me.
You think? Maybe Nahuelito really is a dinosaur.
No, I didn't say that.
I mean, it's really pretty obvious.
Wait a minute.
Thanks for clearing that up, boss.
revolutionary movement in Congo ended in failure, you know.
Yeah, I know. I wish we could do something to help. But Africa's awfully far away.
Africa.
With a big jam or some killing the bit. Wonder if I will.
Best to take care of business here before daydreaming about Africa.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Chico, you know much about Cloud Forest?
Not that much. All I know, there's a world of difference between a rainy rainforest and a foggy cloud. But they have some things in common. But like for instance, you gotta watch out for poison dart. Both rain and cloud forests have high humidity, so they're perfect environments for frogs and other amphibians. I mean, it's not like just touching a strawberry poison dart frog or a dying dart frog is going to kill you. But don't eat it, no matter how hungry you get.
I can get all the rations I need from Mother Base. No jungle food for me this time.
Seriously? You're not disappointed you don't get to eat wild animals?
What do you think I am?
Just kidding. In Colombia, though, there's a frog, the golden dart frog, that's lethal to the touch.
How do you know all this?
Come on. Don't you think poisonous animals are cool?
Not if you get poisoned by one.
Well, obviously. One more thing. When you get to the forest, be on the lookout. Big.
I think I'll be okay there.
Bigfoot is an ape man that lives in the Rocky Mountains. In the local Indian language, he's known as Sasquatch. And get this, he's over 3 vara. Can you believe that?
So he's kind of like a gorilla.
Completely different. Even the biggest gorillas only get to about 2 vara, and they walk on their knuckles. Bigfoot's big, and he walks on 2 feet, like people.
So he's more man than ape.
Probably. His ancestors were split up from humans at some point. Like before they started using tools and stuff.
Yeah, but the Rockies kind of far away from here.
Yeah, not that far. According to Darwin, humans came all the way over here from Africa. Plus, there have been sightings in Venezuela of an ape man called Mono Grande. Costa Rica has tons of plant and animal species. So I expect there to be at least one kind of ape man.
At least. Gotta admit, I've never heard of Mono Grande.
Yeah, he's not as famous as Bigfoot. He's similar, but he lives in Venezuela. He's not that big, less than 2 vara. He's way more ferocious than Bigfoot. I wonder just how big he is. Like when he catches his prey, does he punch it to death?
That's the law of the wild. You catch your prey, you kill it, then you eat it.
Yeah. The punching is way more ferocious than biting.
No, maybe it seems that way because that's what humans do. You really love UMAs, don't you, Chico?
You know what I think? I think UMAs should be dangerous. Otherwise, where's the fun in hunting them? Did you see a quetzal snake?
Yeah.
What do you think? Did it look like a snake?
No, it didn't look like a snake.
Really? Must be different from the quetzalcoatl.
Quetzalcoatl?
A winged snake from the Mayan and Aztec legend.
A winged snake?
Weird, right? I bet it's a UMA. Amanda and everybody says quetzalcoatl is a quetzal in the form of a god. There's no way anybody would mistake a snake for a bird. I think the legend of Quetzalcoatl came first. Somebody saw it and adopted it as their god before they saw the quetzal. After that, somebody saw a bird that looked like the image of the god, and so they named it quetzal.
It happened the other way around.
If you ask me, the Quetzalcoatl was probably a pterosaur that survived. I mean, it's got wings and it's a reptile, so it probably looks kind of like a snake, right? Pterosaurs live on in Africa even today. They're called the Congomado and the Elitsiao. So it makes sense that there'd be pterosaurs on the American continent too, and that they survived until the Mayan and Aztec eras.
Lucky for us, they're not still around today.
Who says they aren't? The dinosaurs supposedly died out 65 million years ago, and the Aztec civilization only goes about 600 years. If they managed to survive 65 million years, surely they couldn't be wiped out in 600. Pterosaurs survive today in the African countries of Cameroon and Congo. Each tribe
sure are a lot of dinosaurs running around the Congo.
Well, a lot of the land hasn't been settled by humans. They've survived all this time, just undiscovered by man. But they're finding fossils in America too. This one they found 3 years ago in Texas had a wingspan of more than 12 meters. If I saw a gigantic pterosaur like that, I'd probably call it a god too. Yup, I'm sure that's what the Quetzalcoatl really is. A base disguised as a mine? We never made it that far. I don't know what kind of place it is, but you better be careful, just in case.
I plan to.
I've heard that the American Army keeps dead alien bodies and UFOs in secret bases.
Aliens.
There are billions of stars in space. You've got to think that at least a few have civilizations more advanced than ours. I'll bet they visit Earth in UFOs. In 1947, the Army actually announced that they had caught a flying disc-shaped object near Roswell, New Mexico. Maybe you don't know about it, but those Army guys, they all know.
Oh, you don't say.
Anyway, there's no telling what kind of mystery weapons they might have stashed up there. Watch your back. Apparently, UFOs are connected to cattle mutilation.
Cattle mutation.
No, not mutation. Mutilation. It's a word I'd never heard before. People have been reporting their livestock dying in mysterious ways near the same places where UFOs have been sighted. They say the bodies are drained of blood and the eyeballs and sexual organs are gouged out.
Wow, when you leave a corpse cut open in a field somewhere, the ground soaks up the blood.
Yeah, but supposedly these cows weren't cut up by any man-made means.
Maybe maggots got to them.
In some cases, they detected radiation.
Radiation.
Even in our own town, we had goats that died in strange ways. Some said they saw a monster. A lizard on 2 legs covered in spines from its head all the way down its back. I wonder if that's what the aliens look like. Or if there was some pet they brought with them.
Either way, doesn't sound like a very advanced civilization to me.
Well, if you see one, tell it I said hi.
Sure, if it speaks human.
UFOs kidnap people, too. You know, alien abductions. You've heard of the Hill abduction, right? That couple back in the 60s? So when I first saw the Colibri, I thought it was a UFO.
Full recovery.
I know those guys are working with the aliens, even if they wouldn't let me see them.
Well, you better not get caught again, or they'll be experimenting on you.
I'd take that over torture. What do you think they look like? Completely bald, maybe, with gray skin and big black eyes? Or maybe they're 4 feet tall and wear skirts?
I kind of doubt it. I'll give you one thing, though. I've never seen anything move like that. Maybe the CIA really did make contact.
You see? It's true! You want to know something? I once met an alien cat.
An alien cat?
Yep, it was dark out, so I couldn't see too well. But it was a cat with a huge long tail. Its eyes shined in the dark, too.
Most cats' eyes do.
At first, I thought it was a regular cat. But then, it started talking. Inside my head.
Inside your head?
He said his name was Algarboso El Baki Munyudad. He'd come to Earth from the Andromeda Galaxy to check out Earth's nuclear weapon.
The Andromeda Galaxy. Mankind's barely made it to the moon. We couldn't possibly launch nukes that far.
El Baki said he was watching over us to make sure we don't destroy ourselves with nukes until the day we humans are ready to join the Space Federation.
It's a shame. This is supposed to be the era of détente. Still, we've got people pulling stunts like bringing nukes into peaceful countries. If something ever went wrong, it'd set off a chain reaction of retaliation.
I know. He's planning to destroy himself at any time. Snake, is it true you took a picture of El Colibri?
Yep. Got it right here.
Whoa! It's like an actual UFO! I knew it! Those Yankees are working with the aliens!
I know it kind of looks that way, but...
Hey, Snake, can you make me a copy of that?
Well, I don't see why not. What for?
People pay good money for this stuff. We can use it to raise money for MSF.
Sure, kid. You go out and get us us a good price for it.
You don't believe me, do you? I'll get the money. You'll see.
Chico, I met that talking cat.
The legendary Trenya? Really?
Trenya, yeah, that's what it called itself. Is it famous?
In certain circles, yeah.
I'm still having trouble believing it. I never thought I'd be talking to an animal one day. What a world.
Amazing you can understand his language.
Picking up the local lingo is one of the basics of intelligence work.
That's what makes you the boss, boss. Hey, say something in Trenya's language, will you?
Meow. Meow. Meow, meow, meow.
Wow. I had no idea what you're saying.
Of course you wouldn't.
So what did Trenya say?
It said it would take me to that island you talked about.
Really? Oh, take me to, boss, please, please.
I know you must be excited, but we don't know what's out there. Could be dangerous. I'll scout it out first.
Ah, no fair.
Come on, Chico. This isn't as cut and dry as you think. You can come next time, depending on what I find. I'll take some photos if I get the chance. Sorry, kid, but that's life.
Apparently, there are other cats that talk besides Trenya on Isla del Monstruo.
There's more of them.
Yeah, they're called the felines. But supposedly they don't ever come to Costa Rica. You should try talking to them if you spot them. Who knows what kind of stuff they have to say?
Yeah, just when you think things can't get any crazier.
Also, the felines are nice to you. So you be sure and be nice back. Don't you go attacking them or anything.
I would never hurt a defenseless little kitty.
I used to have this book full of pirate lore. It had the story about Rathalos, king of the skies. Most accounts describe it as a dragon with wings, or a wyvern.
A wyvern? A two-legged dragon? Vladimir Taylor's coat of arms had one on it.
Yeah, and he was a model for Count Dracula. There are reports of ships being attacked out in the middle of the ocean. So Rathalos must be able to fly great distances. And what's more, Rathalos is said to breathe fire.
Breathe fire? An animal like that can't possibly be real.
We're talking about a monster, Snake. Forget what you think you know. Tigrex is a flying dragon just like Rathalos. But it's good at moving around on land, too. It can blast you with rocks from a distance, or rush at you with incredible speed.
People have seen it on land.
See, it said that these two lady pirates, Anne and Mary, visited Isla del Monstruo. It was there that they did battle with Tigrex.
Anne was quite a marksman, wasn't she?
Must have been a heck of a battle. I wish I'd been there.
You know, I'm not so bad with guns myself.
I've already seen how good you are. Anne and Mary also saw little dinosaurs running around the island.
Velociraptors?
Yup. As you'd expect, they're very nimble, but no match for a firearm. You wouldn't want to get surrounded by them, though.
I'll bet. Nobody wants to be outnumbered in battle.
Right. Your best move would be to make sure they cannot encircle you.
Well, stealth is the basis of all sort of sneaking missions. Well, it makes battle tougher, just when it comes to infiltration.
That's what makes you the boss, boss. You don't need any advice from me.
Not bad for an old-timer, hey, Chico?
Nope. Still, be careful. Have you heard the legend about the dinosaur that came back to life as a zombie and attacked people?
Zombie? You mean the living dead?
Yeah. Dinosaurs may be extinct, but technically it would be possible for one to come back to life as a zombie.
Not so fast. Dinosaurs were real. Zombies, not so much.
What are you talking about, boss? Zombies have been used as slaves on Haitian plantations for years. In Haiti, they've handed down a secret zombie powder for generations.
Really?
People from long ago must have used that same stuff on dinosaur relief.
But dinosaurs had been extinct for millions of years before the first humans.
That hypothesis has to be wrong. In any case, this zombie was a off his back would impale him. The pain made even worse by the deafening roar rattling every bone in your body.
You sure it wasn't just some really strong monster? Who knows what kind of dinosaurs were out there? We could be talking about something strong enough to resist small arms fire.
You afraid of zombies, boss?
No, I just find the whole thing hard to believe.
Amanda's so bossy. It's always follow me or stay here. The other day she told me, chew your gallo pinto before you swallow. Can you believe it?
Knowing your sister, yeah, I can.
The enemy could strike at any time. I can't sit around taking my sweet time eating. I'm a Sandinista, just like the others. I don't need some woman telling me what to do.
Some woman. She's your sister, and she's doing the best she can to fill your father's shoes.
No, I know, but lately she hasn't been doing so good. You should be strong.
Now you're talking. Sorry to hear about your dad.
Don't be. He is a guerrilla warrior. We pledge our lives to our country and its people. I'm ready to die too if I have to.
You sure?
You better believe it. Like mi viejo used to say. Patria o muerte.
Jay said it first.
My dad used to tell us all kinds of stories. About General Sandino and his fight against La Guardia. About my mom before she left us.
You didn't want to go with her.
It's not like that. La Revolucion comes first. That's all.
You must wish you could see her, though.
No. But I know I'll see her again when this is all over. Somehow, I just know it. When I do, me and my mom and Papa are all going to live together again. This is what I thought. Now.
Hang in there, Chico. Your sister needs you.
Have you ever heard, shoot, coward? You're only going to kill a man.
Jay's last words. He'd been captured in Bolivia and said it to the soldiers just as they were about to execute him.
Jay, he was something, wasn't he? Coming up with a line like that knowing he was about to die.
After the Cuban Revolution, Jay gave up his position in the new government to aid in revolutions in other countries. He knew he could die at any time, and he was ready for it.
Me? I need to take the needle torture.
But you've been reborn as an hombre nuevo. Right, Chico?
Right.
Don't you ever get lonely, living away from your home?
Not really. My compas are my family now. A lot of them are from the same villages.
So you had plenty of people to take care of you.
Take care of me. I'm a warrior, like any other Sandinista. We look out for each other. That is how it works.
Sorry. Guess I misspoke.
I'm scattered because of that colibri. Where everybody went. Hey, Snake. If you see any friendly prisoners, please, you gotta get them out, okay? Those guys are solid, every one. You can use them in NSF. Hey, Snake, are there any jobs for me here at Mother Base? I can do any.
You don't have to work, you know.
Treat me like a kid. I'm bad.
Okay, then. What are you good at?
Let me think. Everything. Put me on any team. I can pull my own.
Well, you are young. You'll probably be a fast learner. Think of something.
Anything you need, boss. You'll see. I can fight as good as anybody.
Hey, as well as sighing, you're not your usual self.
Snake.
Something on your mind?
Huh? No, not really. Not right. I guess these snake girls are funny, you know? You can never tell what they're thinking. They're always doing their own thing. Maybe they really are different from us men.
What's this about now? Chico, you have a crush on somebody.
No, it's not that. I just...
What? Go ahead, you can talk to me.
Whenever I talk to Paz, Every time I'm around her, our eyes meet. And my face starts burning for some reason.
It's like living on the battlefield. You just have to get used to it. You're nervous at first, but the more you're out there, the more natural it feels. Get your courage up and go talk to her more often.
Oh, okay. Man, girls are more full of mysteries than you and me.
Oh, you got that right. Gio, I heard you saw Paz trying to sabotage a scene before she activated.
I should have stopped her. If only I hadn't run away. I could have captured her before she got inside. If I'd done that, she'd still be here.
She was carrying a gun. Probably trained to use it too. Don't blame yourself. You couldn't have stopped her anyway. You were unarmed.
At least talk to her. If I promised not to tell anyone, Boss wouldn't have gone and done what she did. It's just I was so shocked. I panicked.
Wait, Chico. When you saw Paz, she was trying to sabotage it, right?
Huh? Yeah.
And right after that, she took control of it, tried to make me surrender. Something doesn't add up. Why would she sabotage Zeke when she was about to use it against me?
What?
Her actions were inconsistent. Even for a spy, if she wanted to destroy Zeke, she could have done it and run away. But if her goal was to steal Zeke, she'd have no motive to sabotage it.
I don't know.
Maybe your seeing her caused her to change her plan. I don't get it. Doc, I'm starting to sense your feelings about nukes are a little different from your colleagues.
How do you mean?
You're a little chap in Pullman back there.
I told you my father worked on the Manhattan Project, right? You're familiar with it?
The basics, yeah. It was the project that kicked off the nuclear age.
That's right. Some of the finest minds of the 20th century, including multiple Nobel Prize winners, worked on it. They spent over $2 billion, and that's in 1940s money, culminated in the successful nuclear test at Alamogordo on July 16, 1945.
And the first use in combat a few weeks later. Doc,
I can't remember. My spine isn't shaped like everybody else's. I can't move my lower body, so I've never taken a single step, not since I was born.
what's that got to do with your dad being in the Manhattan Project?
As a result of his research, my father was exposed to high doses of radiation. It can't be a coincidence that my chromosomes are messed up. That's why I didn't want for these nukes to be another sword of Damocles. I wanted to give them a real purpose, to be a deterrent against war.
Doc.
And Coleman, we have to stop him, whatever it takes. August 6th, 1945, Hiroshima. August 9th, Nagasaki.
The atom bomb attacks on Japan.
My father was married to his work. I don't have a single memory of going places, weekends, but even as a kid, I knew on some level that it was for his family. I respected him. My mother used to tell me all the time, "Your father is a brilliant scientist. He saved countless American boys from death. You should be proud of him."
Yeah. You could say the war ended because of those bombs.
When I was in the 5th grade, a Japanese student transferred to our class. She showed me photos of Hiroshima afterward. I couldn't believe my eyes. A city of over 350,000 people reduced to a scorch mark on the ground by a single atomic bomb. Houses blown off their foundations, burned to ashes. The only things left standing were the skeletons of steel-framed buildings. It wasn't just the buildings. Blackened corpses on the side of the road. Survivors covered head to toe in severe burns. Within a few months, over 70,000 had died in Nagasaki, twice that in Hiroshima. For years after that, I couldn't talk to my father. Couldn't even stand to look at his face.
I know how you feel, Doc. When your father's your father.
If he hadn't worked on that project, my body wouldn't be like this. I could be researching something else. I could have lived a normal life.
wasn't so long ago the world stood on the brink of nuclear war.
Just over on the other side of the Caribbean.
I was 17 at the time. I'd skipped a few grades and was a sophomore at MIT. I remember feeling kind of apathetic about the news that came in every day. It seemed clear to me that as long as they had a grasp of the concept of nuclear deterrence, there was nothing to fear.
Either that, or they were feigning that fear on purpose.
As a way to secure a bigger defense budget? Huh. I could see that. But if that was their plan, it kind of backfired.
Because it ushered in the era of détente between East and West.
Goldman's really gonna do it this time. Once the nuclear genie is out of the bottle, the yoke of deterrence is going to be meaningless. People will die. Cities will burn. We have to stop him now before it's too late to turn back.
So you've been doing nuclear research your whole life?
No, not really. At first, I wanted to be an aerospace engineer. For me, the Sputnik launch was a good shock, not a bad one. I thought the age when science was used for war was over, and that a glorious age of space exploration was dawning. The year I skipped ahead and got into MIT, Gagarin went into orbit, which made me more excited than ever. Of course, even back then, I knew the space race was just another facet of the Cold War.
Moscow had a leg up on us, and we were desperate to catch up.
I know. But for me, it was a happy time. I joined NASA, got to do the kind of research I loved. Our nation's prestige hinged on our work. They gave us whatever resources we asked for. I knew you could turn a rocket into an ICBM by fitting it with a nuclear warhead, but that didn't bother me so much. It didn't last long, though. The space and nuclear arms races took up enormous sums of money. America beat Russia to the moon, but that's where it ended.
Then came détente.
Exactly. NASA's budget was slashed as a result. My father being a nuclear expert and all, they put me to work on a more obvious deterrent. Missiles. At NASA, I'd been researching a locomotion system for lunar exploration. Tires aren't suited to driving around on the moon, you know. And that's how I caught Coldman's eye. But you know, there's something I've never been able to figure out. Is the Cold War really a war, or is it really peace?
Doc, what do you...
People called it a Cold War, but I disagree. Sure, nuclear stockpiles are increasing. Threats are multiplying. The U.S. and the Soviet Union have enough power to destroy the human race 100 times over. But nobody's actually being killed. Small-scale conflicts and proxy wars, maybe, but nuclear deterrence has averted another world war. The world's far more peaceful today than it was before, and the breakthroughs we've made in space exploration, thanks to Cold War competition, fantastic, don't you think?
No. We didn't need to rush into space like that. Going into space may have been mankind's dream. The good people were sacrificed in the scramble.
Maybe so. NASA's definitely got some skeletons in its closet.
Same goes for the nuclear arms race. Atomic testing has killed civilians and exposed thousands to radiation.
Believe me, I know. And now, this. What peace was I trying to protect anyway? The more I think about it, the less I understand. Let's speak in hypotheticals for a minute. Say you wanted to make a clone of yourself.
A clone? Paramedic had the same idea. It's science fiction.
I'm just hypothesizing here. Okay, not a clone. You have any kids?
No.
Wife?
Never been tied down.
Okay then. So, we're still talking hypotheticals. Say you had a son who'd inherited your genes. Someone with the same combat abilities as you. Would you challenge him to a fight?
Not to sound cocky, but I wouldn't want to do that. No telling who would survive.
I'll bet. You picked up on the Pupa 5000's combat patterns in seconds.
Only with your advice, Doc.
If anybody could learn to do it just by listening, it'd be easy. But you're a born soldier. Yeah, you must have been born with genes geared for combat. Soldier genes, if you will.
Genes geared for combat. I don't care how advanced their research is. You can't blame genes for everything.
Blame genes? It's funny.
What?
You think genes have nothing to do with this body I was born with?
I don't know.
Look, that fear of facing someone of equal ability in combat, imagine that on a strategic scale. That's the concept of nuclear deterrence. The idea is, when all sides are armed with the destructive power of nuclear weapons, they'll avoid nuclear war in order to prevent mutual annihilation.
Doesn't sound all that sophisticated to me.
Exactly. It's so simple in principle. But because it's so simple, whether or not it works properly depends on the people involved. In that sense, what we're looking at now is a malfunction in deterrence theory.
Coleman.
You got it. Please, Snake, don't let deterrence die. Nuclear deterrence means preventing the use of nuclear weapons in conflicts between states. But what about other situations?
Like what?
Terrorism has been on the rise in recent years, from separatist movements to far-left extremists. What would happen if nuclear weapons fell into terrorists' hands without a state, that is, without territory of their own? The chances of having nukes used against them are slim. They have no reason to fear a nuclear strike. Conversely, they have no reason to hesitate to use nukes against their adversaries.
Got a point. All the ICBMs and strategic bombers in the world amount to nothing against a terrorist crew.
Right. Of course, this is all still hypothetical. Countries keep their nukes under tight watch. There's no immediate danger of terrorists getting their hands on them. But the day may come when the proposition of nuclear terrorism makes nuclear deterrence theory a dead letter.
Nuclear terrorism. Interesting.
What are we gonna do, Snake? If Peace Walker attacks Mother Base...
Relax. We've got the entire MSF out to make sure that doesn't happen.
Yeah, but Peace Walker's missiles have 1 megaton warheads. The fireball alone would be a mile in diameter. Everything in the vicinity of Ground Zero will be vaporized by the heat rays. Then there's the blast, which travels at hundreds of miles per hour. And the fires, and the...
A huge dose of radiation from the initial nuclear reaction.
That too. There won't be a single survivor.
Yeah, I'm aware of that. Look, Doc, you made that thing. You know better than anybody what it's capable of. Right now, you've got to give me a rational, scientific estimate of the damage. If we're talking about a nuclear explosion, it's more than just MSF's problem.
You're right, Snake. Sorry about that. Like I was saying, Mother Base would be wiped out. Any ships in the area could be caught in the blast too. We'd need to send out a warning. The thing to worry about most is the fallout.
The dust of death.
If it goes off over water, the particles will be smaller than with an explosion over land. So the wind will scatter the fallout over a wider area. Clouds will form around the salt crystals in the seawater, causing contaminated rain to fall downwind.
Yeah, got a taste of that myself.
On Bikini Atoll? That's right. The 1954 Castle Bravo test created fallout 300 miles downwind. Poisoned a lot of local residents and ships. The yield of Peace Walker's warheads isn't that big, but the amount of fallout will largely depend on weather conditions. It's impossible to make a quick and easy estimate.
If it gets into the trade winds, it could come straight to Costa Rica.
What was it Coleman was saying? About leaving people free to help out? He's out of his mind. What does he think's gonna happen? When they get hit by rain containing high concentrations of fallout, a lot of them will die from the external exposure alone. The rain will seep into the ground, contaminating the water supply and crops. When they ingest the stuff, the internal exposure starts. Strontium-90 and cesium-137 have half-lives of around 30 years. The effects stay with you your entire life. Leukemia, cataracts, dermatitis, cancer. And it affects reproduction, too.
I know.
Even today, 30 years after World War II, thousands of people still suffer from exposure to the bomb. We can't let Coleman create more of them just to prove his point. I know it sounds crazy, but I created Peace Walker so that that kind of thing would never happen again.
Don't worry, Doc. We'll stop it. One way or another.
I gotta say, I'm surprised you helped us arm Metal Gear with nukes.
What of it?
Don't get me wrong, I'm grateful and all, but you sure about this? They may be for MSF self-defense, but they're still nukes. It's essentially the same thing as Peace Walker, which you despised.
See, that's exactly it.
What is?
You don't hide your motives. You tell the truth. That's what makes you different from those CIA bastards. They lay on the charm, win you over. And then, when things get hairy, they turn their backs on you.
I'm just telling it like it is.
Which is why I get the feeling that you wouldn't be stupid enough to use them. Okay, I'll come out and say it. I trust you.
You give me too much credit.
You think so? Besides, there's more uses for bipedal locomotion technology than weapons. We make it small enough, and it could have applications in robotics and prosthetic limbs. Maybe one day I'll even be able to walk.
Nice thought.
I want to stand on my own feet, be master of my own fate, and I'll use your strength to help me do it. If you don't mind, of course.
Ah, it's a fair enough deal.
Thanks. People can change, I know. But I trust you, Snake. I trust you to be the guy I know now. The aim of the Peace Walker project is to achieve robust nuclear deterrence across Central America by deploying a new nuclear weapon system along the Caribbean coast. Peace Walker is also the name of the system itself.
A nuclear weapon named Peace. I can just see the look on Kaz's face. So why exactly does this new system need legs in the first place?
Because it's a walker, an unmanned weapon, moving under its own power and capable of launching a deterrent strike from anywhere. That's the whole idea behind Peace Walker. The reason Peace Walker is a mobile nuclear weapon system is to maximize its potential as a nuclear deterrent.
How so?
If need be, Peace Walker can stay constantly on the move so that the adversary can't pinpoint its position. That allows it to avoid preemptive enemy strikes.
So you're saying it keeps the retaliation card in play?
Coleman likes to brag about it this way.
Like a land-based version of an SSBN.
And there's another reason for them to be mobile. Peace Walker also has a self-destruct function.
Why would Peace Walker need a self-destruct function?
You saw it, didn't you, Snake? That sphere on Peace Walker's head?
Yeah.
That's a hydrogen bomb.
What? You're telling me that thing's a thermonuclear device? They have any idea what kind of destruction that thing would cause?
I know, it's crazy. I mean, even overkill has its limits. If it's strategic value they want, they could have gone with something smaller. It's like they want a weapon on par with Russia's Tsar Bomba.
This arms race is running way out of control.
It's an evolutionary dead end. A saber-toothed tiger. You can't load a warhead that big on a missile, of course. And no strategic bomber can carry it. That's where Peace Walker comes in.
So, it waltzes into enemy territory carrying a hydrogen bomb and blows itself up. Christ.
The biggest nuclear warhead ever actually detonated was the Soviet RDS-220, nicknamed Tsar Bomba. It had an estimated yield of 57 megatons, 10 times as much power as all the explosives used throughout World War II. The test took place on October 3, 1961, above Novaya Zemlya. The explosion is believed to have created a fireball over 2 miles in diameter. Can you believe that? Like a miniature sun. The explosion was seen as far off as Finland, 600 miles away. And some people even reported windows shattering. The shock wave traveled 3 times around the Earth.
3 times?
Peace Walker is armed with a massive hydrogen bomb, even more destructive than Tsar Bomba. It can sneak into enemy territory, lie low, and in the event of an enemy nuclear strike, detonate itself in retaliation. And the locomotion system that lets it do that? My research. Snake, those legs were supposed to make my dream come true. Now they're about to jump the fence of nuclear deterrence. You have to stop them. I'll apply all my energy into developing weapons and equipment to help you do it.
Sounds like a deal.
So we equipped it with an AI instead.
That's strangely humane of you.
And besides, Peace Walker was designed as a bipedal weapon system. You can't imagine how hard it shakes when it walks. It'd turn a man into mush. Plus, when launching a nuclear missile, it has to perform ballistic calculations in real time. See? Because it's always moving.
Hold on. If that's all it does, then a high-performance computer ought to do the job. It doesn't need intelligence.
That's a very good point, Snake. Which brings me to the real reason. Peace Walker needs AI to make decisions regarding nuclear retaliation. It's what ensures perfectly mutual assured destruction.
I've heard all this before. Like war between machines.
We never actually launched the first nuke, of course. It's strictly a counterattack system. Only a politician could make such an illogical decision as starting a nuclear war. Conversely, if an adversary launches a nuke at us, the AI will not fail to retaliate. Therefore, the adversary can't launch. The AI guarantees it.
Even so, launching nukes without authorization.
Boomer captains have the authority to launch if land communications are cut off. It's the same principle.
Not even the captain of a boomer can make that decision alone. The way I heard it, that's the only situation where insubordination is allowed.
Only because humans are imperfect. That's Coleman's line of thinking.
You're saying that machines don't make mistakes? That's a myth. Worse than that, it's blind faith.
We wouldn't put our faith into the hands of any ordinary machine. That's what the AI is for. The decision to launch a retaliatory strike requires high-level judgment. You have to take into account not only the state of the war, but the entire world. And sometimes, you need to make a guess based on incomplete information.
You think an AI can do all that?
Yeah. At least Dr. Strangelove does. Peace Walker is fitted with several close-range weapons. We'd also planned for it to be able to enter enemy territory and self-detonate.
Wonderful. What exactly are we dealing with here?
Well, the flamethrowers for one thing. One in the front and one in the rear. Then there are the S-lines. They're like cluster bombs. It scatters them from its leg hatches. If you see those open, you better clear out quickly. And finally, the rockets. These can travel quite a distance, so stay sharp. On the other hand, you can't fire them from too close. But then again, there are those flamethrowers. It can also use its legs as weapons against any infantry on the ground. Ouch. But remember, Peace Walker technically isn't complete. With just the reptile pod, it can only perform relatively simple maneuvers. They've got certain quirks, too. What's more, look carefully, and you should be able to predict which attack is coming next. Snake, you have to stop Peace Walker from launching that nuke.
Calm down. What do I need to do?
To tell you the truth, I don't really know. The mammal pod has probably enhanced both its thought patterns and mobility. The S-mines, rockets, flamethrowers, they're all the same, but I don't know what else to say. You'll just have to stay sharp and watch for how it behaves before each of the attacks.
I'll give it a shot. There's no time for anything else.
Sorry I can't be more helpful. You can do it, Snake.
Okay, but why does Peace Walker need to walk on two legs? I think treads would be good enough.
You'd be wrong. As you know, the terrain in Central America is rugged and complex, especially along the Caribbean coast of Costa Rica. You've got jungles, swamps, mountains, and the only way to get across all that terrain, no matter how rugged, is on legs.
Yeah, but wouldn't it be tough to cross a swamp even on legs?
It wasn't easy, that's for sure. The reason we picked Costa Rica as a proving ground is because we can test it on every type of terrain.
This Peace Walker project the CIA's talking about. You believed in it, huh?
Yeah, I believed. Actually, maybe I just wanted to believe.
What do you mean?
Here's how Coleman explained it. Peace Walker's a weapon for peace. One to ensure true nuclear deterrence. It'd be the anchor to bring stability to Central America. He told me, The nuclear weapon system you built will never be used. It will forever stand vigil as an icon of peace. And to achieve that, he needed my bipedal locomotion technology. To be honest, I was flattered. Flattered? Wouldn't you be? My colleagues in the scientific community have never taken me seriously. They told me bipedal locomotion was a pipe dream, that it had never amounted to anything. It was the first time anybody recognized my work. How could I not be happy? And besides, it was my chance to surpass my father. To create nukes for peace. Or so I thought anyway.
But Coleman's really going through with that.
Yeah. Makes perfect sense, really. No one would give the project any notice unless they could prove that an unmanned system is capable of launching a nuke.
Why is Coleman going to launch a nuke? If all he wants to do is prove the AI retaliation system works, he doesn't need to put a live warhead on it.
I agree. He could demonstrate the system by launching the missile alone, without a warhead. I asked him the same thing at first. He said there was no point in using a dummy missile. That it'd take an actual nuclear launch to deter potential enemies. Launching the real deal gives him a leg up in negotiations with Lang. That's what he's really after. I based the bipedal locomotion technology used in Peace Walker on Soviet research. Actually, I'll be honest with you. I stole most of the basic ideas behind it.
Soviet? Bipedal? You mean Granin?
You know him?
Yeah. I met him in his lab in Russia. He helped me out a little bit.
You met him? What were you?
He was head of the Granin Design Bureau, creator of countless Soviet weapons.
I'd hit a wall in my research at the time. Granin's ideas solved nearly all my problems.
There's nothing unusual about using somebody else's work to further your own research, is there?
As long as you cite it, yeah. But I wasn't in a position to do that. His research was classified at the highest level. Soviet research, no less.
So you used it without telling anybody?
I wanted to show up my colleagues for once. The ones who never took me seriously. But you reap what you sow. Coleman seized on that vulnerability. Told me if I quit the project, he'd expose my larceny.
Yeah, he had you by balls, Doc. How'd you get your hands on Granin's research?
That was also Coleman. He used his agency contacts to get a hold of it.
Giving you stolen information, then using it to blackmail you. Damn.
I knew it was Granin's work the minute I saw it. See, I've been corresponding with him for a while.
Corresponding?
Letters. Between scientists doing the same kind of research. He always complained that nobody understood his ideas on bipedal locomotion.
Ah, so you're the American friend he was talking about.
Obviously, he didn't write a word about the technology in his letters. Except for one time. If by chance anything should happen to me, I entrust my research to you. Better that than handing it over to these ignorant so-called scientists.
Sounds like him, all right.
Then one day, his papers actually came. It wasn't hard for me to imagine what had happened to him. I felt it was my duty to carry on his work after him. And also,
what?
I thought maybe combining his technology with mine could be a way to bring East and West together, like the docking of Apollo and Soyuz.
It'll never make the history books, and it's still not a reason to plagiarize.
You're right. You're absolutely right. I never had the courage to tell the truth, that's all. I always looked for excuses to cover it up.
Until now.
Huh?
You told me everything. You're no longer a coward.
Metal Gear.
Huh? What about it?
You mumbled that when I first explained about Peace Walker. I'm curious what it meant.
Exactly what it says. Metal Gear. Granin coined the term.
Granin did?
He thought of his technology as the metal gear that meshes infantry with artillery.
I like the sound of that. Metal Gear. It's got a nice ring to it. Better than an outright lie like Peace Walker, anyway.
Those papers the CIA gave you, was there any data on the Shagohod in there?
Shagohod?
A nuclear tank that launches IRBMs. It competed against Granit's system for approval.
Oh, the thing with the rockets. Designed by a guy named Sokolov, right?
What's so funny?
No, I was just remembering some of the commentary Granit added to the Shagohod papers. You should have seen the way he badmouthed it. It was too conservative, too ugly.
I can imagine.
He was so angry when he wrote that, he smeared up the ink. And you know how shoddy the paper is over there to begin with.
How bad? That's Granit, all right.
Imagine accelerating the launcher itself to 300 miles an hour to extend the range of an IRBM. As stupid as it sounds, it's a hell of a concept. Who but the Soviets would think of using a tank as the first stage of a rocket? I actually took a cue from the Shagohod when I developed the Pupa.
That hovercraft thing. You stole that one, too.
Give me a little credit. I only borrowed the concept. The technology is original. As it turned out, hover technology wasn't enough to handle all the terrain in Central America. It relied too much on brute force.
But the Shagohod was a major threat. That thing could corner like you wouldn't believe. Built pretty tough, too.
You sure know a lot about it.
It almost did me in. I couldn't forget it if I tried.
Did you in? So you were the one who took it down. Wow! You really are amazing.
I didn't do it alone.
No, serious. Thank you. We might not be here today if they'd begun mass producing that thing. Then again, they're hard at work now miniaturizing nuclear warheads. Pretty soon they won't even need an accelerated launcher like the Shagohod.
Great. That means they're that much closer to being able to launch from anywhere in the world. Chico called Peace Walker the Basilisco.
Basilisco? Oh, right, Spanish. That's funny. I once used the code name Basilisk for the Peace Walker platform myself.
What for?
The class of lizards called basilisks can walk atop any type of terrain. In a pinch, they can even stand up on two legs and run across water. Perfect name for a system that can walk anywhere in Central America, right? Plus, there are the legends.
What legends?
The basilisks legend were highly venomous creatures. There's a story told by the ancient Romans. A knight slew a basilisk by piercing it with his spear. The creature's poison seeped up the spear and killed both horse and rider. Remind you of anything, Snake?
Nuclear deterrence.
Bingo. Kill it, and you die along with it. Your hands are bound. I wanted Peace Walker to be like that.
You should know that people aren't that rational. Sometimes people do things that don't make sense, even when they know they're going to die. Maybe it's because of that.
Maybe you're right. That's exactly what I don't understand. It's an assembly of two AI pods. One of them is the mammal pod, which Dr. Strangelove developed. The other's the reptile pod, which is mine.
What's the difference?
The reptile pod is the attitude control AI. If it's destroyed, Peace Walker grinds to a halt. The mammal pod is responsible for making the decisions regarding nuclear retaliation, reflex, and thought. One is the brainstem and cerebellum, the other the cerebrum.
So, the one that houses the will of the boss
would be the mammal pod. We call it the reptile pod for a reason. The parts of our brains that govern basic life and reflex developed ages ago, when our ancestors were still reptiles.
We were reptiles?
Well, only at one stage of our evolution. The theory was proposed by the neuroscientist Paul MacLean. The reptile brain corresponds to the brainstem and basal ganglia in our brain. The reptile pod also incorporates the functions of the cerebellum.
So basically, it's the deep parts of the brain.
Dr. Strangelove came up with the name. The part of our brain that developed after we became mammal is responsible for high-level brain function.
Such as?
Such as intelligence, judgment, even love.
That's high level, all right.
Location-wise, the mammal brain is on the outside of the reptile brain. The cerebral cortex is part of it. I think it's very telling that Dr. Strangelove named her pod Mammal. It's almost like she wants it to be more than just an advanced AI. What she really wants is for it to have a mind of its own. Snake, how much do you know about the U.S. Homeland Air Defense Network?
I don't know much about what goes on up in the sky. What I do know is that NORAD tracks Santa Claus on its radar.
Thanks, Mike. I didn't know you were a comedian, too.
No, I'm serious. It's true. NORAD tracks this. Listen to me. Every December they set up a hotline and...
Okay, I get it.
He's real, I tell ya. He's the creepy president.
Okay, Snakey. As all good little boys know, keeping tabs on Santa Claus is a very important job for NORAD. But they also have another mission, the one they were created for. And the system they set up for that has been hijacked by Cole.
You mean Peace Walker's fake data transmission?
NORAD's early warning system is composed of DSP satellite-mounted infrared sensors and an array of surveillance radar stations across North America. The network sends out warnings to NORAD at Cheyenne Mountain, where the data undergoes human evaluation. Peace Walker, on the other hand, has to make its retaliation decisions autonomously. So it's set up to automatically receive the same data as NORAD through covert channels. Those channels were also used on the test grounds to delimit the AI's decision making. Peace Walker reversed the system to transmit a fake warning about incoming nuclear missiles outside the usual exercise schedule. I mean, the system could have used better safeguards. Nobody's going to argue with that. But cracking the AI? That seemed unimaginable. And you can see what happened.
Hey, Doc. Snake was smoking in the lab. It looked like a cigarette, but it wasn't lit.
Oh, it's an electronic cigarette. I designed it myself. Pretty neat, huh?
Electronic cigarette.
Got a liquid in the filter that turns into vapor. And you inhale the microparticles.
So that was vapor.
I'd actually rather be smoking normal cigarettes, but not in that way. The smoke would wreck the precision equipment, ruin all its wiring. But the vapor is just steam. It doesn't contain tar or anything like that. So I can smoke it in the lab with no worries.
Nice.
Want to try one?
Nah, I'll stick with cigars.
Yeah, but
I don't like imitations. The real thing's always better.
okay. But you know, sooner or later, smoking is going to become very unfashionable across the world. It hurts you and those around you. Electronic cigarettes might not seem so bad then.
Yeah, when that happens, I'll think about it. You said your dad was involved in the Manhattan Project, right?
Yeah?
You think that's why you can't walk?
I don't know. Actually, you know, probably not. So far, nobody's found evidence that exposure to radiation from parents causes genetic defects in children, except for those exposed to it. Epidemiologically speaking.
That's the conclusion of the Atomic Bomb Casualty Commission.
Right. The ABCC commenced its study immediately after the war, and it's still ongoing.
Even now, 30 years later.
The effects of radiation exposure last a long time. I'm guessing it will be another 10 years before we get a real verdict on whether it affects children. Granted, it's the most massive study anybody's ever done. But that's really all it is, a study. The ABCC brought in bomb ran tests, but they didn't treat it.
Really? That too.
At any rate, that's what my father made me believe when I was growing up.
Maybe it was tough for your dad to explain. Ever think of that?
Yeah, maybe. But this is my problem now, Snake. I have to face the nukes head on, whether I like it or not. My creations are being used for the wrong purposes. The onus is on me to stop it somehow. Help me, Snake. Hey, as long as I'm here at Mother Base, why not assign me to the R&D team? You could use a guy like me.
Glad to have you on board. I'm sure Kaz is too.
Once I've got the necessary materials and design specs together, I should be able to start building you that bipedal weapon platform. Nothing would make me happy than for my research to help put a stop to Peace Walker.
So this Dr. Strangelove was at NASA.
Yeah, well, actually, Strangelove left for DARPA not long after I joined.
And then the two of you ended up back together doing research in Costa Rica.
Not exactly together. We coordinated on a few things, but the research projects themselves were separate. We had it worked out so that Dr. Strangelove handled the mammal flow, Peace Walker surreal, while I did the rest.
That letter, something to do with your research.
Huh? No, yeah, it's a report. Research findings.
Research findings? Anything that never been used against Peace Walker?
Nothing at all. Just don't read it, okay? Promise me you won't. Did you, give that letter to Dr. Strangelove?
No.
Why not? I gave it to you for a reason. It's highly important information.
Sorry. I didn't exactly have an opportunity to play postman.
Well, next time you see her, make sure she gets it.
Yeah, sure. She doesn't.
Snake!
What?
Tell me you didn't read the letter.
No.
You did!
I mean, you never know what kind of information could affect the outcome of an operation, right? So, okay.
So you read the letter, after I specifically told you not to.
What do you expect people to do when you tell them not to read something?
I thought I knew you, Snake. I thought I could trust you. But now I see I was wrong.
Look, I'm sorry. I just don't get what you see in her.
Well, I wouldn't expect a barbarian who opens other people's private correspondence to understand.
Fine then. Don't complain yourself.
Huh? But no, no way. I could never.
You've got a long way to go, anyway.
You ever see the movie 2001: The Space Odyssey?
Can't say I have.
Fantastic movie. The outer space special effects are incredible enough, but the depiction of AI is what really stands out.
There's an AI.
Yeah, a spacecraft pilot AI called Hal. He plays a major role in the story. Dr. Strangelove loves it too. Did I ever tell you about the time we first met up in Costa Rica?
No.
You know how she hates men, right? So we hadn't seen each other since NASA, and we just weren't hitting it off. Until we started talking about Hal. And then she started going on. The way she talked about it was so intellectual. The way she analyzed every plot detail, how passionate she was about the AI, made me fall for her all over again.
Yeah.
You know what? Here's to Hal for bringing her and me closer together. You should ask her about 2001 too. Then you'll understand just how amazing she is.
Amazing, huh?
Hal. Now there's a good name. The pupa increases its mobility by using compressed air to hover its rear section. It moves by means of its treads and boosters. Those boosters also provide the propulsion needed for high-speed movement.
So if I take out the boosters, it won't be able to charge.
Right. I suppose you could also avoid its attacks by lying down beneath it. The pupa is also equipped with electrical shock units. It uses these devices, they look like lightning rods, to direct discharge.
Guess I should pull the plug on those too.
Good idea. What else? Well, as with all AI machines, you can incapacitate the entire unit by taking out the AI itself. If you can get the hatch open and climb inside, you can pull out the memory boards. Lights out AI. We may be able to use those boards for ourselves. If you can, try and get inside the AI pod and have a crack at it. You won't be able to do that until you've damaged it enough to stop it from moving first.
Got it. Usual tactics first, then.
Being an unmanned vehicle, the Chrysalis can perform extreme G-force maneuvers that standard aircraft can't. It'll be difficult to counterattack once it's coming at you. I should mention that it's also equipped with a railgun.
What?
A weapon that fires rounds using electromagnetic force in lieu of gunpowder.
Wait, an electric weapon?
Not exactly. The rounds themselves are conventional shells. It creates force by running an electric current through a magnetic field. Fleming's left hand. Didn't they teach you that at school?
Not at mine.
Oh. Anyway, as the railgun uses electromagnetic force, it needs to charge before firing. Once you see it starting to charge, take immediate evasive action. Also, as with the pupa, destroying the AI will put the unit out of commission. Do enough damage and it'll have to land. Use that opportunity to get in the AI pod. Wait too long and it'll start to repair itself. Be sure to shoot the hatch the moment it lands.
I think I can handle that.
During development, I had trouble figuring out how to handle the cocoon's excess heat. I'm embarrassed to admit it, but the radiators are most likely its weakest points. They're not heavily armored, as heat wasn't dissipating properly.
Where are they?
There are multiple radiators on the upper and lower sections. Just look for the exhaust fumes. The only thing is, the upper radiators typically aren't exposed. You should probably shoot for the lower ones first. You could move under its body to access the lower ones, but the cocoon is capable of vertical movement, so be careful not to get crushed. Watch out for missiles and hedgehogs, too.
Hedgehogs? Anti-submarine multiple spigot mortars?
I adapted the technology for use as a surface weapon. Both the missiles and hedgehogs take time to load, though. It can't fire a hedgehog until the lamp comes on. As for the missiles, watch for the way the hatches move.
That'll be my chance to get close.
When the hatches open, out come the missiles.
That was some escape you made from Strangelow's lab.
Security inside was not so tight. The door to my room was locked from the outside, of course. But she took off the blindfold at that time, so she could wash my hair.
Pretty luxurious treatment for a prisoner.
Wasn't it? She wouldn't undo the handcuffs, but she washed my body for me instead. And with such gentle care.
Why'd you run away? Didn't she say you could go home in a month? If your escape attempt failed, you'd be in greater danger than before.
I was supposed to be giving a presentation on the distribution of Costa Rican bird species at a conference. The date was approaching quickly, so I pretended I had to use the toilet and made my escape. I found an ID card and searched everywhere for my equipment and my tape, but a soldier saw me. It was a miracle I managed to get away. There was no time to find the tape. I do not care about the conference. I'm lucky enough to still be in one piece.
You bounce back quick.
You don't?
Not sure. I try not to dwell too much on the past, but...
Then don't. There is no point. I'm so glad to be out of there. I never felt safe, you know?
Tell me about it.
Well, I think she's interested in women. And I think she took a fancy to me.
Oh, well, that's,
Besides, it is much nicer here.
Was it just the two women in the lab?
Most of the time, we.
And one of them, you only heard her voice, right?
Yes, that is correct. Such a wonderful voice. It sent chills up my spine.
What was the other woman like?
Ah, don't even think about it. She's not the slightest interest in men.
No, it's part of my mission to...
Only teasing. Let me think. I believe she was in her 30s. Pretty, with a good sense of style, but austere in her taste. A very unusual woman.
And she was doing research on AI.
AI? So that is what she was up to. You know, she did say something interesting. That people should not be going into space. That it is too dangerous.
An automated control system for rockets, then.
She said something about wanting to get closer to her dying wish. I think she must have been talking about an old lover.
Lover? You mean another woman?
My, aren't we curious about the women and other women?
I think you're hiding something.
Never mind. Aren't you supposed to be looking for the Quetzal? Here, I'll demonstrate its call for you.
I knew it. Let's go over this one more time. First, I need an ID card to get into the lab.
That is correct. From the outside, it looks like any other room. But on the inside, it is a state-of-the-art research facility.
And your ID card got taken away from you by some guy in an orange jacket.
Exactly. I had a Quetzal singing nearby. It has not been that long since it happened.
It could be tricky if he's out on patrol, but if he's a stationary sentry, you don't think the Quetzal's moved?
Its nest is probably nearby. I do not think it will go away anytime soon.
Good. I'll get on looking for that soldier.
If you forget what it sounds like, I will use a call for you again. Just give me a call. Anytime you'd like to hear it.
Yeah, I'll do that. Let me get this straight. You were in Costa Rica as a bird watcher?
Yes, I was. Not for pleasure, though. I am a researcher, after all. I am studying the distribution of Latin American bird species. With today's compact cassette tape recorder, even a woman like me can carry her recording equipment by herself. But it was a mistake to come alone.
Even so, there sure are a lot of wild birds in Costa Rica.
Aren't there? Over 800 different species. Said to be more than 10% of all living bird species on Earth. How many can you name, Mr. Ornithologist?
Hey, I was just trying not to scare you.
You should at least have a basic knowledge of Costa Rica. How about this? I will give you a thorough education, Mr. First-time Ornithologist.
Okay. Start by telling me about the Quetzal. Cecile, what's that machine you said you used to make those recordings of yours? Cassette, something or other.
A cassette recorder, or a cassette denske, as they say in Japan.
Yeah, that. What is that thing anyway?
A portable recording device released last year by a Japanese company, Sony. It uses compact cassettes, making it far lighter than open-wheel machines. It still weighs 5 kilograms, but the exercise won't kill me. It is user-friendly too. All the buttons have markings on them, allowing you to operate it without looking at it. Can you imagine missing the shot of a lifetime simply because you blinked?
Oh, that would be devastating. But where'd they come up with Densuke? Sounds like a Japanese name.
Allow me to field that one.
Kaz.
Densuke is a nickname that comes from the name of an old manga character.
Was he some recording nerd too?
Don't give me that. Recording atmospheric noises is an exhilarating art. There's nothing like capturing the real world in action on tape. It's just like taking pictures with a camera, only with a microphone instead of a viewfinder.
Sure.
Listen to a tape with your eyes closed, and the scene just bursts to life in your mind's eye. Tell him, Cecile.
Absolutely. When I listen to the sounds of the birds in my apartment, it is like I am back in the forest where I recorded them.
See? She's a Parisienne. She knows what's chic.
If you say so.
And what do you like to record, Monsieur Miller?
Me? Steam locomotives, no question. The roar of the engine, the throaty steam whistle. More animal than machine. Don't get me started. Steam locomotives are a dying breed in Japan. I wouldn't mind going back for a bit, making some new tapes while I still can.
You are less civilized than I thought.
Less civilized?
I detest those beasts. The noise frightens off all the birds. Then there is the smoke. I much prefer the peace and quiet of the forest.
Cecile, wait. That came out wrong.
Sure it did.
All right. What do you want to know about Quetzals?
Give me the basics. Something that'll help me find one.
Okay then. First of all, as I'm sure you remember, the Quetzal's wings and back are emerald green, a dazzling blend of viridian fading into blue. Its belly is brilliant red, and its tail feathers are white. Such a gorgeous bird. Also, the male has 2 long decorative feathers, but only during breeding season. Among birds, males are usually more beautiful than females.
Like a peacock's tail.
Yes, just like that. It is interesting to note that while their bodies are only 40 centimeters long, many quetzals reach over a meter in length when you include their decorative plumage. Quetzals typically build their nests by making holes in dead trees with their beaks, about 3 to 4 meters above the ground. They are omnivorous and eat everything from nuts to lizards.
Where can I find one?
Their habitat stretches across the entire tropical cloud forest. You may end up having to rely on its song to find one.
Good to know.
I will do an imitation. Listen closely.
Hey, not bad.
Shall I do a chicken next?
No thanks. That's enough.
Are you sure? How about a monkey?
Yeah, don't need that either.
Oh, all right then.
You said you could do a monkey call.
Yes? Want to hear it?
Yeah, I won't be able to get it off my mind until I do.
All right. Here it is then.
That's pretty good.
I can do others too. Like a sheep, a pig.
Yeah. Wow. What about a pig? That's uncanny.
Oh, I can do a rabbit as well.
A rabbit? Rabbits make noises.
Certainly, but they are very faint, so perhaps only someone who has owned one would recognize them.
I see. So, what do they sound like?
They sound very carefully.
Okay. Seriously? Rabbits sound like that?
I assure you they do. Listen again.
Never heard a rabbit do that before.
They do. I swear. Costa Rica is the home to many hummingbirds as well. The people here call them colibri.
Colibri,
Hummingbirds are the world's smallest birds. Although they can vary from species to species, most are around 10 centimeters in length, and the smallest, no more than 5. It is amazing to think that something so small can still be a fully developed bird.
I think a bird that tiny would get mistaken for a bug.
Actually, they are often mistaken for sphinx moths. The little darlings feed on flower nectar, and their beaks are long and thin to help them drink out the nectar. They beat their wings far faster than any other bird. The smallest ones, over 70 times a second. Can you imagine?
What for?
They hover in midair while they suck their nectar. They can even fly straight backwards.
Hovering. Like a helicopter. That's why Amanda and her unit called that chopper colibri.
I think it is an insult to the birds to give their legs to weapons. Don't you?
Don't ask me. Ask the birds how they feel about it.
Have you ever heard of the mannequin?
Never.
Unbelievable. You came all the way to Costa Rica, and you've never even heard of them?
I didn't come here to look at
Mannequins are known for their beautiful courtship dance. The orange-colored mannequin is said to live on the Pacific side, the white-bearded mannequin on the Caribbean side, and the long-tailed mannequin is in the Central Basin. The long-tailed mannequins are especially distinguished.
what's special about them.
First, each young male takes an older male to teach him how to dance. Then, teachers and me all get in a group and dance for the females. However, only the teachers get paired off with females. The pupils practice their technique for 7 years before
camps always have plenty to eat. Apparently, that is why they have so much free time to practice dancing.
Unlike us, obviously.
Another well-known bird of the cloud forest is the three-water bellbird.
Waddle? What the hell's waddle?
It is just like your beard, Snake.
What?
It is a piece of flesh that hangs down from its chin. Kind of like whiskers, but not made of hair.
A hanging piece of flesh.
Oui, and it only grows on nerves.
Nothing more important to a man than his beard. So, these birds are in the cloud forest too.
They are normally found in the lowland rainforest, but they migrate into the highland cloud forest during breeding season. What the three-water bellbird is best known for, though, is its loud call. It makes these metallic bong and ding sounds, hence the name bellbird. It hardly sounds like a bird at all. Even an expert bird caller like me cannot do it justice.
Doesn't sound like I'll be mistaking it for a quetzal.
Do you know the national bird of Costa Rica? Honestly, and you call yourself an ornithologist? The national bird of Costa Rica is the clay-colored robin. It's a plain-looking brown bird found throughout the country.
Why'd they make it the national bird then? Are there all kinds of better-looking birds than quetzal?
The clay-colored robin has the most exquisite song, and I think it is part of the Costa Rican national character. Choose a bird everyone knows and loves over prettier ones.
Somehow these people don't strike me as being very Latin.
Speaking as an ornithologist, I am also happy with that choice. Not all birds have to be pretty. Oh, and just so you know, the quetzal is the national bird of Guatemala. The scarlet macaw and the great green macaw are also representative birds of Costa Rica. Macaws are a type of parrot. It's known as stately bird.
Macaw. I think I've heard that name somewhere before.
But of course you have. You are an ornithologist, no?
Stop it.
So, tell me, where do macaws live in Costa Rica today?
Oh, come on now.
I am only teasing you. Macaws live not in the cloud forest, but in the rainforest, on the Pacific side of Costa Rica. In the past, they were a common sight all across the country. But lately, the population has decreased dramatically. One possible cause is the pesticide spray that facilitates large-scale banana cultivation.
Evicted from their own land, huh?
Thankfully, conservation efforts have been gaining some momentum lately.
Never heard the name Cosima before. Then again, I don't know many people from France. Is it a common name?
No, not that common. But Wagner's second wife was named Cosima Francesca Gaetana Wagner.
You know, Kojima is a common last name in Japan.
Guys,
it's just funny how, I'm part Japanese, and Cecile's middle name is so close to Kojima. It feels like destiny unfolding.
You think so?
Hey, that's a beautiful name you have. Cecile Cosima Caminades. Wait a second. Cecile Cosima Caminades. Cosima Caminades. Hey, that's close to...
Close to what?
Your name. It sounds almost like the sentence Kojima Caminades in Japanese.
And what does it mean, Cecile?
Well, kami is the word for God in Japanese. Nandesu. Well, it's hard to explain, but placed after God, it would turn the sentence into is God.
okay. So,
Kojima is God. Cecile's name is a message.
I don't believe it.
Kojima is God. Kojima is God.
Guys. How are you enjoying Mother Base so far?
It is wonderful.
Good to hear. I was worried someone as cultured as you would find the plant uncouth.
Uncouth? You've got albatross, and frigate birds, and terns, and tropic birds. seabirds I have never had a chance to see in France.
Well, great.
Sorry. I know I should not spend all day chasing birds. Is there anything I can help with?
I appreciate the offer, but I'm not sure what I can ask you to do.
Well, I'm certainly not cut out to shoot a gun.
Cecile, where'd you learn to move through the forest like that? The birds weren't scared of you at all.
Becoming one with the forest is the very essence of bird watching. They won't behave naturally if they sense a human nearby. And that can really affect your observations.
I see. Kind of like scouting then.
I am also good at spotting birds from a distance, tracking them based on the tiniest of clues, and being aware of my surroundings.
You're starting to sound even more like a scout.
The only way to find a bird is to think like a bird. Now, think you can find a place for me?
Yeah. Did you live in Paris your whole life before coming here?
Ah, yes. It is my favorite city. Paris is the world capital of art and culture. It has the latest fashion, the best cuisine, and the most elegant, refined people. The beauty of the Champs-Élysées at night is almost unearthly. The name comes from Elysium, the name of paradise in Greek mythology. Heaven, in other words.
Must be nice for some people. Not for me.
Are you saying the cultured life does not appeal to you?
I'm saying I never had a chance to lead one. Not that it appealed to me anyway.
You prefer war?
I don't like war. Life outside heaven just suits me better.
That is a hard way to live. But if you do ever go to France, I will show you around Paris. Then you will see what heaven on earth is really like.
Heaven on earth, huh? The only image I have of France is the Fourth Legion.
Ah, that is how you view France?
What do the French think of them?
It is a difficult question. We normally don't think about it so much.
Well, critics claim it forces foreigners to take on the most dangerous missions, so French citizens won't get hurt.
You are right. That probably has something to do with why it was created. But I understand that along with service comes benefits, such as French citizenship and permanent residency. Those who join are all given an equal chance, regardless of race, religion, education, social status, or national origin. So it can be a godsend for people from poor countries.
A way for the have-nots to live a decent life. I guess that's not so different from MSF. There's one other image I have of France, the national anthem.
Ah, La Marseillaise. Not everyone is a fan, of course.
Oh, to harm citizens. May an impure blood water our furrows thing, eh?
This song was composed right after the French Revolution. Fearing what the tide of the revolution represented, the ruling classes in neighboring countries applied all kinds of pressure on the young government. La Marseillaise became the anthem of the volunteer armies that sought to protect constitutional rule against that pressure.
And they couldn't do that without armed force.
Oui, I agree. Some parts are a little belligerent. But we must not forget that if it were not for them, France would not be the democracy it is today. Have you ever seen The Umbrellas of Cherbourg?
A movie? No, never seen it.
No? It came out 10 years ago. Catherine Deneuve. She's so beautiful in it. And the music, the costumes, the colors. It takes place in the naval port of Cherbourg.
That was a beachhead in Normandy.
It is set back when young men were conscripted to fight in the Algerian War.
The French government called the conflict a public order operation in northern Africa.
I was still a little girl then, but I can clearly remember one of my friend's older brothers going on not to fight.
Yeah, national service is required in France.
The war split up two young lovers. Director Jacques Demy's lyrics and Michel Legrand's music tore at my heart. I will never forget its wonderful melodies.
You okay?
It changes lives, changes fates. War is not a good thing.
For some reason, it strikes a chord to hear that coming from someone like you. Speaking of the Algerian War of Independence, you ever hear of the Day of the Jackal?
Ah, you mean the novel that was made into a movie last year? The OAS, a militant French underground group, plots to assassinate de Gaulle, hiring a hitman known as the Jackal. Readers know that de Gaulle was not killed, but it is still so exciting. If someone was going to try to eliminate me, I would hope they would be as thorough as the Jackal, to know everything about me without me suspecting a thing.
Oh, yeah?
I wonder if my bird feels the same way.
I wonder.
France conducted its first successful nuclear test in the Algerian Sahara in 1960.
A lot of French scientists took part in the Manhattan Project. They defected to America to escape wartime occupation.
Correct. And once the war was over, they returned to France and continued their own atomic research. President de Gaulle did not want to have to rely on the American nuclear umbrella for protection.
Thus making France the world's fourth nuclear power.
Some say the test success pacified the Algerian rebels. The civil war was undoubtedly held in check, but never have I equated nuclear weapons with peace. France has produced many philosophers over the years. Descartes, Sartre, Sartre, Baudrillard.
Yeah, I'm familiar with Sartre myself. He called Che Guevara the most complete man of the century, didn't he? Smart guy.
He does tend to sympathize with the left. And what else do you know about him?
That's it.
You know nothing else?
Nope.
Ooh la la! The man is one of the giants of existentialism, you know?
Existentialism. You mean to look into that? Nothing more dangerous than sneaking in without first securing an exit.
No, existentialism. Sometimes I wonder if my English is not better than yours.
Sorry, I'm just not into philosophy.
Ah, is that so? I would imagine it might really enrich your life.
I'd rather take action now than spend time thinking about what we are or how we're supposed to live. I guess you could say I live by philosophy.
Interesting. That sounds like something Sartre would say.
Yeah.
He says we are born with no defined nature, and that we are free to make ourselves what we wish.
Free. So he was one of those devil-may-care kind of guys, huh?
No. Actually, he meant that because we are free to create our own life, we must take full responsibility for our actions. Man is condemned to be free, is how he put it.
Condemned to be free.
But then, others will take it upon themselves to define who you are.
I've been feeling that way lately. I keep telling people to call me Snake, but nobody seems to listen.
Sartre also said, hell is other people.
Hell. Well, we are outside of heaven.
Do you have an interest in the visual arts, Snake?
Not really. Please, no deep conversation.
But you have heard of Picasso, yes?
Yeah, I've heard the name.
Sadly, Monsieur Picasso, co-founder of Cubism, passed away in the south of France last year. France was his home, you know.
I thought he was born in Spain.
Do you know his full name?
Pablo Picasso. Anyone would know he's Spanish with a name like...
Shoot, what do you know?
What do you mean?
Okay, here we go. Pablo Diego José Francisco de la Paula Juan de Agustina María de los Remedios Cipriano de la Santísima Trinidad Luis Picasso. What do you think? That was his full name.
Still, I don't see how.
A master of modern art. A genius who crafted over 100,000 works in various styles, spending the greater part of his life in France. The man is a part of our culture.
Yeah, that kind of stuff is of limited use in my field. But back to the point. Picasso was Spanish, right? Or am I missing something? He wasn't French, right? Right? Cecile.
What difference does it make? It does not matter if he was from Spain or from Mars. Picasso is Picasso. It does not change the fact that he lived in France, nor does it take away from his monumental legacy. Why do you care so much about where he was from anyway? Whatever happened to the Sans Frontier part of Militaire Sans Frontier?
Who started it?
What was that?
Nothing.
Tell me, Snake, do you ever put sweets in your ration?
Never thought about it before. Why?
I simply love them. French sweets are très delicious. Everyone knows crepes, but there are also profiteroles, eclairs, madeleines, donanciers. Then there's tartatin, and you can't forget savarin. Oh, and mille crepes, blancmange.
Yeah, you already mentioned crepes.
Soufflés, croquembouche, cannelle, Florentine, Queen Amania, peach melbas.
Finished.
And macaroons. I love those the most. Macaroon Parisian are the best. They are so cute and colorful, and they contain meringue, so they melt right in your mouth.
Wow. I had no idea macaroons were that popular in France, too.
What do you mean in France, too?
Macaroons are those coconut-flavored cookies, right?
Oh, excuse you? Macaroons contain almond powder, not coconut.
Don't they have peanuts in them? I've had them in Japan a few times. I thought they were called macarons.
Macarons? So cheap imitation, I am sure. French macarons have a long and distinguished history. They date back to the 16th century when Catherine de Medici of Florence married into the French royal family. The story goes that her pâtissier shared the recipe after they arrived. That is a history of over 500 years.
So, they're originally from Italy, then?
Well,
Don't macaroons come from Italy, then?
look, I do not really think.
Keep in mind, macaron is almost identical to macaroni.
Well, that settles it.
I cannot believe it. To associate macaroons with macaroni? You, Monsieur Miller, are an insensible oaf.
Hey, well, why am I the bad guy? Come on, Cecile, wait. Cecile.
Hello? Snake? Moon Sherry?
You've been drinking, Cecile.
Can't you please do something about this pest?
Oh,
Monsieur Miller!
what's he done now? Why?
He said he thought that soldiers might tire of having beer all the time. So he brought in some wine instead. Then he gave me a bunch.
Oh, that was nice of him.
But the past 2 years have been bad for French wine. Perhaps it is the bad weather we have had. But whatever the case, I told him the last thing you want to be drinking right now is French wine.
Well, California and Chile have good wine, too.
But then he goes and stocks the pantry with nothing but French wine from 72. This stuff is a disaster. Then he says, come on, Cecile, have a taste of your old country. I had a terrible feeling about it. So I decided just to taste it at first. And then again. And then a few more times.
Took one for the team, huh? But when you do a tasting, don't you usually spit the wine out?
But bottle after bottle, nothing but garbage. Absolute garbage. Not one half decent
sorry to hear that.
I cannot believe this. What will we do with all this wine?
The guys aren't too picky when it comes to taste.
You sound just like Monsieur. When I complained, he simply said, as long as it gets the job done. People are such culinary savages. Allez, tu vous voir. Somebody take me back to Paris, please.
I think you've had a little too much, Cecile. You seem like a very, how do I put this, uninhibited woman.
You think so? I am not different from other Parisian women. Not since May 1968.
May 1968. The general strike that almost brought down the president.
Right. But it was more than just a strike. It started with the student movement at Strasbourg University in 66. They did not want anything from the country, but instead sought reform at the school. That helped ignite a fire in the hearts of scores of dissatisfied young people. And the movement spread all over France. It was more than just opposition to Vietnam and the De Gaulle administration. People also called for free love and the breaking away from other old values. Looking back, I am not sure what the main goal really was. But whatever the case, it was more a young people's movement than a strike or a protest.
So, it's like the hippies or something.
In some ways, perhaps, but we weren't blinded by mysticism, nor did we seek a return to nature.
I see. So, while they wanted to retreat to their closed communes,
We tried to change the world. And in doing so, we learned that when everyone comes together, it can be done.
you had a lot more success. In America, hippies have just become a social problem. Well, I hear Japan's student movement's crashed and burned.
I wonder what was different.
Good question. I'd like to know myself.
AI stands for artificial intelligence. It refers to a man-made machine that can intellect on par with that of a human being.
Is that even possible?
Possible. You've seen it with your own eyes. What the AI weapons are capable of. How peaceful can carry out the bombs will yet. No damn machine can ever choose to sacrifice itself like that.
I just can't see how a bunch of circuits and switches can have a will of its own.
It's called the ghost in the machine's make. And it exists.
What did you mean by the ghost in the machine?
Oh, that is a term coined by the philosopher Gilbert Ryle. You've heard Descartes, yes?
I think, therefore I am.
That is the one. Descartes found the dualistic theory of mind and body. He believed that our thinking minds exist in a separate dimension from our bodies, which are governed by the laws of physics. But if that were true, then couldn't you say that a mechanical body, inhabited by a ghost mind, is a human being? Ryle criticized Descartes on those grounds, saying such a thing surely wouldn't be human.
Why did you bring it up?
I wasn't thinking of Ryle in particular when I said it. I simply thought that if a person is composed of machines and a ghost, perhaps the opposite is true as well. Perhaps, like this ghost, is like a machine, who in effect gives birth to a new person.
And that was your idea for the boss AI?
The moment you rip the memory board out, the manual part ceased to function. It should have been dead. And yet, Peace Walker righted itself, singing a song of peace. I couldn't help but feel that her soul had come to inhabit Peace Walker.
Let's say, hypothetically, there really was an intelligent machine. How would you prove it? What's the difference between a high-level computer and an AI?
It depends on what you choose to define as intelligence. For example, say you listen to my voice talking to you now. Suppose it were an AI.
Say what?
What is the living, breathing loop sitting here drinking tea and talking to you actually an AI? roughly how Dr. Turing explained artificial intelligence. The test I described is called the Turing test, in his honor.
Yeah, well, sounds like a bad joke to me. That singing monster of yours put me through hell. If I never meet one again, it'll be too soon.
Shame. And I was about to let an AI take my place in our conversation.
Don't even think about it.
Dr. Alan Turing is known as the father of computer science. It was he who formulated the basic theory of AI. During the war, he worked for GCSCS.
The government's cryptology school. The one that broke Enigma.
The very same. Without him, they might never have been able to decipher the Germans' code. But then, they arrested him.
Why? Weren't his some of the greatest contributions to winning the war?
Homosexuality was a crime in Britain back then, and he was gay. I know exactly how crushed he was. I feel it's my duty to further his AI research.
Like the imitation game, huh?
Huh. No, then. The clue that inspired the Turing test came from a trifling little party game. You exchange written notes with another person behind a screen and try to guess their gender, whether they're a woman or a man, pretending to be a woman. It's surprisingly difficult to tell the difference, man or woman, human or machine. What's the difference that even mean? Dr. Turing was fascinated by the differences between men and women. Perhaps that's what led him to formulate his test.
What if you hadn't used the boss as the model for the AI?
What do you mean?
If the end goal is MAD, seems like there are more suitable models out there. A military chief of staff, or a nuclear technician, even the president.
Patriotism, leadership, good judgment. Each of those qualities is essential when deciding whether to launch a nuke, and she had them all.
Wouldn't the president too?
It's not enough. She had the will for it.
Well,
let me explain, Snake. Peace Walker is a standalone weapon. It has to decide on its own whether or not to launch a nuke. It can't turn to anyone else for advice. It can't do its job if it's not prepared to take sole responsibility for the fate of the world. I know no other human being could bear that burden.
that's it.
There are technical considerations, of course. To begin with, the female brain is a more appropriate model for an AI.
Wait, the female brain. What do you mean by that? Modeling your AI after the female brain?
Snake, what is the human mind capable of that a computer is not?
Being lazy.
Interesting response. And not incorrect. But the answer I was looking for was empathy.
Empathy.
The ability to feel for others, to be more precise. Love for a child. Pity for the weak. Grief for the dead. All of these are particularly well developed in the female brain.
That's stretching it a little.
On the contrary, it's perfectly reasonable. The male brain, on the other hand, may be well suited for systematic thinking, but it's less able to empathize. In that sense, it's closer to a computer. So if your objective is to make the AI think more like a human,
you need to teach it how to empathize like a woman.
The novel, Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep, deals with this very problem. In the book, an empathy test is used to distinguish between machines and human beings. As machines become more and more advanced, our society will gradually become more and more systematic. Our cities will teem with robot-like people, unable to feel for others. We cannot allow that to happen. Computers must learn to empathize. The same goes for humans, only more so.
What about yourself? You make these claims, and yet I've never seen you empathize with a real person.
It's true. Until now, I was a prisoner of death. It was my intention to die upon the completion of Mammal's development. She was my one reason to live.
But you changed your mind.
I did. Because she taught me the dignity of living. My eyes are open now. I want to go on living and see real people.
I see. Is it really necessary to make machines think like humans? I think empathy would get in the way of making the decision to retaliate.
I admit, human thought may not be fully compatible with level-headed decision-making. Then again, is there such a thing as non-human thought? The moment computers became so advanced that they could calculate faster than human beings, a new dream was born.
Dream.
If we can create a machine that can do advanced mathematics, why can't we create one that can think like a human? The 19th century author, Auguste Villiers-Villardon, wrote a book called Royalty, in which the protagonist fashions an artificial woman to serve as his ideal lover. I believe the idea of creating an intelligent being with our own hands is one of mankind's oldest dreams.
So AI is a product of people's dreams, then?
Not only AI, civilization itself is the process by which mankind gives form to its dreams. But not all dreams are pleasant. Some have expressed fears about non-human intelligence.
Yeah, they want the benefits, none of the risks.
Some fear that intelligent robots might rise up and rebel against their human masters, as portrayed by the Czech writer Karel Čapek in his Rossum's Universal Robots, or in the 1970 film Colossus, the Foreman Project, where intelligent supercomputers in the US and the Soviet Union joined forces and fought to subjugate humanity. Isaac Asimov offered a specific solution to these fears with his 3 laws of robotics, which demonstrated that while robot intelligence is different from that of humans, the two can coexist. In order to endow computers with intelligence, we must first have a thorough understanding of what intelligence is, and that is where the need for a practical and feasible expert system arises.
So what's an expert system?
The AI housed within Peace Walker began development as such a system. An expert system is a type of proxy program by which a computer makes decisions as an expert would. The program, MySim, for example, is a system that decides which kind of antibiotics to prescribe. The system asks the patient a series of questions to narrow down the range of appropriate drugs.
So you program Peace Walker to prescribe live nuclear warheads instead of penicillin.
What I realized, however, was that a simple expert system wasn't up to the task.
You need more than expertise to launch a nuke.
Indeed, expertise is a necessary prerequisite, but insufficient on its own. Deciding to launch a retaliatory strike requires consideration of a wider range of factors. In such a scenario, the entire global situation becomes the criterion for making a decision.
Makes sense. You screw up the prescription and the whole world goes into anaphylactic shock.
A weak AI that only has a limited range of knowledge on which to base its decisions won't cut it. Therefore, I have the AI study the boss's thought patterns, thus creating a true expert system. A strong AI.
You couldn't leave the world in the hands of something with anything less than an absolute worldview.
I could have built a simple expert system in no time at all. Say, how would you like a system that decides which guns you should equip according to the mission's parameters?
I'll pass. I'm not gonna leave my life up to somebody else's judgment. Especially not a machine.
With current technology, AI are inevitably enormous in size. But as circuit integration continues to advance, they will become even smaller. As small as human brains, and perhaps as small as a planet. And in the meantime, robotics will continue to advance as well, to the point where we can create androids, robots that resemble humans. And then...
Then what?
Well, I don't need to spell it out for you, do I?
Don't tell me you're thinking of making an android imitation of the boss.
Surely the thought has crossed your mind as well. One day being reunited with us.
Enough. I don't want any part of it.
I see. I didn't mean to offend you. In reality, AI is more likely to evolve in the opposite direction anyway.
The opposite direction. What does that mean?
More and more AI are becoming systems that specialize in mass information processing without human intelligence, thought, or emotion. A machine that has no individualism or sense of self, but rather behaves as a collective, exhibiting the qualities of society.
Like a beehive.
Yes, it aggregates data collected by individuals and determines how the collective will act, just as honeybees travel between the hive and flowers. The key to achieving that will be networking AI together.
I don't know how to say this, but that kind of gives me the creeps.
But if you're going to control society, it's the better model to use. It lets you filter data, disseminate only what you want disseminated. Of course, I myself have no interest in AI without a shred of life to it.
Earlier, you called the mammal pod a butterfly. Not a pupa or a cocoon, but an imago.
Yes, the AI that came before the nanosoul were works in progress.
Works in progress.
They were enough to keep the frame running, but not enough to make decisions about nuclear retaliation. They weren't quite complete. They were pupae. Only when I added voice and data did the AI take on its true form, become a butterfly, and take flight.
And that's why the nose art on Peace Walker was a butterfly.
I gave the mammal AI the code name EN Imago. EN is short for boss.
We called that gigantic unmanned chopper a Christmas. Is that another one of your AI code names?
Yes, you're referring to the TJ Crystal 6000. There's also the GW 5000, the TR Cocoon 7000.
I get it. A hovercraft type and a dreaded type. And those letters on the front. TJ and GW or whatever. Those are initials.
Correct. The initials of the American president. They loved into Mount Rushmore.
Then you're missing one.
I assigned that one to the reptile quadrant. AL Aurelia 8000.
Aurelia. Another word for Christmas. A pupa just before it emerges.
All of the initials, except for BS, were Coleman's choosing. I chose mine from the storied rank British royalties, MS, AV, EW.
What do those stand for?
You can't guess. My Mary Stuart, Alexandrina Victoria, and Elizabeth Wendell.
All queens, of course.
Are you familiar with the film 2001: A Space Odyssey?
I've heard of it.
I didn't expect you to be conscious enough to appreciate such things.
Yeah, thanks. Anyway,
2001 features AI called HAL, a highly advanced system that controls an exploration spacecraft. It can converse with people and even play chess.
Now where have I heard that before?
The way HAL is portrayed, truly superb.
How so?
HAL is given secret orders that not even the ship's captain knows about. Naturally, he's not allowed to divulge them to the crew. The stress causes HAL to crack. Go crazy. Though there are those who interpret it differently. One by one, HAL kills off the crew until the captain finally shuts it down. The film gives an amazing insight into AI, their utility, their faults, and their fear of death.
You must have found it useful in your research then.
Must you always be so utilitarian? It doesn't matter whether or not it's used. What matters is that it inspired me.
Then it was useful.
Never mind. The portrayal of HAL wasn't the only wonderful thing about the film. It was full of hints about the future of human evolution. Truly, a film for the ages.
Strange though. I think you and the boss
she had to. The flight test was a narrow success. She miraculously remained at mine, but her mind and body horribly active. There was nothing I could do with her. We were no longer one thing. She went away, and I, having nothing to live for, immersed myself in AI research, hoping that no one would ever have to make her sacrifice again.
I never knew.
It's completely worth knowing. We were ships out in the night. Perhaps someday I'll post the long version. If you're interested.
That was quite a warm welcome you gave me at the base of Costa Rica.
Sorry about that. But I simply had to know.
The boss's final act.
Yes, I inputted her thoughts and actions into the AI. I was viewing it with her mind. The only thing I couldn't understand was her final act.
Operation Snake Eater.
Official history says she betrayed her homeland and defected to the enemy and was killed by you. But it makes sense. The boss is the last person on Earth to betray the country. It was logically inconsistent.
It was, wasn't it?
That internal inconsistency prevented the AI from activating properly. Just as HAL malfunctioned in itself. I understood the reasoning, but I had to have proof. Proof of her final act, her true intention, one way or another.
So you tried to squeeze it out of me, huh?
As a matter of fact, I did. Your silence was the very answer I was looking for.
That white horse the boss rode.
The Andalusian, yes.
How did it get to Costa Rica?
I went looking for it. It was a final business. Even if it couldn't speak, I found it.
Where? I thought for sure it'd be blown to ashes by those mates.
I searched the ends of the earth for that horse. I found it last in a horse market in Britain.
Britain? Are you saying it came all the way over the Ural Mountains? Through Europe and across the English Channel?
Who knows, really? Perhaps someone took it there.
Wait, the thought never occurred to you that it might be a different Andalusian that only looks the same?
I can't prove it. Or rather, I couldn't.
What do you mean?
You should know best of all. That horse wouldn't let anyone ride it. And believe me, I nearly killed myself trying. The only one it allowed on its back was you. That was the proof. Though I hate to admit it.
And the thing, I ran into its death.
But in that last run, it regained the glory of its youth, using the last of its strength to pursue its former master. Any horse would wish for such a fine event.
What do you make of Peace Walker's final act?
I recreated her thought patterns exactly. It was exactly what she would have done. The world's most empathetic mind weighs the past, the future, and the entire world. And as such, not retaliate. Really knowing that is something.
So, what you're saying is, you don't need to turn staff base.
I didn't say that. What's important is that the wish needs a way to protect itself for the minds of the nation. Survival requires pragmatic thought and action. But you must still retain your ideas. If the gap between reality and ideals that leads you to yourself, I doubt MSF will survive.
Strange Love. Is that a code name?
No, just a nickname. Don't tell me you don't recognize it. From Kubrick's Dr. Strangelove, or How I Learned to Stop Worrying, Love the Boss. It's a film that came out in 1964. A dark comedy about the absurdity of nuclear deterrence.
You were in a movie?
No, stupid. I got my nickname because of that movie.
Why? Because you look like the doctor in the movie.
No, that Dr. Strangelove was a man.
So?
Back when I was at Arthur, I kept a photo of the boss on my desk. I was totally engrossed in my research and showed no interest in the opposite sex. Plus, I had a photo of a woman on my desk. The fools around me turned it into a cruel taunt, calling me Strangelove. Each and we're a bunch of shut-ins who never went out to the cinema, that title featuring true then. Anyhow, in their eyes, homosexuality was something strange. They were capable of seeing things outside the lens of their own standards. Being strange means you have your own unique point of view. I rather considered it an honor.
So, you were with ARPA before you came here,
Yes, back then it was really the only place I could make a living from my AI research.
And before that?
I started out at NASA. That's where I met her.
When Boss went into space?
Yes. It was that incident that turned me away from aerospace engineering. Space is entirely too hazardous a place for human beings. That's why I felt an immediate need to develop AI. As it turned out, rockets later became much safer, and mankind reached the surface of the moon. In any event, it was a hollow Cold War victory. When you get down to it, a nuclear missile is just a rocket with a nuclear warhead strapped to it. Thus, taking the initiative in the space race was tantamount to a military show of force.
But the budgetary strain was too big for Washington or Moscow to handle.
Yes, and then there was the Cuban Missile Crisis and the Vietnam War. And then came detente. Having left ahead of the Soviet Union with its moon landing, America shut down the Apollo program in '72. It was around then that ARPA was downsized and renamed DARPA, the D standing for Defense. With few prospects for continuing my AI research, Coldman's invitation was a godsend. It was also a chance to have them collect data on her.
The end result being this mess.
But we did learn something valuable from her. The nobility of peace.
Why'd you agree to come here? To Mother Base?
You intrigued me.
Me? Hold on. You're not planning on modeling your next AI after me?
Not a bad idea, but I have no intention of ever again attempting to transplant human thought into machines.
Oh, that's a relief.
You are the man who inherited the boss's will. You're gathering people around you, even now, shaping them, building a new organization. I'd like to see how it turns out.
You're not planning to go back to AI research?
I never said such a thing. Of course my work will continue.
Here.
In my eyes, the growth of MSF as an organization is analogous to the development of the nervous system. The way you become intertwined, stimulate each other, branch out in new directions. It's really quite inspirational.
Interesting way to put it.
Of course, I intend to repay you for your hospitality. The fruits of my research will be at your disposal. Why not assign me to the R&D team? I promise you won't be disappointed.
You know, that ID card I got from Huey wouldn't let me into the lab.
Of course not. I deactivated it.
Why?
As though I'd let him into my lab.
You don't seem to care for it much, even though you two are in the same field.
Oh, please. For starters, I can't stand that wishy-washy attitude of his. If he's got something to say to me, he should be a man and come say it in person, not write some furtive letter.
But if his card doesn't work, how's he supposed to...
And another thing, the way he always demeans himself. Every other sentence begins with, I could be wrong, but... Why can't he just do what he does and be confident about it?
No, there was the thing about his dissertation being plagiarized.
The real problem is he doesn't have a whit of independence in him. In Costa Rica, and even back at NASA, he was always following people around, asking if there was some way he could help. Why doesn't he stop his whining, take a stand, and face up to me?
I think I know how he feels.
And to top it all off, he seems to enjoy referring to himself by that nickname I gave him. I simply don't get it. How can he be so submissive?
So, Huey was a nickname you gave him?
That's right. I took it from the name of a drone in the science fiction film Silent Running.
Drone?
It's a type of worker robot. The way he follows people, just waiting for them to boss him around, is so similar. I couldn't help myself. Oh, it's an American film directed by Douglas Trumbull, the man who did special effects for 2001: A Space Odyssey.
Imagine that. A scientist who likes science fiction.
And that's not all.
There's more.
He's a man.
Hang on. I seem to remember you saying he should be more of a man.
Yes. Well, he is an awfully good scientist. Without his reptile pod, my mammal pod wouldn't function. Just as the cerebrum can't exist without the cerebellum and the brainstem. He did a fine job of designing it. I'll give him that.
That sounded suspiciously like praise.
It's merely an objective observation. I like people who possess the will to move forward. I have no time for those who refuse to take control of their lives. Until it does, my opinion remains the same.
So, you and Cecile seem to be enjoying yourselves back in that lab.
What are you insinuating? I only kept her because I didn't want our secret to be known.
And the personal baths. You could have left her in there alone and locked the door from the outside.
Yes, that, well, she seemed anxious, so
Now, why would she be anxious?
She was beautiful. I was only admiring her beauty.
She was terrified.
I never meant her any harm. She did that. I know she did.
But she felt like she was in enough danger to run away.
No matter what I did, if Coleman found her, she would have been... You're right. The truth is, I wanted to save her. But not if it meant forestalling the completion of Mammal.
So you made it easy for her to escape?
Do you really think I am that sort? I'll admit security wasn't exactly tight. It wouldn't have been difficult for her to escape from the building.
Seemed like she had a rougher time after she got out.
At any rate, I never did anything to her to deserve any blame. Is that clear?
Okay. I believe you.
Huey's probably mentioned this, but just to be clear, there's a limit to the parts we can produce here at Mother Base. Therefore, I built Zeke's AI using memory boards you pulled from other AI weapons.
Will that work?
In the human brain, individual functions are spread across multiple regions. The same is true of AI. Multiple parts sharing the same function interlink to strengthen that function. For example, the more sensor memory boards you have, the greater Zeke's search and detect capabilities will be. Install more movement boards, and you'll increase its mobility.
Meaning the AI's capabilities change depending on how much memory we give it?
Exactly. The more boards you install, the more powerful a function will be.
How's the Zeke AI different from Peace Walker's?
Zeke's AI isn't a replica of the human thought process. It isn't programmed to make decisions about nuclear retaliation. On the other hand, it is capable of highly independent action in combat when given orders from a pilot. It can protect infantry, destroy the enemy, and, if ordered,
launch a nuke.
Let us hope it never comes to that.
My sentiments exactly.
Number of warheads detected by the dew line, 57. Number of verbs included, minimum 29, maximum 35. Target region, United States, East Coast. Estimated time of re-entry, 2048 Zulu. President selected attack option, unknown. The president is dead, unknown. Communication has been lost. I select Offutt Air Force Base as my target. Offutt? But that's a U.S. base. What on earth do you mean? Based on the projected number of incoming warheads, Washington, D.C. is presumed destroyed. The president is most likely dead. The U.S. government control lost. I realize that. So why not retaliate? With both sides destroyed, global anarchy would ensue. Recovery would be difficult. The United States nuclear strike capability must therefore be neutralized in order to preserve the communist bloc, where government remains largely intact. You're siding with the enemy. You can't be serious. Tell me, how do you define enemy? There are no borders in this world. The same conclusion again and again. Where is the flaw? All right, let's try something else. Commencing test. Understood. You're crossing a suspension bridge. Is this my mission? Yes, your destination is the other side. The bridge is wide enough for only one person to pass at a time. outside. He's carrying a gun. I shoot him. Suppose he's your husband. I shoot him. In self-defense. Spare him the grief. One must die, and one must live. Next question. Your father asks you to fix the roof and mow the lawn. When you climb the ladder onto the roof, the ladder is taken away. I fix the roof, and when you're finished, I jump down. You'll break golden bones at this height. I see no need to change my decision. I have not finished mowing the lawn. I must remain loyal to the mission. Next. There is a snake in the bushes. It is poisonous. I need you to get rid of it. I chase it back to its nest. You can't. The snake's too vicious. It's already killed many people. I chase it away. It will bite you unless you kill it. Go home. Kill me. Kill me now. Why not kill the snake? Your mission is to get rid of it. Is this what you call loyalty? way they'd be sent on such a mission. The conference room was silent. Then, slowly, she raised her hand, almost as if acting out a scene from a movie. I slowed down to get her going, sending reports stating a ratio of inwards and outwards. But the brass's response was brusque. She's already been exposed to nuclear tests in Nevada. She's the perfect candidate. It was completely irrational. Repeated exposure to radiation resulted in increased danger. But the government was still mainly from the Soviets' best quality. There was no hope of getting a rational response. It was imperfect. Equally so obtuse when it comes to things they can't see. I, however, understood all too well. Just as this ultraviolet radiation scorched my skin, heavy particle radiation from space caused irreparable harm to human tissue. In blood, she was resentful. It was her pre-flight checkup that had given an exchange of the X-ray of the skull. Lying on my name, the brain, damaged. Inexplicable, given her keen intelligence, maybe physical powers, but there it was, and I decided to report it. I hoped that perhaps my discovery of physical defect might be cancer. But as once came up, she stood to me. Why, I demanded, how can you let yourself be their guinea pig? Ignoring my protest, she took me out to the full lab. The night sky was blazed with stars. It was there that I learned how she had moved her head. 1943, the founder. She was serving with a special forces when she received orders. A German mine entered the Manhattan Project, which aimed to build the world's atomic bomb. She was eliminated. His name was John von Neumann, a mathematician, a human computational domain, and designer of the Olsen. The Manhattan Project was his top national priority. Security according to tight. The guard would be allowed to know what was going on. She'd have to slip past them and make the death look like an accident. It should have been an easy enough mission. But just before the operation, she received unexpected news. A new life was growing inside her. She was overcome with joy, and for one brief moment, it clouded her judgment. She accidentally got into a shootout with the guards, and without thinking, protected her belly. She was shot in the head. The bullet only grazed the surface of the brain, but the tissue around the wound was destroyed, leaving her in a coma. She wasn't given much chance of recovery, but 3 months later, she woke up. Within 6, she was able to move around as if nothing had happened. It was functional compensation. The other parts of her brain took over for the part that was lost. It made logical sense, but such a full recovery was nothing short of a miracle. Perhaps her superhuman willpower made it possible. Or perhaps my body knew it had to survive for the sake of my unborn child. She smiled as she said that. I understand how she must have felt. Some have taken to calling me Miss Black Lobe, she said, because I'll do anything for the mission. She was tough, yes, but she had feelings too. I knew that better than anyone else. As it turned out, von Neumann wasn't the spy. The assassination order was a deliberate bit of misinformation planted by the Russians. She had been deceived. The Eastern and Western camps were united on one point: opposition to the Nazis. The Allies needed to develop that bomb before Hitler did. But looking ahead, the Russians found Manhattan Project's progress a little too quick for their liking. Mass production of a uranium bomb, like the one that was eventually dropped on Hiroshima, would be difficult from a material perspective. But a plutonium bomb, once perfected, could be mass-produced and eventually miniaturized. And Moscow did not like the idea of America having that kind of head start. Explosive lens technology always the good. It was one of the rare cold nights in Florida. She put her arm gently around my shivering shoulders. As I listened to her voice, wrapped in a soothing scent, I felt as if I were dreaming. Even in failure, she seemed perfect. Oddly enough, the failed assassination attempt helped preserve America's image. A true super genius, Bob Neumann went on to make his mark in those fields outside of the Manhattan Project. Economic game theory, stored program computing. Almost all computers today use stored programs, the so-called Bob Neumann architecture. His death would have set back computing 10 years, and I wouldn't be at NASA doing research. I wouldn't have been there in her arms that night. I thanked the fates for giving me that chance. But then she said something unexpected. I should have killed Von Neumann when I had the chance. Why, I asked. Wasn't the order a Soviet plot? I looked up at her as she began to explain. Yes, Von Neumann was innocent, and killing the innocent is a grave crime. But I can't help but wonder, had I succeeded, what would the world be like now? Even without Von Neumann, the explosive lens would have eventually been developed, Von Neumann architecture. But she seemed to believe that if progress had been put off for a few years, then perhaps East and West would have had a chance to work hand in hand. I never considered such a possibility, but the tone was confident, assertive. It was as if she intended to make the two superpowers shake hands herself. The explosive lens was developed too early, spawning a Cold War and an endless nuclear arms race, she continued. That mission sprung from the seed, but maybe it was divine providence too. It was like she was speaking to her own child. A large, warm hand over my head. I failed the mission because I let the mother and me take over. I should have killed him, no matter how great the guilt. If I killed him, I might not have prevented Hiroshima, but maybe I could have saved everyone in Nagasaki. I looked up at her and saw her looking up too, up at the starry sky. Her face showed only deep wounds. It was as if she convinced herself that she alone was responsible for creating this twisted world. But that's no reason for you to sacrifice yourself for this. I would never dissuade her, and yet I still clung to hope. I know you're concerned, and I thank you, but I have to be loyal to the end. And then she smiled at me. Loyal to the end. Loyal to what? I asked. But she didn't answer. The days that followed were spent training tirelessly for our first space flight. The boss endured conditioning that tested the limits of human capability, and I supported her. Those were happy days. On April 12th, the spacecraft carrying the boss left the Earth's atmosphere. Although it was only 20 minutes in ballistic flight, it was nothing short of miraculous, considering how little time we'd had. The first human in space. We were ecstatic. Then something went wrong. The re-entry angle was slightly off, warping the outer hull. The cause was clear. It was the hastily constructed window that had stalled. Her capsule missed the projected splashdown point by a long shot. As we raced towards the capsule, a breaking news broadcast came over the radio. It was a news report of the successful launch of the Vostok rocket, piloted by the cosmonaut Yuri Gagarin. They'd beaten us into space by the slickest of margins. When we arrived, the capsule had already disappeared beneath the waves. The boss was floating on the surface. I can't really recall she was still alive. Every day, propaganda boasting of the shining accomplishment flowed out of the Soviet Union. The hardest part was having to read the report the next morning from Izvestia, the Soviet governmental paper. Written there after the report were those legendary words of Major Gagarin. The Earth is blue. The person who should have said those words, though, was incapacitated, confined to a bed. NASA opted to pretend the flight had never happened. The Soviets had ordered the commander of the Earth returned in safety. We barely managed to escape the atmosphere of the cheap ballistic flight. Even the boys, meanwhile,
You can't be a traitor. You're not that kind of person. Kill me now. Stop it! Stop it! Attention! Discontinue reasoning. One must die, and one must live. Stop it, Daddy! Discontinue! Life's end. Isn't it beautiful? Shut down! Always in a safe place. A reason to haywire. What's the key? As of today, I will be living here at Mother Base. Now my real trial begins. The doorknob was there in my room, board, and tuition. But he has since been captured. I told the man that with no more money from the KGB, I could no longer afford school. He bought my story. And when I said I would be willing to work, he took pity on me and let me stay. For some reason, Miller really fled my case. That was helpful. But the man is still a fool. His men are no better. They think their training makes them strong. But that kind of strength is nothing in the face of true power. And better yet, they wait on me hand and foot, believing I am just a schoolgirl. Looks like I won't be working too hard after all. Just today, while scouting out the living quarters, I saw a group of them in the corner of the deck making a fuss. Going over for a look, I saw they were feeding a kid. A bunch of grown hard men, and they're the ones acting like schoolgirls. Look, isn't he cute? My God. Disgusted. I just wanted to smile. I must stay in character after all. I indulged their chit-chat for a few moments. Then one of them asked me to give the thing a name. I had just taken it from its mother. I named it Duke. I improvised some nonsense about how our compassion for living things can help prevent wars. The men gave me a little fish. I held it out in my palm and the kids happily ate it up. What a pathetic, feeble creature. You see it? Today, Chico invited me to go fishing with the soldiers. I suppose finding one's own food does have its perks, but I prefer not to be involved in such a degrading task. And then prattling on about fishing being fun is nonsense. I'm not here to find playmates. Nevertheless, distasteful as it was, I went along in order to maintain my comfort. Chico thrust a fishing pole into my hand, and we went up onto the deck where several soldiers had gathered. They welcomed us warmly. With so few women aboard Mother Base, I'm treated like a princess. No one suspects I am neither a teenager nor a student. It was nice and sunny, with a gentle breeze and waves. As I cast my line and waited for a bite, the soldiers began to ask me all sorts of questions. As always, I answered according to our predefined scenario, feigning a smile. As I sat there feeding them live, the fish began to bite, and the soldiers began to focus on their prey. Chico had his bait stolen by a fish, and got so angry that he stood up and nearly fell into the sea. Everybody laughed. It almost made me want to join in too. At some point, I got a bite myself. The instant after I felt that first gentle tug, the fish yanked the line with astonishing strength, and I let out a cry of surprise. I thought he was going to be huge. It was my first time fishing, and I was a bit flustered, so the soldier beside me helped by supporting me pull from behind. Reel it in, they shouted. I nodded, turning the handle as fast as I could. I wondered what kind of fish lived below the surface, and thought back to the deep sea dives I had to do as part of training. Those were difficult days, but I remember finding the multicolored fish gliding through the water, incredibly soothing. After a hard fight, I pulled it out. To my surprise, it wasn't even half a bara. Rather anticlimactic. But I wasn't doing it for fun, so I wasn't the least bit disappointed. Luke
was hovering nearby with an expectant look on his face, so I gave the fish to him. All in all, a thoroughly wasted day. Preparations are coming along nicely. No one suspects me of being the one to let the doorknob out of his cell. Today, Amanda and I thought Cecile had wanted gallo pinto. It is a simple home cooked dish consisting of black frijoles mixed with arroz. It is well known throughout Central America, not just in Costa Rica. So it is no surprise that Amica like Amanda would be good at making it. But I was raised in the States from a very young age, and can hardly even remember my mother's gallo pinto. Having to make chit-chat with that coolest bird lover and this so-called revolutionary was excruciating. And, clueless or not, I will need to be especially careful around Cecile, the one who actually recorded that day. Thankfully, Miller and men seem to believe I mistook the tape I thought for one my friend made. In any case, one can never be too careful. Anyway, the three of us minced garlic and herbs, then cooked them in a pot with frijoles mixed up overnight. While waiting for them to cook, we sauteed onions and arroz in a frying pan. Cecile worked the frying pan according to Amanda's directions, but seemed a bit slow. She does have a knack for cooking, though. She is French, after all. We added water to the pan and watched the arroz begin to steam. While we waited, Amanda shared memories of her mother with us. They had been separated because of Simosa, but the taste of her mother's cooking was still fresh in her mind. When the frijoles were ready, we drained the water, stir-frying them with the rest of the vegetables. Quite a complicated process for home cooking. Nonetheless, it kept them occupied. The longer we sat and talked, the greater the chance of my arousing their suspicions. With women, it is not enough to just bat your eyelashes and giggle. It takes a lot of effort to divert attention. When the arroz was done cooking, we folded it into the frijoles and added salsa, stirring the mixture as it simmered. At this point, for some reason, the conversation turned to romance. Why does it have to be that way whenever women get together and chat? Cecile fancies herself well-versed in such matters, and gave Amanda all sorts of advice. It was harmless enough, until, to my irritation, she began pestering me whether there was anybody I liked. Not right now, I said, trying to dodge the question. But she pressed on. It's Snake, isn't it? I gritted my teeth and played it coy. Maybe. Cecile nodded and giggled. He is pretty sexy, isn't he? What a bitch. It's all I can manage to just survive. This kind of romance has never once crossed my mind. I have no interest in that kind of man. Soon enough, a rich aroma began to fill the room. The gallo pinto was ready. You came over and rubbed up against our legs, looking for a handout. Unfortunately, I would like. We let a few of the soldiers have a bite, and then headed off to the mess hall. The home-cooked flavor we achieved was a big hit with the men of MSF. Not that we are trying to impress them or anything. Even I could manage a dish like that. Snake enjoyed it too. Let me make this absolutely clear. I have no interest in that man. Football, or soccer as it is known in the States, is extremely popular here. It has not caught on yet in the US, but it has legions of rabid fans all across Latin America. These fans can get so rowdy that it is commonly believed El Salvador and Honduras went to war in 1969 over spoonfuls in a soccer match. In reality, tensions between the two countries were already high. The match was merely one of the sparks that set them off. But these people are so passionate about this sport that the story seems plausible. Predictably, many of the soldiers here are fans. They have apparently divided themselves into Costa Rican and Nicaraguan teams and started playing each other. To play, you need a ball and two goals. The RD team built and set up simple goals on the deck. I had absolutely no interest, but Chico insisted that I come and watch. It was not a proper match by any means. The pitch was not even regulation size. but the players and spectators alike got pretty excited. They banged empty cans and shouted cheers to the handmade megaphones. It almost smelled like carnival. Huey, the referee, blew a whistle to start the match. The soldiers' training had left them in excellent physical shape, but they lacked the old skill special, and their play was quite rough. Midway through, one of the men collided with another. They started shouting at one another, but Huey stepped in. I thought we had forsaken our countries, become one with the earth, he said, quoting Snake. We are not competing for national pride here, and we are not fighting for the good of any one country. This is not a war. Soccer is a peaceful sport, am I right? The soldiers nodded. They know the pain of war, and they share Snake's vision. Perhaps that is why all this resonates with them. Team Costa Rica was down a man, and somehow I was picked to fill in. Costa Rica had the advantage up until that point. I suppose Huey wanted to keep it balanced. The soldiers agreed with Huey's call. Maybe the Costa Rican players felt an even matchup would be more fun too. I could not be bothered to run at first, but chasing the ball out there in the hot sun, I was soon drenched in sweat. Before long, I found myself actively seeking out the ball, partially out of desperation. I picked up a loose ball deep on the opponent's side of the field. Even though he's Nicaraguan, Chico cheered me on, yelling, "Go for it, shoot!" I launched the ball as hard as I could, only to have it blocked by the keeper. Disappointment only increased my determination. In the end, I didn't score a single goal, and Costa Rica gave up its lead. It was really close though. We congratulated each other on a good match and sprawled out in the shade on the deck. Exhausted. The ocean breeze was so nice and my son so cold. Luke came over. He's one of his favorite spots. And stretched out next to me. And together, we watched the lovely white clouds drift lazily across the clear blue sky. It was lovely out today, so I decided to sun myself in a lounge chair up on the deck. When strange love came up. Despite the heat, she was in her usual laurel sleeveless dress. I waved at her. She looked away and mumbled, "Hello there. Fancy meeting you here." I asked her if she needed anything. Feeling her eyes creeping over the number like she was savoring it. Finally, she smiled and said, "That was such a beautiful skin." Remember, I shook my head and always up to something serious. They talk up the storm, but they're just having fun. It is fun. You've got members of FSLN rubbing shoulders with the UCLA. People who once would have considered the other mortal enemies. I wonder if that is what makes Big Boss so popular. It may be their country's behind. Maybe their hatred for other countries too. Miller seems a little protective of them. Hope they're not being too crude. But soon enough, he too was drunk. He yelled, "Come here and take a look at the real Kazuhira Miller." Then drunk his pants and mooned everybody. The other soldiers burst out laughing. I have never seen such a crude, ridiculous party before. And yet, all these people, laughing and acting cool. Is this what they call people? The first thing, I began to think about all that has happened since they came here. Fishing with Chico, cooking with Amanda and Cecile, playing soccer, having visitors when I got home. When I stop and think about it, my time here has been the most peaceful of my life. But that is about to end. I cannot imagine you would be willing to negotiate. It seems I am to find the legendary Big Boss. I do not know if I'll be able to beat him. But if I have to choose between death and defying Cypher, I will gladly choose death. The thought of dying does not scare me. But if I disobey my orders, the fear and despair awaiting me will be far worse than anything I can imagine. It was Cypher who took me in as an orphan, gave me food and a place to live. His orders may have been unreasonable, but I will never repay my debt in kind. It seems I have no choice. I must fight this man. I must fight Snake. You know Miller, Snake's right-hand man, apparently has got at least one serious weakness. He is an insatiable womanizer. He does not bother me, most likely because he considers teenagers awesome. But he has hit on every single one of the few female soldiers here at Mother Base. They ought to be telling him where to stick it, but end up falling for it so easily. I think some of it stems from the fact that he is actually not that bad looking. Anyway, today, that nasty habit got him in trouble. He and Snake got into one of their rare fights, and I was there. They burst out of the showers completely naked, trading punches. I am no child. Beside of a naked man does not make me blush. But this was something else. Maybe this'll teach you, Snake yelled as he slammed his fist into Miller's chest. I heard later that apparently he'd been 2 times now, and that same someone had gone to Snake with the trouble. As I see, it is her own fault for letting herself be deceived like that. If she's too down to see through Miller's life, then she got what she deserved. But this was not the first time it had happened, or the second. And Snake read Miller the riot act. Miller argued back, and what began as a shouting match turned into a fist fight. "You son of a bitch," Miller yelled as he swung. Not bad, said Snake, but not good enough. And then he was back on the offensive. They had already been at it pretty hard in the showers, and their bodies were covered with bruises. Most of these men had been trained for war, their bodies deadly weapons. They were each bleeding from a dozen places. All this from a fist fight. Even so, it was far less gruesome than if they had given it their all. It was obvious that one of them would be dead were they fighting for me. Miller took another swing, yelling, "Try this then!" Snake panicked, then responded in kind, but I could tell he was not aiming for anything final. "You are one bastard, boss," Miller muttered. A smile crept across his face as he clicked. And then they went right on fighting. Blood and sweat flew off their glistening bodies. He would come back without hatred or hostile intent. I had never seen violence like this before. And yet, it was more than just a friendly tussle. They were utilizing every technique they knew. It was not a sporting match. They were not playing by the rules. How could they keep this up? At last, the 2 men tired themselves out, and the bizarre scene came to an end. They looked at each other's battered bodies, and then burst out laughing. each other on a good fight. You don't seem so young. I still cannot fathom such behavior. Somehow, I got the sense that for all his hypocrisy, Miller really only trusted one person, and that was me. There was no way I'd ever come to trust anyone else. And at that thought, I began to as if I had lost. All of Mother Base is preparing for a festival. Since Snake and his soldiers spend so much time fighting, they are setting aside one day a year for peace and relaxation. I do not know all the details, but apparently that is what Snake and Miller decided. The soldiers love the idea, of course. There is so little fun to be had here that everybody looks forward to events like these. That is all well and good. But somehow, I got roped into getting on stage. Come on, we even both have peace in our names, said Miller. And Siddhartha, that old whiskey's name, has something to do with peace too, right? Hey, as long as we're having a day of peace, we ought to get an act together. The Three-Piece Band. I thought he was joking. He then proceeded to share his idea without bothering to check with me. And now, I am slated to sing. Apparently, he had heard me on the deck one day, and since then he wanted to form a band. Everybody's looking forward to it, so there is no way for me to back out now. I have never done anything like this. But it does feel kind of nice to know that people are looking forward to it. I mean, it cannot be any worse than Miller's singing. But modifications to the peak are already planned, and I must complete my mission. Betray Cypher now, and I will face a fate far worse than death. Still, there's no need to put things in motion just yet. There's no need to just wait a little while longer. A whole day of peace. The mission can wait until after that. Can it not? I know I'm only delaying the end. When the day comes, one of us will have to die. Snake. But still, if I could just come up with some way to stop Cypher, at least until our day of peace. When did I start having thoughts like this? My cover is blown. They know nothing of Cypher or my true objective, but they know I am a spy. There is no more time left. I must act now. I must complete my mission. How did it come to this? All I wanted was 3 more days. Just 3. Nina's already finished writing the song. It is called Love Guitar. It is about a girl who cannot express her true feelings. I have been practicing. I am no pro, but I'm pretty sure I would do a decent job. And now this. Cypher found out that Steve was gone. He must have someone inside Mother Base besides me. Fitting it tightly while well in control, leaving no room for individual will. When they found out Steve was gone, I was ordered to execute the operation immediately. If I was going to ensure just 1 day of peace, I had to ensure the plan could not move forward. I tried to sabotage Zeke. I thought by damaging the drive system, they would have no choice but to delay their plan. I waited until midnight, and then snuck into the hangar. There would be trouble to look like sabotage. I selected one of the drive systems older and harder, and carefully worked toward its shape. The Lake's drive system requires a high degree of precision to operate. Even the smallest deviation would have done it. Then, Chief warned me. Maybe it was one of those nights I could not see. In any case, he saw me, panicked, and took off running. It would have been easy to kill him. But I could not. I know he likes me. It is not as if I would ever have an interest in a child like him. But I could not pull the trigger. Not at him. Not in the back. Tell him. Or is there a chance he will be listening? Protect me. He knows now. He knows I am not who he thought I was. He ran without even questioning what I Zeke, this place will no longer be my heaven. And except, I make my move now. Chico walked in before my sabotage was completed. The Zeke should still be operational. It might not run at full speed or power, but I do not have time to fix it. Without Zeke, I do not have a chance in hell of winning. I must act fast before Chico sounds the alarm. I knew it would come to this. I just did not think it would be so soon. It is time, Zeke. Metal Gear Zeke. Activate.
believe their country led the world in science and technology. But shock quickly turned into fear. If the Russians had the know-how to launch a satellite into space, they could use it to launch a nuclear missile too. Frantic, the U.S. threw everything it had into the space race. The following year, the Army succeeded in launching the first American satellite, Explorer 1. The National Aeronautics and Space Administration was established that fall. The Project Mercury was it. The goal was to send a man into space. 7 men were chosen as pilot candidates. The media dubbed them the Mercury 7. They were immediately hailed as national heroes, icons of Western space exploration. But after Explorer, America suffered a series of failed rocket launches. Desperate, the government made a fateful decision. Unable to wait for its space program to mature, they steal the Soviets' technology, at the same time sabotaging their space program. You know better than anyone how hard a mission was. The Soviet space program was shrouded in secrecy. Recovering that information would be no easy task. Using the help of an insider, he answered as a pure agent into the Research Institute, or else recruit one of those insiders to do the job for them. And if necessary, the mission leader would have to come in and sort things out themselves. Someone would need it with experience, knowledge, and superior intuition. And the only one for the job was the boss. The president himself asked for her by name. He needed someone who could be trusted with the fate of a nation. Who else to turn to but the hero of the Second World War? It was June 1959. So you see your stake. That's why she left. That was the top secret mission that took her from you. But her selection ruffled a few CIA feathers. They didn't appreciate the president going over their head like that. The mission was tough enough already, and now the CIA was dragging its feet. She couldn't get anything out of them. No manpower, no information. Left to her own devices. The boss made a decision she knew would come back to haunt her. She decided to tap into the Philosopher's Network. And that's when the wheels of fate began to turn. The Philosophers were a secret society of power brokers formed in a pact between the U.S., Russia, and China in the early 20th century. Of course, by that time, the American and Soviet branches had already parted ways. But there were those among the remaining Russian philosophers not entirely happy with the one-party communist state. The boss reached out to them. She arranged clandestine meetings in Berlin, hoping to find a way into OKB-1, the Soviet's premier design bureau. She worked tirelessly to win their sympathy. In some instances, using huge sums of cash. In others, by helping them over the Berlin Wall. It was a dangerous game to be playing. The philosophers had everything on her, and not just information either. She'd given birth to a child on the battlefield, only to have them immediately snatch it away. I know she what you do with the data now. It seemed as if NASA was making great strides toward manned spaceflight, while the Russians lagged behind. They even got a report from their mole at OKB-1. The safe return of Sam has sent our scientists into a panic, he said. Soon afterward, the Soviet Union sent an animal on its own into space on Sputnik 2. The dog Kudryavka, better known to the world as Laika. But Laika was fated never to return to Earth. The U.S. can recover its spacecraft from the ocean upon re-entry. But the Soviet Union only borders the frozen Arctic. They had to bring their spacecraft out on land. How could they soften the impact enough to bring a living creature back safely? The agent reported that the Soviets hadn't yet found a solution to that problem. The plot to sabotage the Soviet space program seemed to be working too. First, they tampered with Sputnik 4's re-entry. Then, 2 months later, one of their rockets exploded on the launch pad. They did manage to send 2 dogs into orbit aboard Sputnik 5 and return them safely to Earth. The agent dismissed it as a fluke. Dogs show humans. They didn't have the technology. Everybody believed it. Everybody was complacent. Everybody. Except the boss. There was something about the Sputnik 5 schematics they were getting that didn't seem right. Some kind of injection device on the capsule that didn't play along. She couldn't figure out the reason why it was there, Moscow faction of the Soviet Union's philosophers to place the sleeper agent in its wing. The Soviets found out about it. Yet the Americans remained oblivious to the end. Even the philosopher network the boss plugged into never tipped them off to the double cross. That could only mean one of two things. Either the pro-Moscow philosophers had intervened, or the anti-Moscow philosophers had been turned. Either way, it was a situation their American counterparts couldn't stand. To preserve the philosopher's good name and to repay her debt, so to speak, the boss once again made her way into the Soviet Union. There, she found herself face to face with the Soviet lost agent. And who should she find awaiting her return to Russia? The one who turned her sleeper against her, who fed them lies all this time. It was her former comrade in arms, the father of her child, the man known as the Sorrow. He didn't know it was the boss who sent the sleeper. Or to be more precise, the Soviet philosophers never told him. Former lovers, forced to fight to the death. One would live and one would die. That was the revenge the Soviet philosophers had in store for me. If both of them survived, their child would suffer in their place. They were left with no other option. The boss shot him. He offered no resistance. When she returned from the Soviet Union, there was no place left for her to go. She sacrificed everything. Everything. For her country. And in return, they treated her like a dead She was made a scapegoat for no good reason. Only because power had changed hands in Washington. Any lesser being would have long since cracked. It was then that one of her old SAS comrades reached out to her. Major Zero. And so Fox was born. She undertook a mission that, well, you should know better than anybody. We're a part of it. 20 days after Shepard's flight, President Kennedy announced that America would put a man up. Without the intelligence the boss obtained, America's space program would never have gone up. Armstrong and Aldrin might never have won him. But the Americans gained. It cost the boss her health, her honor, the man she loved. The word tragedy doesn't even begin to describe what she endured. The Soviets continued their manned spaceflights, and in 1963, Valentina Tereshkova became the so-called first woman in space. It's said they took their cue from NASA's long-buried Mercury Lady project. So that, Snake, is the mission that kept her away from me. For so. Now, I know what you're thinking. Why not use me as her agent? She knew I'd never even think of betraying boss are different people. I understand that. And I'm not trying to second guess you. I simply wanted you to know what she saw, how she felt. That's all. Keep it with you, Snake. Keep it deep inside. Don't ever forget to attach it to her. Because you and I are the only people on this earth who know the truth. I'm sorry. But I can't.
It's me. Smoothly. Naturally. No. Big Boss doesn't know the truth. No, Langley hasn't decided what to do yet. Their hands are full with their own mess. True. Lubyanka is in the same boat. Yes. Otherwise continue to watch, but no sign of contact so far. Exactly. It's a non-state army to use however they want. They've probably decided there's no sense of wiping them out just yet. Better to make use of them. Indeed they have. There's a site near Angola. And we fully validated the AI as well. Agreed. In the end, a machine is just that. A machine. Sigan was right. It seems it's time for a change in approach. Machines are best suited to specialize in high-level data processing. Yes, of course. Speaking of which, any news on the Suns? 2 already? Really? But they're strictly an insurance policy, yes? So that's the idea. I wonder how Big Boss will respond. Yes, but I'm only interested in the business angle. Like I said before, I'm neither an enemy nor an ally. I'm merely a business partner. Don't forget it. Yes, I'll be in touch. My dear Zero.